They gathered here, and about this time, Abraham Zapruder was, I guess, reeling up or loading his Bellenhauer camera, getting ready for the shoot. You have all seen the Zapruder film, I'm sure, and all of the events that followed that, we will tend to relive at one moment, or if you are going to invest a lot of your time and life into the research and study of John F. Kennedy's assassination, it's something that you're going to be doing over and over again. But we thank you all for joining us here today. I think at this point, all right, we have a very special someone, Mr. Quinlan, Casey Quinlan, and he has something to say to you as well.
I just want to talk to all the young people out there and all the old people that this crime is not solved. It's not dead. And I'm a teacher in the greater Kansas City area, and I've been on this case, at least on the research part of it, for the past 39 years. And I'll do that until the day I die. This is one of the biggest tragedies in the history of the United States, and all of my students will know that, and all of my students that had an opportunity to come here, they are here today. And I am proud of what they are doing. I'm proud of what our younger students are doing all throughout America, and we're going to keep this thing alive and try to find the truth. And thanks to all those people who opened this thing up and continue to do this.
All right, thank you very much. By the way, we will remind you, and we just have a couple of minutes left here, and there are some other folks who are wanting to do the same as we're doing today, pay homage to President Kennedy in remembrance of him and that day many years ago. But there are so many wonderful websites available. The internet is great. There are so many things that will give you the opportunity to sit there at home in the comfort of your home and surf the net and find the latest and updated information, as well as archives and history of that event of November 22nd, 1963. I personally spent 30-something years in my 35 years of television broadcasting in Louisiana studying the assassination of President Kennedy, and this weekend, as a matter of fact, in about 2 or 3 hours, I am going to be part of a special panel at the JFK Lancer program this weekend on Jim Garrison. I spent many hours with Jim Garrison doing interviews and trying to pick his mind and his head as to where he was going with his investigation, and there's some very, very good information for those of you, especially the younger ones in our group who are just getting started to this, and the new generation of researchers. Deb?
As we get closer to the time of the assassination, I'd like for some of you to just imagine yourselves that day. As Beverly said earlier, it started out a rainy day, and they were considering whether or not they should put the bubble top on the limousine, and all of a sudden, beautiful weather like today broke through. It was a little bit more windy than this, but the weather was very similar. Love Field, there were just hundreds and hundreds of people there to see the President and the First Lady, and they winded their way from Love Field through the city of Dallas, through downtown, and into this plaza. Had it continued to rain, things may have been different. But the weather broke through, and tragedy happened. Another tragedy in the research community happened this year, and that was the death of the Dean of JFK Assassination Researchers, Harold Weisberg. He passed away just recently after devoting a lifetime of work in every area of the assassination. He was an expert on every area of the evidence. He wrote 44 books on the assassination, some not published, and his materials are available at the archive at Hood College. And tomorrow night, we're going to dedicate our banquet to Harold Weisberg. Any one of you who are interested, who's never heard that name and would like to know more about his work and how to get his materials, please let me know, because he is someone who, before the JFK Act, before the movie JFK, before the Freedom of Information Act was suing the government to get documents, to see the evidence, to get photographs, to study this case. He is the father of first-hand evidence. Harold Weisberg filed, I don't know how many Freedom of Information Acts against the government to get them to release documents. And that led to all of us being able to have access to evidence that we would never have. I know that many of you saw the movie JFK, and you think that because of the movie, the JFK Act was passed, the review board was set up, and then we began to get the documents. But that is not true. Before we had the JFK Act, we had Harold Weisberg, and I mourn him in his passing. And I dedicate this gathering to him. And at this time, I'd like to turn over things to our sister group, the Coalition on Political Assassinations, who is over here. They're going to do a countdown ceremony to 12:30 from Zapruder's Perch. John Judge is I believe the secretary of the organization, and his dear friend, Mr. Penn Jones, started doing this every year. He would stand up on Zapruder's Perch and do a countdown until 12:30, and then he would have a moment of silence. He's passed on as well, and now his dear friend John Judge will take up from where he left off. So John, I'll turn things over to you. Thank you very much, everyone, for coming. Appreciate it.
Judge, and I work with the Coalition on Political Assassinations out of Washington, D.C. We're a national network of the serious researchers, forensic, ballistic, medical, academic, and independent researchers from around the country who have worked on the John Kennedy, Robert Kennedy, Martin Luther King assassinations over the last 39 years, from the beginnings of this case till today. We were responsible, the individual groups that formed the coalition, the Committee for an Open Archives, the Assassination Archive and Research Center in Washington, D.C., the Citizens for Truth About the Kennedy Assassination. We were responsible in the 1990s for getting the JFK Records Act passed and for overseeing the release of now 6 million pages of files, the largest release of classified documents in American history. We're now working on getting a bill that was just introduced at the end of Congress by Cynthia McKinney. It will be reintroduced in the next session to release the files on the life and assassination of Dr. Martin Luther King, which are still locked up. There continue to be files that need to be released on the Kennedy assassination as well, especially military intelligence files. And we're doing this in the face of increased government secrecy. There was a cartoon in the Washington Post yesterday that showed Mr. Poindexter, one of the Contragate criminals, and Mr. Ashcroft sitting in front of computers, and the computers say, everything you ever did. And then two policemen are leading a guy away from it, and they have him arm in arm, and he says, all I was trying to do is ask what they have on me. And the cop says, they're charging you with violating their right to privacy. We live in Washington, D.C., and we know there the joke in D.C. is if Dick Cheney dies of a heart attack, Bush could become president. When we have an alert in D.C., Cheney goes down into a mountainside in Bluemont, Virginia, into a hole, and Bush stays up with us while we wait for the imminent attack. But we live in a time now where it's more important than ever to have democracy. Practicing democracy between wars is like being a vegetarian between meals. And we have to make a democracy out of this society if we're going to survive, if the world is going to survive. And the beginnings of this process started on November 22nd, 1963, with a military coup d'etat of this country. And we've been, as Penn Jones, a researcher and friend of mine who lived here in Texas and studied the case, said years ago, we've been in the death grip of that military-industrial complex since that day, November 22nd, 1963. And then he used to say, now let's all pray that I'm wrong. But I'm afraid he wasn't wrong, and that those forces still contend to run this country behind the shadow of a national security state that has stolen our history, that has made our history into a commodity of that state, that has classified it and locked it up. Our military history records alone from the end of World War II are in a classified archive in Suitland, Maryland, in underground buildings, an acre each in size. There are 27 buildings, 27 acres of classified documents, just the military history that we're not allowed to know of our own country from the end of World War II. When a people do not own their own history, they are a conquered people. And if we want to remain conquered, we'll leave our history in their hands. But our task has been to unearth this history that they want hidden from you and from the rest of us, and to dig up the truth of what's happened since that day till now. So we come out here every year, and I've come out here with Penn Jones when there used to be 4 of us standing in the rain for the last 39 years. Come out every year for a moment of silence here to commemorate what happened on November 22nd, 1963. And we're holding a conference this weekend right over here at the Hotel Lawrence in the building next to it. We'll have some of the best research speakers in the country over there talking about the new evidence in these cases. We'll be at the office tonight, and you can get information about that from us. But we're here now today and in this moment to try to remember someone who in June of 1963 spoke at the graduation ceremony at American University and said, he asked, what kind of peace does America want? He said, not a Pax Americana. And he stood against them. He was going to pull out of Vietnam. He was going to reverse the arms race. He was going to end the Cold War. He was going to change the country in a direction that it's been reversed since his death and keeps going in. And he was going to stand up to them. And that's part of the reason that he was eliminated, and his brother was not allowed to get into office either. So we come out every year to commemorate John F. Kennedy, what he stood for, what we lost, and what we need to gain back if we're going to have a democracy in this country. So I'd ask you just to join with us in a moment of silence now, and then we'll have 1 or 2 speakers from the conference say a few words. Walt Brown is the author of People versus Lee Harvey Oswald, a book called The War on a Mission, a very good index on the entire Warren Commission record, and one of the better researchers in the country. He's going to be our keynote speaker tonight at the Adolphus.
39 years ago, just about right now, a car took a very wide turn at that corner. When it got right about there, the country took a very wide turn. The only way we're going to put the country back on the road that it was on is by you people. So thank you for coming out today.
Still turning here? Or somebody wanted to read a poem.
She did.
Yeah?
So I'm going to read a poem.
This poem is called Elegy for the Graecai, who were 3 Roman brothers who rose to the fore in an effort to restore democracy to Rome, which began as a republic and was taken over by the military, at the head of which was an emperor. They attempted to restore the democracy, and they were assassinated. Elegy for the Grekai. Nobody anymore, oh Lord, swing low. That's who plays touch football now on Hickory Hill. Beneath that other hill in Arlington, the public may leave flowers as it likes, but you might place a pebble on the stone. The moment his head hit the floor of the Ambassador Hotel, a continent away from the pooling disk of red, Nixon became too strong for his surviving sad opponents, and the flame that would incinerate the hopes of Muskie, Gene McCarthy, and the rest began to lick the walls of our unfinished dream house. There walks a specter on the American night, all right, more lonely than the moons of Mars, twin sterile boulders tumbling in the void, a ghost of youth in black and white, another ghost behind him gesturing, transparent, like film frames scratched and overexposed, the confiscated cipher of bright splashing Dallas sunshine in a can that Regis Kennedy, no relation, irony galore, stole and put it in his pocket. The pair of brothers falls down deep into the vault of what is gone, and death, colder than the fishes of the sea, upon his head and neck, chained in the purgative flames of his florid natural sins, his Catholic heart effulgent on the dark, cantering to a halt, to ride no more the miasmic welkin of the capital's dark winter, slack reins idle on the unmanned animal, the famous horseman, gesticulating, gasping through the ancient neck wound, distantly thin image of distantly speaking lips, repeating something. Thank you.
We're going to be having presentations and panels on the counter critics and the new books that are coming out and about to come out, trying to support the Warren Commission and what we know will be wrong with those books. We're going to have panels about the new evidence in the various assassination cases. We're going to have a panel on Sunday, including Dick Gregory, about what happened on 9/11 and some of the best research on that case as well, and what the reality is behind the events that have led to where we are today. So appreciate if folks want to join us, and we have other speakers coming tonight. Bill Turner, a former FBI agent who just wrote the book Rear View Mirror, and so they're going to be independent investigators and researchers talking here in Dallas all weekend. And it's nice to see a lot of people here. Ever since Oliver Stone's film, there have been hundreds of people that come out now to commemorate these events on November 22nd, and to take a look at this historic place. Although when I think about it and you look at it, this is pretty much the dead end of Dallas. It's on the way out of town. It's it's an industrial park, more or less, a jail down here, and a book depository and a post office building. Not much here, not much of a place to die. As Kennedy was on his way out of town, he's shot down like a dog in the street, and his murder remains unsolved to this day in an official way, although it's no mystery to most of us where those bullets came from that day. We don't have to study the blade of grass or the grassy knoll or the sewer to the front or the book depository, because we know those bullets came from the Pentagon. That was the direction that they took. And they felled him that day, and they've been in charge since. I spoke to the Strategic Air Command bomber pilots that were in the air the hour of the John F. Kennedy assassination out of Omaha, Nebraska, on 8-hour shifts. And they were up in the air when they got radio chatter that the president had been shot. And they thought that they would get an emergency call because the president is dead by parties unknown. The first guy arrested later is somebody who's been called a communist and defected to Russia. And so these guys, just on the moment of hearing it, went to get their decrypting books. They have books aboard with a special code. They change them on a regular basis. That code tells them if they're getting a message from the black box, White House communication, or from the War Room in the Pentagon, or the Situation Room at the White House, or from the President aboard Air Force One. And they get a verifying code, and then they decrypt whatever message comes in. So they went to get their book, assuming there might be an emergency message with the president just shot in Dallas, and they did not have a code book aboard the plane. And when they landed, they talked to the other pilots on the shift, and none of them had a code book aboard the plane. In the hour of the Kennedy assassination, the entire defense of the United States was down. There was no way to activate those planes, to send them against a foreign country, or to defend the nation had they had to in that moment. And there is no mafia goon, there is no CIA schlepper, there's no oil man in Dallas that could have touched those books. The person who designed that system is named General Curtis LeMay. He was no friend of the Kennedys. He ran on Wallace's ticket in the 1960s. He hated the Kennedys from the time of the Cuban Missile Crisis on, and he would have known how to dismantle that system, and I would contend that he did. My mother was 5 levels above top security at the Pentagon, the highest paid woman employee for 30 years. She projected the draft call for the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and she told me when she retired that in April of 1963, they told her for the first time in her career to change her projections on Vietnam and to put in a withdrawal of all American troops by the end of 1964 on orders from the Kennedy White House. And I asked her, when did they tell you they would escalate the war? Because she projected 5 years ahead what the draft call would be for the whole nation, and she had to be among the first to know. And she told me late November of '63, I said the last week, she said the Monday following the Kennedy assassination, with Kennedy literally just in his grave, they came to her with the reversal figures, and she couldn't believe them. She took them back to the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and she said, these can't be right. And I used to tease my mother that that was the first civilian protest of the war in Vietnam. And she took it up there because on November 25th, 1963, the Joint Chiefs told her they were going into a 10-year war with 57,000 American dead. They knew exactly what it would take and what it would cost and where they were going, and she could barely believe it. But they handed her those figures as soon as Kennedy was dead, and they reversed that process that he had for withdrawal and went into a longer war. My mother and my aunt both worked at the Pentagon, and they told me at the hour of the Kennedy assassination, the Federal Exchange phones between the offices, those are the secure lines that the offices call each other on, the State Department or the Pentagon or the White House, all those went down right at the time of the Kennedy assassination for a period of 2 hours. Now that, ladies and gentlemen, is a military coup d'etat. That is not some independent group doing something with the president because they didn't like him. That is a military takeover happening that day. The black box disappeared from Air Force One, didn't go back with Johnson. Dick Cheney in San Francisco a few weeks ago at the Chamber of Commerce talk that he gave out there at the Commerce Club, he said he has the black box. He who has the black box controls the situation. The black box disappears on March 31, 1981, when Reagan is shot. The box disappears and doesn't come back, and then there's a fight over who's going to control it. You can read about it in the Washington Post. These are shifts of power. They are ascendancies of segments of the rich against other segments of the rich. They are sections of the people that control this country taking power. And what was ascending from the end of World War II on was a Southern Rim economy, a military-industrial complex that Eisenhower warned about, and it took control that day. There's more evidence. I'm just giving you a slice out of my own work and my own personal experience. The very first file that I went to see in the National Archives from the released records was from the National Security Agency box. It was about the only original file in the box, and it was called DEFCON status, November 22. DEFCON means defense condition, and they have an ascending number. They go from a flat to and all the way up to a 1, from a 5 to a 1. A 5 is a listen up code, and then 4 is start to get ready, and 3 mobilize, and 2 is ready for war, and then 1 you actually go into war. And I looked at continental United States that day in the file. I looked at USAREUR, U.S. Army in Europe. I looked at ASEAN, which is the troops in Asia. I looked at Southcom. They had a sheet for each one. And on the day that Kennedy is assassinated, there is no change in status for the defense condition in the United States. No change. Even though they don't know who's killed the president, and even though the guy that's arrested later is a red, so they say, they have no change in status except in Vietnam. They go to a 5 listen up code because things are about to change in Vietnam. So someone at the very top of that chain of command knew that there was no emergency that day, and they were in control. And it's time that we, the American people, took back that control and made a democracy out of the mockery that they've made of this country from that day forward.
Thank you, John.
Thanks for coming out.
We're hoping to come this weekend. Good, okay. So, thanks for all radio.
I wish they had a sign over the door.
This place.
Yeah, just
Let's go.
That was one of them. There was another one.
Just kind of said, worried about the fingerprints, and he said, they just said, just go ahead. You know, I guess they'd already taken their prints or something while we were guarding us. But
well, who needed print?
yeah,
They had a suspect.
Hey, John, what's your opinion of change files as a shooter, arrest, you know, anything?
My attitude toward the people that come forward now and say that I shot Kennedy is first that they are canaries singing from songbooks we wrote, because they have enough details from our research that's out to make a case that has verisimilitude. My second position on all of them is that there's no statute of limitations on the crime, that if someone says they shot Kennedy, take them to jail. And let's see what they say then. Don't give them a book, don't make them famous, don't give them a video, just take them to jail. They say they killed Kennedy, because there's people making a buck off of saying they killed him now. Who knows? You know, I mean, I've always felt that identifying the gunman wouldn't get you very far anyway.
That's not where we'll be at.
Because the gunman would have been cutouts. If they'd been caught, they would have been cutouts. That wouldn't lead you back to who did it.
Who do you think's the top player? The top player?
I think it's Joint Chiefs. I mean, I think they had the green light from the rich and, you know, those that counted, but I think it was, well, Lansdale on a mechanical level, but it's Curtis LeMay and Lyman Lemnitzer and Harley Burke and Maxwell Taylor.
Johnson knew.
Johnson knew it was coming, I believe.
Any of those people still alive?
Johnson made a big argument about whether Connally would sit with him or sit up in front. And then when Connally's hit, Connally said, "My God, they're going to kill us all." They were all expendable.
Why did they kill Kennedy?
Why did they kill Kennedy?
Yeah.
Because he was pulling out of Vietnam. He was ending the Cold War. He was normalizing relations with Cuba. He said he'd scatter the CIA to the four winds. He was pushing racial integration too fast for the Southern Rim.
What about printing
He was going after the mafia.
What about printing money?
I think it was a minimal amount. I mean, the right wing likes to talk about the Federal Reserve because that's the only thing they can understand, the centralization of banking. But there was a hell of a lot more that Kennedy did, and pissing off the Federal Reserve was not enough to get him killed.
His name was Mud in the Vatican, too. He backed out of Vietnam, which was a Catholic lobby to escalate the war.
It was Allen Dulles and Cardinal Spellman who brought him Zam from the Catholic seminaries to go in as the leader, but he got the message, and especially got it when they killed Zam. You know, but they didn't care.
In Chicago earlier the year.
Yes, I think they did try to kill him in Chicago, and Thomas Arthur Valley in that operation, who was using the name Oswald. And
Anyone working on that angle?
Sherman Skolnick did quite a bit on it, but there's some people, and I think there was an attempt in Florida too.
Right.
But he canceled in Chicago. He didn't come to the game.
Right.
Is Skolnick's still alive?
Mm-hmm.
I'm from the Chicago area. I've met him a couple of times. And he's still alive up there.
He is.
Yeah, I remember the wheelchair.
Yeah, he still does this, call his hotline, and he still gets stuff out. And he has a cable show there now, I think. Cable TV show he puts on every
I wish
week.
I had his hotline number. I don't have his hotline number.
I think it's 731-1500. 312-731-1500.
John,
That's what it used to be.
what's your opinion on Skull and Bones being part of all this?
Well, Skull and Bones is a fraternity, that's part of Yale and part of the Eastern establishment, the ruling class. And they tap people in. They tapped in Prescott Bush and George Bush Sr., and the younger Bush when they were there. And they're influential in terms of placing people. But you see, the Birch analysis and the right-wing analysis focuses entirely on the Eastern establishment. It focuses on the Council on Foreign Relations, the Trilateral Commission, and the Rockefellers, and the old investment money. None of them ever mention the Southern Rim money. Never mention aerospace and munitions and the NASA Nazis and the whole post-World War II money. H.L. Hunt was richer than the Rockefellers. He said, when I go east, they treat me like a stable hand.
So H.L. Hunt.
H.L. Hunt was richer than the Rockefellers.
He called the Southern.
There was a power shift and a money shift down here, and they didn't want the old Eastern establishment calling the shots. But when these guys talk, they focus entirely on, and I don't think that secret societies run the class. I think it's the other way around. I think the class runs the secret society as an initiation and a way to control their membership. So they initiate them in a crime. They dig up bones that people are not supposed to do, like the mafia initiate you in a crime, and then they've got you blackmailed for life. And they've got what they want out of you, and then you cooperate. So they're not insignificant, but I'm just saying they're not the whole picture.
Right. What about George Bush at the time of the assassination?
Well, there's conflicting stories. Bush reporting somebody else, and that there's one document seems he was debriefing the anti-Castro Cubans right afterwards. But I mean,
low-level CIA.
Yeah.
Low level.
Low level?
At that time, yeah. But he had intelligence connections.
H.L. Hunt for sure.
Well, I don't know what Hunt did. I think it was like a schoolyard bully. And you go around, when you're a schoolyard bully, you go around and you get everybody you can get against the guy, and then you stand back while they beat him up. All right, and I think that was the game. I think they went to the anti-Castro Cubans and said, he's normalizing relations with Cuba. I think they went to the mob and said, you don't like this SOB, do you? I think they went to the Dallas oil men and said, he's going to cut the oil tax depletion allowance, so don't you put some money up? Because at the time, then when they knocked him off, all of those could take credit, and later they could all take blame. But they're the fingers, they're not the palm. And there's no way that any of those groups individually could have decided with immunity to kill Kennedy. The mob couldn't have decided to knock him off and walk away.
Yeah, they had to have the backing of the government.
Damn right they do. So they didn't, they weren't doing it. And that whole thing that the mob was setting up to kill Castro, I don't believe that either. I think they were setting up domestic assassination capability, and if anybody ever noticed them, they'd say, oh, we're doing this to kill Castro. But Marcello said when he testified to the House Select Committee, he said, they asked me, were we trying to kill Castro? He said, no, we never tried to kill Castro. Why would we do that? They were training them to kill here in the United States.
Johnson had to be in on it, right?
Well, Johnson had to know it was coming. he wasn't going to get his chance in '64. They were going to kick him off the ticket.
And Hoover, did he know it was coming?
Well, if he didn't know it was coming, he certainly helped cover it up.
What about the meeting that supposedly occurred with Hunt, Hoover, people that were at this
Yes,
meeting?
there were some meetings here in town right before.
And Johnson was there, right? Supposedly?
Yes.
But who was there?
Nixon.
Yeah.
Hoover was there.
Yeah.
Ben Jones did work on this. Yeah.
Ben Jones?
Yeah, it's in his
What
books.
book? What-
Forgive My Grief.
Oh, yeah, I got it.
Forgive my grief, yeah.
Yeah. He has stuff about that meeting, and one of Ruby's strippers was sent up to the meeting too.
Hey, did Ruby give the girl the camera purposely to film the assassination? What was her, the booze lady? Remember?
Yeah, I don't know. Zapruder bought his camera right the day before. Yeah. The film. They're still making money off of that picture. Review board paid him $10 million after they'd made all the original money off of it.
So it's a 214-731-1500?
731-1500, yeah, whatever. I think it's 312 for Chicago.
Yeah, okay. And you are?
John Judge.
Ted Winkler. Nice to meet you.
Yeah. Do you have our schedule?
No, I don't. But thanks a lot. I got it right now. Thanks a lot. Was were frames taken out of the Zapruder film before they were released?
Well, you can see that there's some frame splicing in the Zapruder film, and you know, at certain points, the splicing's fairly obvious. I don't know there's that many frames, but I mean, you know, there were a few that were missing. The commission never saw it as a film. They only saw a sequence of frames that were printed in sequence, but Schoenfeld, who did the work, Lyndon Schoenfeld, in a memo, Hoover admitted that Schoenfeld made a technical error, is what he called it, and he reversed the key frames of the head frames so that it looked in the sequence they printed as if the head went the other direction. So, but they never saw it as a moving film. When they asked for a copy, they were sent a memo that said it was over at the CIA for training purposes. So they never saw it as a film. Yeah, well, that's how to do an assassination, I guess.
The Catholic's Own Life magazine.
Uh-huh.
Chief Justice Earl I, Knights of Columbus. Long done.
C.D. Jackson comes out of those circles. That's right. No, there's a right wing in the Catholic Church, the Knights of Malta and the Opus Dei, and yeah.
My father was the Grand Knights of the Knights of Columbus in New Orleans. And I got out of it 32 years ago. And everything, they can get away with murder because they got all nations bewitched. It's real easy. Jerome Burns had witchcrafts. It's real easy to bewitch. It says in the Bible, her merchants are the great men of the earth. That means she has the international bankers in her hand. It says that in Revelation 18:23.
Hey, John, will we ever know, I mean, will there ever, in your opinion, in this country, be some type of congressional or grand jury investigation? You think it's ever going to happen?
I hope we'll have a grand jury investigation. That's what we need. A homicide investigation is what we need. Congress would just make a mess out of it like they did in the 70s. We need a forensic grand jury investigation. Dig up the body, do the ballistics. That's what we need. Just treat it as a homicide. That's what it was. And you know, the rest is just a political game. But I think we know, and I think they wanted us to know. As much as they covered up, they also revealed. And while they never wanted the finger pointed exactly where it would go, the message to us, I think that as soon as anybody looks at this evidence, the conspiracy is transparent. So you still have 95-98% of the people, when they're polled, say they think the Warren Commission is wrong. Why? Because they are telling us, yeah, we shot the son of a bitch. What do you want to do about it? We can shoot the president. We sure as hell shoot you. Get out of the way. That's the message from Dallas. So they want us to know without officially knowing, and we do. But, you know, I mean, they can't shoot all of us, and we can die on our feet or die on our knees. I chose to stand up and yell at them. Penn Jones used to say, bite them at least on the way down. I mean, I may be a mosquito, but sometimes mosquitoes know where to bite.
Hi, John, I made it.
Yeah, I see, Grell. That's great. Cuba that day and actually killed Castro that day, because that segment of the group wanted Castro dead in the Joint Chiefs. But when they failed to kill him in the Texas theater, because I believe he stuck his hand down in the breech of the gun when they came to shoot him with it. Then instead of a dead red, they had a talking head. And they had to get Ruby in there to shoot him 2 days later to shut him up, but it was too late. They couldn't afford to do the invasion then because he might have talked. And he was saying so much that they said, oh, we didn't take a note, we didn't record anything. We didn't have tape recorders back then. Yeah, right. Of course you didn't. But here's the crime of the century, and you're not taking a minute when you're questioning this. The evidence is no good then. You can't use the thing he said in court. You don't have a note.
Well, they knew it wouldn't go to court. So.
Yeah, that's right. They knew it wouldn't go to court, so why bother? But, he was saying too much. And, they had to shut him up, and it compromised him. But I don't think he owned that rifle. I don't think he owned the pistol. I think the signature card was never retrieved on the box with his signature on it. A letter addressed to him at that box was in the dead letter. And I think they ordered the guns through that box in order to plant them on him. There were no fibers from the paper wrapping or from the blanket on the gun. There was no oil from the gun on either of the things it was supposedly wrapped in. That's right. Wasn't ordered under his name. Wasn't in his signature. Wasn't in his handwriting. He ordered a Klein Sporting Goods, and I had these two old beefy Dallas cops come over to me at a table one time, grinning. They say "We hear you don't think Oswald owned that rifle or pistol." And I said, "I didn't say he didn't own any at all." I said, "But I don't think he owned those ones they planted on him." And they said, "What about that gun he brought into the theater with him?" I said, "I think you boys brought that gun in to kill him with." They looked at each other, they grinned, they said, "Well, maybe we did." I said, "That'd be police procedure, wouldn't it?" See, I
thought Oswald acknowledged that he was walking around with a gun.
Well, to who?
Yeah, okay. Whose testimony?
One of the Dallas policemen tell you that? Maybe he was, but I don't think it was that gun.
Is it fear that keeps Ruth Payne and Hosty and these other survivors from telling what they know? Is it just
I don't know if it's fear, or sometimes they were part of the game and they don't want their role in it revealed.
Ruth Payne is a government agent.
Yes.
And she's been for the last 35 years.
We got a CIA document saying she was a witting asset for the intelligence agencies. So she was lying from the first. She was the one that got Oswald the job at the depository to help set him up.
Right.
Her husband, Michael Payne, was Navy intelligence. He worked right under General Dornberger over at Bell Helicopter, who had come from Nazi Germany. Part of the Dora concentration camps, slave labor there, building the rockets at the end of World War II. And Von Braun came. He said he wouldn't do any work unless they took care of his friend Walter. Got him out of. So McCloy pardoned him. He was the High Commissioner of Germany then he sits on the Warren Commission and covers up the crimes. There's a lot about who the Oswalds knew when they came here, who they were introduced to, and the circles they were in, the White Russian, military-industrial complex, big guys, Max Clark at General Dynamics, all the people that they knew here were important, the Bourne Shield. They weren't just little nobodies.
I wonder why no one has ever filed a civil RICO case against all these people that tried to depose them.
Yeah, I don't know.
Why not?
It was Blakey, the head of the House Select Committee, that developed RICO.
Yeah.
But he wanted to blame it on the mob, so that was as far as it went.
Yeah.
But I don't know. It's an interesting prospect, but you got to get a DA with enough guts to do it. And Garrison's the last one we know, and you can see what they did to him. Smear him, kill the witnesses and everything else. So it's a dangerous game, but try to find somebody with enough guts and integrity to do it. I guess the closest was Dan Sheehan, the Christic Institute did a suit.
Yeah, and that Liberty Lobby thing Mark Lane was involved in.
Remember the other one is?
He was over there somewhere west. Department who should have at least started or continued an investigation did nothing.
COPA as a plaintiff could file a civil suit.
Anybody can file a suit.
They could. Yeah. But see, what they did with Christic is the judge fined them $1 million for a frivolous suit.
Right.
Broke their back. Then the IRS came in and said, you mentioned Bush in one of your publications, he's running for office, so we're taking your nonprofit status retroactively back to the beginning and charging you, millions of dollars in tax that you didn't pay. and just ran him into the ground.
Yeah.
So, you know, I mean, the courts are no less corrupt than the rest of us.
We tried to get a trial for Ray before he died. They blocked that, and they just waited it out till he died.
Wouldn't release him to get. He had made arrangements in the hospital to have a liver transplant.
The King family actually, went to court, the civil court, and they won a suit. Criminal courts wouldn't touch it. When right now we're trying to get a trial for Sirhan. It's actually before the California Supreme Court. But we wouldn't be surprised. I mean, we're not expecting them to go ahead, and we technically turn the writ down. I mean, that's
too bad someone doesn't enter as an attorney for Bremer and
it tells you right here who killed
Hinckley and start pulling on those threads.
A woman which our source is a great city.
The trouble is those individuals.
The 7 heads of 7 mountains, so much the woman said it. So a city of 7
I mean, those people didn't do what she was doing.
Right.
Even Sirhan, if there isn't, but at least it'll make the public aware that some crime has not been solved.
All weddings, most weddings take place.
And we could also, it's easily proved at this point that Sirhan was controlled mentally.
Well, I think they all three were Bremer, Hinckley, and Sirhan.
Yes, true. Sirhan probably has the best links, though, to the people who controlled him.
Right.
And that exposes the plot if you follow the you can track that. Whereas Bremer, you're pretty much going to come up with a dead end.
Well, there's some indication that each one was manipulated mentally, and there are even some parallels to John Lennon's assassin, Chapin.
Oh yeah,
Same thing.
Almost definitely.
It's almost like repetitive patterns.
Yeah, the problem is what they're able to do now. I mean, they're really good at it, or they've been good at it for a number of years, and they wipe the memory of the crime. Not only and Sirhan really thought for a number of years that he shot Kennedy.
Right.
It was only was it 10 years, 12 years ago when he was actually shown the physical evidence and the autopsy that he realized he couldn't have. He did the reverse of Oswald. Oswald shot Kennedy in the front from behind, while Sirhan shot Bobby Kennedy in the back from the front. I mean, it's a simple arithmetic if you just look at the evidence.
Yeah.
We're up against a very powerful government. But if you know your history, eventually we will win. Maybe not in our lifetime, but we will win. But this is the downfall of the American empire. We're at the latest stages right now, and this is what happens. You can go from the Roman Empire right through the Spanish Armada. Greece. And you find that near the end, the democracy turns into a dictatorship, and that's just before the final fall. Because economically, we're no longer number one. We're not even up there in the top 10. Militarily is the only thing we're up there in.
My feeling is this MK Ultra evolved.
Well, that was one of many programs, actually.
But that sort of effort evolved into the creation of assassins, a series of assassins.
Most definitely.
And frankly, it's out of control now. They have created assassins that they no longer control, is what I think.
Well,
some of the wild things that happen around this country.
For those that know how to do it, very
ex-military
easy.
people.
Oh yeah,
like the sniper in D.C.
Oh, McVeigh.
McVeigh, the whole thing. These are people who some are controlled to a greater or lesser degree anymore. And it's an ongoing thing. It's an ongoing thing.
Unfortunately, yes. And they apparently got it down real pat now. I mean, they can do these. They can commit almost anybody, you, me, anybody, to commit a crime, wipe out the memory of it, and we even think we're guilty. We even think we did it. We act guilty.
Right.
And they get away with whatever they want to do. Very powerful forces you're up against.
Well, because then he could say that I was set up. Because look, this photo they got of me is a fake.
Once they received the photograph, you can't say that. They received the photograph.
When is who they? You mean the when did they get it?
Early in April. Although I could not.
See, my research was with the DeMorshill family, and of course they had a copy.
One of the figures.
Yeah. Chris Akira.
Who saw that photograph?
She gave me this shirt. Yeah.
And who had written
Well,
on
they
it.
had it. Her mother was living until the 90s, and she had it thrown in a drawer. She had forgotten where it was.
Now,
the original photo with Oswald's.
Now, there were two sets of photographs.
Signature in the back.
Different photographs, but there was a third one where he's holding the rifle over his head.
Yeah, okay.
And what happened to that photograph? Well, you know the story.
I think, didn't Marina tear up one?
Mrs. Oswald said, we better tear this up. This looks very
Marguerite
damning."
said that,
Yeah. And I just heard over the radio today, TV. There's a reporter here from CBS, Bob Schieffer.
Okay, yeah, I know
who
who
he
he
is.
is. Yeah, I know.
He said, I got this phone call from a woman who wanted to talk to me on either the day of the assassination or probably the day of the assassination. She said, I must talk to a reporter. She said to him, I think my son probably killed the president. It was Mrs. Marguerite Oswald. So you can see why she would have this thing about wanting to get rid of that photograph. You know, because hell, that's evidence against it. But to say that it was fake, in my opinion, that photograph is real. And I did some real further research on it. I mean, I'm the only one who has ever done. Jack White argued against me.
Right.
And I
See,
said,
that's his big forte.
I know. I said, Jack. I said, look, I know you've done a lot of so-called photographs. I use the word so-called about shadow under the lip, and a head was put on a body, somebody else's body. I said, but in any investigation, did you start at the origin of your shirt? He looked at me dumbfounded. I said, you know what the origin is? Going to the military to find out whether they received it. Because if you look at the Warren Commission volumes, Marina says he told me he was going to send it to the military.
Well, didn't she snap the photo too?
Yes.
So
she was the one who took the photo.
She snapped 5, and my opinion is the reason she snapped 5 is, she was unfamiliar with the photographing. She thought it was nuts. She said he came out with a black,
he wore all black.
And I got another story about that, which remind me about this, because I think I know where that black dress is. I'm working on it. I got to contact Harry Mack on it. I believe if that is found, the stuff that he wore in that day, the people who are going to say, you see, the photograph is real. Oswald killed the president because he had the rifle, he had the pistol. You see, here's the final proof. Halberg found it. No. Anyway,
like 6 months beforehand.
So I talked to my friend Jim Peterson. He said, I was the one who handled the photograph. We handed it around the office. 3 or 4 or 5 people saw it. I interviewed 2 or 3 of them. They gave me names of 2 other people I could find if I needed further information. You know, everyone saw the photograph. Sylvia Weinstein, who worked in both the Fair Play for Cuba, who knew Oswald prior to the assassination because of the correspondence, said, yes, I saw that photograph, and I thought he was trying to get us into trouble. But she came up with a kind of story which I found a little difficult. She said he was only carrying a rifle. I said, that was it? Didn't he carry something? She said, no, I swear.
He didn't have a military.
But I think she's incorrect. You know how people are.
Well, they may have forgotten it.
Like, I could say, I didn't meet this guy 2 years from now. No, I don't remember at all. And I swear up and down.
Yeah, you meet a lot of people, so it's hard to remember everyone.
Yeah.
So when she said, know how, and besides, all the photographs and all the talk we know about it, and I'll give you another instance. I interviewed one of the persons who saw the photograph. He was with his wife who confirmed this. And he's still around, lives in San Francisco. He moved from New York to San Francisco. He said he was at a forum where Mark Lane was giving a talk. And it was at Town Hall. I have the date, I have the article. I didn't know that this particular exchange between this guy who'd seen the photograph and his wife, I didn't know that until I talked to him. Because his name was given to me among many others. I said, were you present? He said, oh yeah. And he said, I'll tell you an interesting story, Hal. I was at the Mark Lane Town Hall discussion. Have you ever been in New York City? That's a pretty good hall. He said, Lane was holding up this photograph and saying, it's a fake photograph. It's been faked. And the guy's name is Barry Shepard. Turned to his wife and said, oh, Mark Lane doesn't know what the hell he's talking about. That picture isn't fake. It's real. I saw it. Well, he misinterpreted what Lane was saying in the sense that Lane meant that the photograph itself had been faked. Not that the photograph is fake because it's, you know, a made-up photograph.
After the fact.
Right. So he said, God damn, man, he doesn't know what he's talking about. And I have about 5 witnesses. David Lifton, I gave all the information to David Lifton. I gave his names, phone numbers, dates. If he ever gets his book published. Because he and I were at loggerheads about, we used to sit down and argue for hours. Is that photograph real? Is it fake? My initial reaction, I must tell you, is I really thought it was fake.
Well, it looks it when you look at it. I mean, the lighting
It does,
looks.
but I became convinced over time that picture is real. And the main reason I think so is because Marina's testimony, which is not conclusive, but also 5 photographs were
The
taken.
people that received them from other sources.
They have to fake all 5 photographs. All they needed was 1.
I don't really understand the significance, but because
Well,
whether it's real or fake, it's a red herring, isn't it?
No, because the rifle that is identified by the commission is the same markings as the rifle found in the 6.4. The pistol.
But there's independent order slips for him ordering the rifle, isn't it? And there's testimony that he had the rifle stored in his home.
Yeah, but a convincing photograph, which was used by
Marina
Life
said he
magazine.
stored it there, and then
Life magazine had it on the front cover of this issue, I think, of February '64.
But it's just another piece of evidence that he had that rifle.
Hell, you pick up Life magazine on this hand. Hey, this guy, look at that. He's carrying weapons that he fired from. We now know that the rifle was found up there. They found the 3 shells. The case is over, man. Who are
I
you
think
to
the
tell
photo
me?
had more to do with the
Exactly.
Walker attempt than it
No.
did with it, because it happened just before the Walker attempt.
No, but the Walker attempt was only traced allegedly to Oswald after. And it really,
After the death of Oswald
and
himself.
Walker was
yeah.
not a figure. It was Kennedy that counted. They only used Walker because they wanted to identify what they called a pattern of behavior to assassinate or kill. That was the reason for using Walker. Of course, the bullet that was found in the Walker incident did not match.
They didn't.
It didn't match. As you well know, matching.
The other interesting thing was that after the Walker,
there every year, for a while, in the George Allen building, courthouse building, in the jury room. So we'll be there tomorrow morning and Sunday morning. Tomorrow night at the Lawrence. Good. Yeah, glad you came. Put an ad down fact, our former president and Arlen Specter on the single bullet theory in Pittsburgh at the Serial Weapons Forensic School at Duquesne. So we're going to try to simulcast it here in the hotel in Dallas, so people can see it here, because we know people will come to Dallas. And
That's next year.
yeah, on the 40th anniversary next year. We're also going to do conferences in Memphis and Los Angeles it's the 35th anniversary for Robert Kennedy, Martin Luther King next year. So we're doing those, and we're hoping to have a good-sized conference here, probably at the Hyatt Regency and at the Hotel Lawrence, both, and getting it back up to the levels of a national conference. So we want to do a mock grand jury. We got in touch with somebody that turned out to be from my alma mater, University of Dayton, is a woman lawyer who's the expert in grand juries. So she's going to
UD.
Yeah.
I'm from Dayton.
Are you?
Yeah.
Yeah, Bill Kelly and I both
That's where I went to law
UD
school.
grads. Yeah. I caused a lot of trouble. They wouldn't let me back in now, I'm sure.
That's why you're down here.
Took over the administration building and everything we could do.
Unbelievable. You grew up in
We
Dayton?
dragged them out of the Tomasian swamp they were in into the modern era.
You from Dayton?
Huh? No, I just went to
okay.
school there. It was the only school that accepted me at Catholic college from my Catholic high school.
Amazing.
So yeah, I'm a UD grad,
Yeah.
much to their chagrin.
Yeah.
But
What's your take on the Harvey and Lee thing? You think that has some credibility?
I think there were more than one Oswald operate. I don't know if he's got all the details right on each thing, but there were more than one Oz. It's part of covert operations is false sponsorship, and the same thing I believe was done on 9/11, where you had these people who were very, very visible, making themselves into the suspects prior to the event, and the car in Logan Airport with the flight manual in Arabic for the plane. I mean, if you went to the trouble to get the flight manual, wouldn't you take it on with you when you need it? What are you going to, cram the last 5 minutes? It's not like the guy next to you is going to look over and read Farsi and say, hey, that's a manual for flying this plane, So why leave it in the car? And the call to alert the FBI to where this car was comes from a guy who claims that he had a road rage argument with these 4 Arab men over the parking space. And I said, yeah, you're going into this this top secret thing you're going to do. You're already tagged for being an Arab, so you have a road rage argument, so you're tagged as an angry Arab at the airport.
I know.
So either the guy's a complete shill and he just made up the incident in order to lead them to the car, but it's leading you by the nose. It's like the bundle with the rifle that belongs to James L. Ray dropped in front of Kniep's amusement 5 minutes before King is killed. It becomes the official evidence.
What's the latest on
And these guys are running around making trouble wherever they were. 4 of them lived in a house over in Langley, and the woman neighbor had so much trouble with them, she called the CIA on them.
What's the latest on those notes that agent claims he recovered from Ray's car with Raoul on it?
Well, they just discredited him in the FBI report, but Pepper's doing a rebuttal in his new book.
Okay.
Dr. Pepper's. Okay. Yeah, I talked to that guy, Wilson, I think his name was.
Yeah.
And he held on to these notes that were in Ray's car that had Ruby's phone number
And the notes are
had
gone.
the name Raoul
The
written
notes
on
are
it.
gone.
Well, he had them. He gave them to the FBI.
Why would he do that?
Well, I mean, at the time he revealed them, he had to do something with them.
It's like the Roscoe White stuff. Is that a complete fraud?
I never thought it was a complete fraud because the cable that survived from the ONI made sense to me, and we located the guy that's mentioned in the cable.
Could you tell us what you're talking about now?
We're talking about it. Roscoe White was a young guy here in Dallas some years ago that came forward and claimed that on his deathbed his father had confessed to him that he'd been part of the Kennedy assassination. And there are pictures of Oswald's Marine unit where this guy is. The son, I guess, was it Rusty? But Roscoe White's the father's name.
Right.
I think the son is Rusty. And he said that his father had a diary where he talked about being part of it and maybe being one of the shooters. But he said the FBI came and took the diary. So there was never any way then the FBI denied it, and then there was no way to verify whether that piece was true. But there was also, he said in the backyard, his father told him where the box kept some stuff, and he dug up this thing, and there's at least a copy of this cable traffic from the Office of Naval Intelligence. It seems to be a green light order to go ahead in Dallas on November 22nd. So, and it mentioned some names, and we verified that one of the names of the guys in there exists, and trying to interview him. So, but the story got panned in the press, and it just said the kid was lying, and there was no truth to it. There's something to the story, whether it's what Rusty says, I don't know.
And Roscoe was a Dallas policeman.
That's right. He was a Dallas cop, and he was in Oswald's Marine unit, so there's something there. But who knows? I mean, there's so many canaries singing that they killed Kennedy now, I can't keep them apart. And they're all singing from our songbook. We wrote the lyrics. Yeah, I killed Kennedy. I carried the gun up to the grassy knoll. Yeah, I did it. Somebody just put out a book about Lenny Bruce's trials and tribulations and his legal stuff, and they have a CD in it, and they quote him in the, they have the recording of him doing this bit, and he says, I want you to know the Jews killed Christ. We killed Christ. He said, my family killed Christ. He said, we found a note in the basement. It's preserved at the National Archive. And he said, and how's this for chutzpah? If he comes back, we'll kill him again.
It's a little strong for those days.
Yeah.
Can you give me 10 more seconds? Okay.
We're going to try and start the meeting. There appear to be people still coming in, but they can keep coming in and we'll keep talking. I'm John Judge, for those who haven't yet seen me or heard me talking. I'm with the Coalition on Political Assassinations, and tonight is our keynote, and we're in luck by having two keynote speakers instead of one. who I'll introduce in a moment. I brought a little bit of stuff up to share with you. If you were around last night, you've heard this already, but I thought it was worth repeating because we got an official opinion, forensic opinion from Cyril Wecht, who was the former president of the American Academy of Forensic Sciences, and he also was the former president of COPA, and he's going to be debating Arlen Specter on the single bullet theory next year on the 40th anniversary in Pittsburgh, and we'll try to simulcast that here into Dallas. But this is from an article in the Washington Post yesterday that's titled "Pulse Felt in Body in D.C. Morgue," which should give you a clue that you shouldn't hold still too long in D.C. Don't sit too long on the bench. Don't look blankly out into because this poor woman knelt by her bed, and I guess she had some kind of a heart problem, and they came in to change her fuses and found her, and the medical examiner didn't show up right away, so they ordered her put into a body bag, and she moaned as she was being moved, but he said those were just aspirations. Then they took her down to the morgue and stuck her in a room with 12 other bodies in the cold, and then when the medical examining person finally got there, they found a pulse. But they had to get an expert opinion. Cyril Wecht, the coroner in Allegheny County, Pennsylvania, and past president of the American Academy of Forensic Sciences, said that a pulse is a sign that a person is alive. Here's the quote: "There is no pulsation after death," he said. "Definitely not." End quotes. So we have experts. I don't want you to think we're just winging and praying it out here or making things up. We have people who know what they're talking about. And the other thing I thought, if you can bear with it, I'd share with you is a little bit of a character by the name of Noam Chomsky. Some of you have heard of this person, and he's, as Mike Albert of Z Magazine says, the only left intellectual in America. I don't know which word with that to quibble with. But I think there must be a few more. But in any case, he's probably the most published and mentioned and listened to left intellectual in America. So here he is. This is a book that's just come out called Understanding Power, The Indispensable Chomsky. And it's kind of an interesting book because instead of it being his lectures, where he sounds exactly as he sounds when he writes, this is him in question and answer sessions. So you actually get a little spontaneity and a range of topics from the crowd. And it's a kind of interesting mix, and certainly he has things to say. But this particular section in here, and it's interesting too that this book, the footnotes are not included in this book. They give a website on the back of the book to go to look at the footnotes. So that's a new publishing feat, and saves you paper. But this particular section is called Conspiracy Theories. And someone in the audience says, "Noam, you mentioned earlier how conspiracy theories take up a lot of energy in the left movements these days." I don't know any leftists that spend any time listening to them. Particularly on the West Coast and with respect to the Kennedy assassination, and you said that, in your view, it's totally wasted effort. Do you really feel there's nothing at all worthwhile in that kind of inquiry? I'm doing this so you can see how this logic works, because it's a powerful one and one that's kept us out of a lot of the discourse in the alternative press. Well, let me put it this way. Every example we find of planning decisions in the society is a case where some people got together and tried to use whatever power they could draw upon to achieve a result. And if you like, those are conspiracies. So that's the first straw man. Everything's a conspiracy. That means that almost everything that happens in the world is a conspiracy. If the board of directors of General Motors gets together and decides what kind of car to produce next year, that's a conspiracy. Every business decision, every editorial decision is a conspiracy. If the linguistics department I work in decides who to appoint next year, that's a conspiracy. Okay, obviously that's not interesting. All decisions involve people. So the real question is, are there groupings well outside the structures of the major institutions of the society which go around them, hijack them, undermine them, and pursue other courses without an institutional base, and so on and so forth? So this is the second straw man. To be a conspiracy, you have to be totally outside the structures of power. And that's a question of fact. Do significant things happen because groups or subgroups are acting in secret outside the main structures of institutional power? Well, as I look over history, I don't find much of that. I mean, there are some cases. For instance, at one point, a group of Nazi generals thought of assassinating Hitler. Okay, that's a conspiracy. But things like that are real blips on the screen as far as I can see. Now, if people want to spend time studying the group of Nazi generals who decided it was a time to get rid of Hitler, that's a fine topic for a monograph. Maybe somebody will write a thesis about it, but we're not going to learn anything about the world from it, and at least nothing that generalizes to the next case. It's all going to be historically contingent and specific, and it'll show you how one particular group of people acted under particular circumstances. Fine. I read that to Bill Kelly and he howled. He's found 4 direct connections between the plotters in the Hitler assassination situation and the John F. Kennedy assassination, including Mary Bancroft, Allen Dulles' mistress, who spirited Grontius, the major plotter, out of Germany at the end of the situation. But there are many others. And she, of course, is good friends with Ruth Paine's mother. But these are blips on the screen. And if you look at the place where investigations of conspiracies has absolutely flourished, modern American history, I think what's notable is the absence of such cases. At least as I read the record, they almost never happen. I mean, occasionally you'll find something like the Reaganites with their off-the-shelf subversive and terrorist activities, but that was sort of a fringe operation. And in fact, part of the reason why a lot of it got exposed so quickly is because the institutions are simply too powerful to tolerate very much of that stuff. And as far as the Pentagon goes, sure, the services will push their own interests, but typically they do it in a pretty transparent way. Or take the CIA, which is considered the source of a lot of these conspiracies. We have a ton of information about it. And as I read the information, the CIA is basically just an obedient branch of the White House. I mean, sure, the CIA has done things around the world, but as far as we know, it hasn't done anything on its own. There's very little evidence, in fact, I don't know of any, that the CIA is some kind of rogue elephant, you know, off on its own doing things. What the record shows is that the CIA is just an agency of the White House, which sometimes carries out operations for which the executive branch wants what's called plausible deniability. In other words, if something goes wrong, we don't want it to look like we did it, those guys in the CIA did it, and we can throw some of them to the wolves if we need to. And that's basically the role of the CIA, along with mostly just collection of information. It's the same with the Trilateral Commission, the Council on Foreign Relations, and all the other things that people are racing around searching for conspiracy theories about. They're just nothing organizations. Of course, they're there. Obviously, rich people get together and talk to each other and play golf with each other and plan together. That's not a big surprise, but these conspiracy theories people are putting their energies into have virtually nothing to do with the way the institutions actually function. The Kennedy assassination cult is probably the most striking case. I mean, you have all these people doing super scholarly, intensive research and trying to find out just who talked to whom and what the exact contours were of this supposed high-level conspiracy. And it's all complete nonsense. As soon as you look into the various theories, they always collapse. And there's just nothing there. But in many places, the left has just fallen apart on the basis of these sheer cults. So then this man in the audience has the perspicacity to ask the next question, which I always say, ask Chomsky, and here he goes. Well, there's maybe one exception, though. What about the Martin Luther King assassination? Now, tell me if this is the same person you just heard speaking. That's interesting. See, that's the one case where you can imagine pretty plausible reasons why people would have wanted to kill him. And I wouldn't be in the least surprised if there was in fact a real conspiracy behind that one, and probably a high-level conspiracy. I mean, the mechanisms were there. Maybe they would have hired somebody from the mafia or something to do it, but that conspiracy theory is perfectly plausible, I think. And it's interesting, I'm not aware that there's been very much inquiry into it. Or if there has been, and I haven't heard about it. But in the case of the one that everybody's excited about, Kennedy, I mean, nobody's even come up with a plausible reason. In fact, that's a pretty dramatic contrast, isn't it? The case of the King assassination is on its face very plausible, and the case of the Kennedy assassination is on its face extremely implausible, and yet look at the difference in treatment. Well, I hate to tell you, but the people that unearthed the King assassination are the people that unearthed the John F. Kennedy assassination. And if you think that the CIA is a little organization that waits for the next president to come in and tell it what to do, I suggest you come down to D.C. sometime. Those agencies last in perpetuity since they were created in 1948, and the presidents come and go. It's like Bill Moyer's trying to tell us that the problem is that with the government is that we have these otherwise legitimate government functions, but every once in a while to get something done, they have to dip their hands in the dirt and hang around with these gun runners and drug runners and these people they really shouldn't associate themselves with. And if they just stopped doing that, things would be okay. Whereas my view of the secret government is that it is the gun and drug runners, and is the criminals that are the government, and they in turn get some people in three-piece suits to stand up and pretend to be the government on their behalf. But you see, if you take this position that it has to be totally outside the structures of power, then of course it's meaningless. But it isn't outside the structures of power. It's the way it works. It's business as usual. And we know that from our own study of the history. And to say that it's useless to study the details is striking enough. But the bottom line for Chomsky is, do you like the guy or not? If you don't like him, it wasn't a conspiracy. And that's really what it comes to. He doesn't think, from his left critique of Kennedy, that Kennedy was worth killing. Kennedy was just a ruling class bastard like the rest. He had it coming, he was doing all the dirt, so why bother studying it? And if you think that killing the president could make any difference, you don't understand how class structure works. You don't have to understand how things happen. And you're just a starry-eyed liberal to think it makes any difference, and they wouldn't have killed Kennedy because, after all, Chomsky didn't like him, and he wasn't worth killing. But it's not the left critique of Kennedy that makes any difference. It's the right critique of Kennedy that makes the difference. It's not what Chomsky thought of him. It's what Curtis LeMay thought of him, because Chomsky isn't going to shoot him, and Curtis LeMay would. And that's the difference, and that's what you have to look at. You can go down the South today, and you can see in the homes of the poor, on the wall, pictures of Jesus, Martin Luther King, and the Kennedy brothers. Now, you can stick your leftist nose as far as you want in the air and say that was false hope, but it was hope. And it was a hope they knew was moving people, and they knew that Kennedy was responding to popular movements, and it's that hope that they meant to kill in Memphis and in Los Angeles and in Dallas here in 1963. Because there was somebody for the last time, and the two things I'd say is the last president that actually responded to the public will since that time, and also the last one that had enough brains between his ears to make them worth blowing out. Okay. And this attitude, turns around completely when you talk about King. And that's why I say, ask these fellows from the left who say there's no such thing as a conspiracy to explain the King assassination. And suddenly they become wilder conspiracy theorists than us. Because after all, there was a reason to kill Martin Luther King. Well, let's see this weekend if we can figure out if there was a reason to kill John F. Kennedy. The first speaker is Walt Brown, and he has been prolific, and that's probably an understatement, in the writing that he's done. He mentioned to me that in the last 10 years he's produced 5,400 pages of writing on the assassination. He's the editor of the only extant full-time publication, Deep Politics Quarterly, on the Kennedy assassination at this point. And he's the editor of the book Treachery in Dallas, with his conclusions about the case, and also the editor of an absolutely exhaustive global index to the John F. Kennedy assassination, which is both on CD and in print, and far outshines all the earlier indexes that most of us have been using, and is basically a cross-reference index. And Walt is known for indefatigable work on the case, and we're honored to have him here with us.
Thanks, John. Thanks, John. Can you hear me? That's too bad. We got some fun tonight. Bill Turner's going to be along, and if you haven't read this, by the way, you have to. He told me he's going to be talking about One Day in the Sex Life of J. Edgar Hoover. So, and remember, we got to be out of here by 1:30. So I'm kind of hoping maybe we can just stick to the morning. Oh, I'd like to cut it off. I'd like to cut it off.
A nooner's a mourner's a nooner, only sooner.
Before I begin, and that's kind of ridiculous because I already began, I would like to ask everybody just to take a minute and bow our heads and think back on Harold Weisberg, who passed away since the last time we were together. Thank you. Certainly I'd like to thank COPA for giving me this opportunity. John Judge in particular, because as you'll see, we went back and forth on a series of phone calls that had some results. Certainly the people that volunteer throughout the course of the year to make COPA work. And of course, most importantly, you, giving your time, your money to essentially honor the memory of John Kennedy. And it's on a night, Friday, November 22nd, when 39 years ago tonight, we were plunged into that horrible grief. And just for the record, November 22nd will not fall on a Friday again because of leap years until the year 2013, which is the 50th anniversary. That's just one of those many Kennedy coincidences. Would anybody be bothered if I took my coat off? It's a little bit warm in here. And I basically don't want to get a hole back here in case any of you shoot me in the neck.
Anybody have a ruler?
Thank you. I'd also like to thank the 19 special interest groups and the 60 assassins that killed the president, because without them I wouldn't be here either. There is good news though, and you know, John found a couple of clips from Cyril, and Cyril is penetrating glimpse of the obvious. This really made my day. I found this. Actually, I found it on a plane yesterday, and I'm going to need my glasses for this because I've kind of ruined my eyes reading the collected work of Gerald Ford. And I hope I copied this, you know. Again, this is what we're about, and this makes me feel good. Because of mounting pressures from research groups, beginning on January 1st, 2003, the National Archives will begin releasing all remaining classified materials which pertain in any way to the War of 1812. They did add, however, that some documents will be redacted in order to remove the names of operatives who could be at risk if their names were included. Subsequent to that moment, some reporters tried to get comments from Attorney General Ashcroft, and he was a little bit testy at the time. There's a news story. And he said, "Oh, the press is here, and they're not going to remind me again that I lost to the dead guy." But he did later apologize, saying that he was under intense pressure because each day he has to come up with a new ethnic group whose civil rights will then be grossly violated by the FBI. This week's winners, and I know we've been busy, so you might not have caught up with this. This week's winners have been the Cayman Islanders, the Swedes, and the people in Monaco. And as we speak, and I know Malcolm and a couple others can speak to this, the London bookies are giving odds that the next foreign groups that will be added to the terrorist list will be gays, stamp collectors, and the people in Missouri who voted for the dead guy. John Ashcroft. By the way, I hope you had some drinks at dinner, because the drunker you are, the better I do. One thing I'd like to add before we get too far along, I did tell John that I was going to volunteer for fundraising help this week. When we're at the courthouse building, we're going to set aside a little area where they have one of those water tanks, and for $2 you get 3 baseballs, and if you hit the target, you know, the researcher goes in the water. So I volunteered. Simply because, number one, I brought my bathing suit along. I don't want to get personal, but I wear my bathing suit in the shower. I just don't like to look down on the unemployed. Secondly, because I'm sure I'll upset somebody tonight, particularly if Galen Ross is in the audience. And third, if I volunteer to be up there, I know the people across town will come by, and at $2 a shot, we're going to make a good $4-6 out of the deal. Seriously, I did an experiment on the Knoll today, and that I'd like to share with you. When John Kennedy was killed, I was 16 years old, in 7th grade. My father was in 8th grade, and they didn't want us in class together. And at the time, again, before I read the collected work of Gerald Ford, my vision was just near perfect. And in reading the documents and in reading, you know, all the stuff that we've all read, we come to see differences in witnesses' perceptions. You know, I saw the car stop, well, it almost stopped. And I thought, you know, now that well, let's be kind and say I'm over 16. I figured I'd check my own eyewitness perceptions today from the knoll. I can do it in my backyard in New Jersey, but it doesn't help much. Kennedy wasn't shot there. So I stood on the knoll, and up at the corner of Houston and Elm, where JFK's car turned, and I'm just seeing what's going on up there, and quiz me on it, and I'll tell you what I saw. And all of a sudden, there's an older fellow standing there, and it looked like he was with a seeing eye dog. He had a special leash, sunglasses, and the fellow had sunglasses too, besides the dog. Didn't want to forget that. Just so you get it right, Mr. McCloy, I didn't want to forget that. And right there, as I'm testing my eyes, the dog walks over, lifts his leg, and pees all over the guy with the leash. So I thought, well, since this is about perceptions, and we're going to be precise in what we do, I got to talk to this guy. I got to see if my perception was accurate. Or if it isn't, that's going to explain the difficulties we've had over the years in making sense out of what eyewitnesses saw. And passersby seem to notice also, which kind of feeds into the whole mass hysteria of some of the testimony. And while I'm watching this, the guy reaches into his pocket and takes out a dog biscuit and gives it to the dog. So then I'm really curious about my perceptions. So I'm thinking, well, this is better than some conspiracy books. So I took off running after the guy, faster than some Secret Service ran 39 years ago today. And I caught up to him as the dog was leading him into a retail store up on Elm Street. And I said, that was incredibly, I could tell what had happened. I said, that was incredibly charitable what you did. I said, the dog soaked your feet there and you gave him a biscuit. It's not charitable, he said. I was trying to find his head so I could kick him in the ass. And I stayed with him for a couple minutes. He walked inside the door, picked the dog up on a leash and went, and the manager comes running over and says, "Can I help you, sir?" And he says, "No, I'm just looking around." The point of all of this is, I really wanted to make tonight special, and I pleaded with this guy, whose name was Howard Brennan, to come and join us. Because there are some things you have to know about Howard Brennan that I've saved for an occasion like this. When the Warren Commission asked him where he was at the time that the first shot was fired, he said he was standing at the corner of Walk and Don't Walk. When he was asked about his education, he answered, "Hooked on phonics." And to prove it for Jerry Ford, he alphabetized an entire bag of M&Ms. When they went off the record one time, Brennan spent 20 minutes staring at an orange juice can because it said on it, "Concentrate." And later on in his life, after he lost, whatever celebrity he had for Dallas, he wound up selling his car to get gas money. I mentioned JFK coincidences earlier before, and they do abound, and we know that. I made my reservations to come down here on November 3rd, which was a Sunday, and I was running behind a little bit, and I want to get to the football game, so when I put the phone down after the last call I'd made, I looked at the clock, and it was 1:36. I said, okay, it's only the first quarter, I didn't miss much. The very next day, Monday, on November, at 1:36, the phone rings, and it's the folks across town threatening me with a lawsuit. Just a coincidence. Just a coincidence. To me, the ultimate coincidence in all the JFK stuff, however, is of the two far biggest idiots that ever published JFK material, what are the odds of both of them having the first name Gerald? And by the way, there is no truth to the, I mean, you remember, we're all old enough to remember what they used to lampoon Gerald Ford on Saturday Night Live. There is no truth to the rumor that he once tripped over a cordless phone. Before I get serious, yeah, I will for a couple of minutes, I'd like to do something that I traditionally do here, and that is to acknowledge the presence of Andy from Last Hurrah. He is certainly one of the most precious resources we have here. And we all know how often we call him or talk to him or go to him when we need something. And I made a kind of a plea last year, and I'm going to repeat it. Please do what you can. Take something home, because it's just out of reason to understand what it cost him to get here and get his materials. and then go back and keep us happy for the other 364 days a year. So, Andy, God bless. Andy. Andy and I, unbeknownst to each other, went to college together in Notre Dame in the early 70s, and I think it was the reason it was unbeknownst is neither of us wanted to admit that we went to school where Hosty went. Okay, what did I really travel all this way to share with you? What do I hope to accomplish this weekend? What thoughts can I share that will motivate you? And what can I do to create, so to speak, ideological cement? Chomsky would love that. That will add greater bonding to us as a group. Okay, why did I travel all this way to share with you? First, my time. Certainly my thoughts and my admittedly limited ability to listen, and a sense of collegiality. It's really and truly unimaginable to think back that 39 years ago, there would come a point in my life when I could say that the vast majority of my closest friends came about to be my closest friends because of what happened 39 years ago today. It just sometimes strikes a very odd chord, but it's the truth. What do I hope to accomplish? Well, first of all, I hope to honor the memory of JFK, and I said my 2 sentences on the Knoll today, certainly more than anything else. Certainly I want to go on seeking the truth without dishonoring in any way John Kennedy's memory, and certainly I want to listen to what everyone else has to say, because I don't get to do that too often in Sticksville, New Jersey. Question number 3, what thoughts can I share with you that would motivate you? And here there's a couple of bottom lines. Obviously, the clock is ticking. A movie previewed today called Interview with an Assassin, and some people that subscribe to the JFK Deep Politics Quarterly commercial sent me early reviews on the movie, and basically what it said was that this thing, will have a widespread appeal for conspiracy theory nuts. And that was the phrase. It wasn't, something Chomsky-esque saying, shoot the bastard anyhow, but conspiracy theory nuts. And of course that troubled me, because I think the ones that are nuts that are saying it's all coincidence. I had the honor to speak at COPA 96 or 95 in the closing. And I noted at the time, and some of you, I remember some of you being here at the time, that coming together, like this one, was certainly not a gathering of conspiracy theory nuts, but rather a history convention dedicated to historical research. I also added, and I thought it was somewhat prophetic, that it would not be long before the years 1997, 98, 99 rolled around, and on New Year's Eve, when everybody screamed, hooray, it's 2000, at that very moment, November 22nd of 1963 would be relegated to an event that happened in the last century. And all of a sudden, John F. Kennedy is going to turn into James Buchanan, or Millard Fillmore, or Franklin Pierce. Who? And it troubled me. But through the efforts of people like Bill, John, Bob, Jim DiEugenio, who'll be tomorrow, Gary Aguilar, Tink, and many others who've either sent in articles to the Quarterly or hate mail. We've survived past the year 2000, and that's certainly a blessing. But is the survival real, or is it illusory? Do we still have goals? Or are we just here to be with our friends and celebrate kind of a collegial seminar? Because of course next year is the 40th anniversary. And I look around society today and I say, well, what does 40 years mean? How many people are married 40 years? God bless. I lasted about 40 days. Then I got a bathing suit. It's first of all, obviously, you know, as was stated today, more than half the American population wasn't alive when John Kennedy was killed. So it's an event that we would view, most of us anyhow, whatever happened to Warren Harding. And you shrug it off. You know, he died mysteriously in 1923. Yeah, Warren Harding, that's ancient history. I don't want John F. Kennedy to become ancient history. And of course, after next year, we know calendar-wise the answer is yes, but will there be a 41st anniversary? Because the tendency at that time is, I can't afford it, I went last year. And it's honest. It's honest. I mean, what we spent, most of us, to get here and to be here and $20 worth of ice cream a couple of minutes ago would pay for a vacation. And some of us can't afford to. So it's very honest. So we have to think in terms of where we are, what we've done, and what we can do as we go forward. What have we done in the last year? We put together a tabloid committee looking forward to next year, which was a tremendous, tremendous concept. What has been done to date, and is it going to have the ultimate impact? Basically, it's going to be recapitulating the past, which is fine to educate, but I think more than anything else, we need to go forward. We need new research to keep the search for truth alive. Besides someone named Roger Remington, who's here tonight, and I think Andy Keel is here. I don't know if Joe Biles is, and I'll say a little bit more about him. I'm not aware that anyone here has published a book in the last 12 months. And of course, it's almost impossible nowadays to get a JFK book published. More so by this fellow, Joe Biles, because if you don't know him, he wrote the book, and Andy, correct me if I'm wrong, In History's Shadow? Right. Okay, he wrote it as a high school senior. High school senior. And I've said to a couple people this weekend, if you take any JFK books ever written and give them a score of 1 to 100, you know, if you take Treachery in Dallas, and you say, well, that's worth a 75, and if you divide it by my age, when I wrote it, it gets about a 1.8. Well, this kid's book scores up at somewhere about 4 or 5. And of course, some people that have written books in their 70s and 80s, and the book only counted as a 30, they're in negative numbers. This is something you ought to read, because it's the future. And the young man that wrote it has tremendous, tremendous insights. It's exciting. And again, it's the hope. If a high school senior can write this book, then we have hope for the future. And what are we doing this year? And these are concerns that I articulated with John over the last couple of weeks between making, breaking, and whatnot, airline reservations. COPA was about the murder of John Kennedy, Robert Kennedy, and Martin Luther King. And of course, since then, or before, during, and after, John Lennon, Vince Foster, Hale Boggs, Lady Diana, Ron Brown, Senator Wellstone a couple of weeks ago, and others were all murdered. And 9/11 was totally and wholly done by the CIA. Now, we know that there's been government shenanigans. We know that, and there's no sense even thinking it down. But if we assert all these things, if we come boldly forward and say, no, you know, it wasn't just JFK and Martin Luther King, but it was, do we gain credibility or do we lose it? And these are questions that I posed to John. And John and I spent a lot of time on the phone over the last couple of weeks. We know, and we always quote, that 88% of the American population, when polled at one time, did not believe the Warren Commission. Understandably, you got to worry about the other 12%. If we go out in the street and we talk about what happened with JFK, and people in the street ask us questions, I know I in here, and I know most of you in here, can field those questions eloquently and brilliantly, and the people will listen to you. And if your next sentence is, oh, by the way, the same people flew the planes into the World Trade Center, regardless of the truth of the matter, that person is going to turn around and walk away from you, unfortunately. And of course, then I go back to the 88% and I say, okay, if that's our stance, if that's going to be our stance, what percent of the American population is going to believe us? And I think it's a valid question. Will today's America, living in fear, meekly accepting the day-by-day imposition of fascism, being touted by an accepting media, treating bullshit as if it was gospel, will the people in Peoria believe all the things that we already know to be true? And again, I have my doubts. I can't get into some of those things. I'm here about JFK, and as I said, I'll listen to everything you have to say, but I just can't sign off on the rest of this stuff because I don't want to lose one person out in the street as far as JFK goes. So, since I'm here for JFK, let's get back to that for a couple seconds. There are three things that I think everybody in this room is reasonably well agreed upon. And we need to build upon the things that we agree upon and not the things that we disagree upon or have pitted ourselves against each other. Number one, John Kennedy was killed. The assassination was not altered or faked. He was killed. There was a conspiracy. And there was a cover-up. Now, assuming the first fact that he was killed to be wholly accurate, let's examine where we are. We've found many, many conspiracies. 19 interest groups, 60 assassins. We have tentatively identified a broad spectrum of people who did it. We've identified one cover-up. We can name the 11 plus or minus key players in that cover-up. Lyndon Johnson, Cliff Carter, Richard Helms, who passed away a couple of weeks ago, and if there is a God, he was wearing asbestos pajamas. LBJ, Cliff Carter, Helms, Hoover, and the Warren Commission. The 7 honorable men, plus or minus idiots like Arlen Specter. I've weighed this hypothesis in my mind, many cover-up, many conspiracies, one cover-up. And at least in my own mind, I've come to the conclusion that there is a far greater likelihood that the cover-up will lead us to the conspiracy rather than the conspiracy leading us to the cover-up. Classic case in point. Water. The Zapruder film. Was it altered? Yes. Was it altered? No. It's a moot point. Worst case scenario is yes, it was altered, and that would clearly prove that the United States government covered up the assassination of John Kennedy. Stop the presses. Run for the telephones. You just got a new story. We know the United States government covered up the assassination of John Kennedy. And what does that tell us? Well, to understand it, we have to go back a little bit and understand the rules of engagement in 1963. Arguably, one of the silliest things you could ever talk about in history is the Geneva Convention. Because if you're taken prisoner in war by the Russians, and one of the Russians slaps you, that's a violation of the Geneva Convention, even though you're in the middle of a war that killed 54 million people. And you've got to be fed so many calories a day. And if you're firing a Mannlicher or Carcano rifle in that war, you have to have a jacketed bullet so that it doesn't hurt the person that it kills. Because if it's one of those bullets that police traditionally carry, they hit you and they go splat so that they don't kill the nun behind the bank robber. All right? But wartime bullets just go quietly through and kill the guy without hurting him. And those are the rules. And there were some unwritten rules in the Cold War. If you think about our engagement in Vietnam, we could bomb places, targets A, B, C, and D, but there were targets E, F, G, and H that we could not bomb, because to do so would have been to break the rules. And once you break the rules, the thing gets out of hand. And we live by the rules. We sent hundreds of bombing missions out to destroy rice paddies in Vietnam and blow up cemeteries, which, by the way, was included in the body counts. Seriously, when they blow up a cemetery, that's another 300 bodies. They were already dead, but what's the difference? We certainly have heard the stories, and we certainly believe that the United States was making serious efforts at that time to kill Fidel Castro. We were going to whack the beard. Have we ever heard anything even remotely credible that the U.S. at any time was going to attempt to assassinate Nikita Khrushchev? And the answer is no, because it would have been breaking the rules. And that's an important concept. In spite of the fact, and I mean, think about it today, we'd kill Saddam Hussein or Osama bin Laden on sight. No questions asked. Yet Khrushchev said, we'll bury you. He went through that silly 1960 summit conference rhetoric. He put the heels back on his shoes in the UN. He tested a 93 megaton bomb just to prove a point. And he put the missiles in Cuba. Castro didn't put them there. That there was never any thought of killing Khrushchev, as it's against the rules. Now, what that brings us to is the whole 39 million or 40 million people are going to die in a nuclear war scenario. Because if Castro did it, there will be a nuclear war, and please, Earl, guys, don't let that happen. Stop it at all costs. If Castro killed Kennedy, we'd have gotten revenge without any questions asked. Somebody in Washington would have picked up the hotline and said, Nikita, go out for a couple of drinks. When you get back, read the paper. You're not going to like what you read, but it's just too damn bad. Castro was outside of the rules. Khrushchev was inside the rules. And clearly, Castro did not cover up the Kennedy assassination. Neither did the mob. Neither did a bunch of wandering Corsicans. Neither did Mossad. The United States government covered it up. Bring up a visual image. A grapefruit covered by a blanket. The grapefruit's the conspiracy. The blanket is the cover-up. Problem is, we can't really visualize the grapefruit because the grapefruit, the conspiracy, because the blanket is covering it. And that has always been the problem. My challenge to you is to solve the riddle of the blanket, because it's a whole lot easier to convince the American public that one of those 60 grapefruits underneath it is the right one. I'm in the process of writing a novel right now, and it's about power brokers. If you saw the movie Skulls, it's in its own way similar. And the two of the characters are talking, and then they get off into the conspiracy nut line, and they said, you know, the amazing thing is, those people that go to Dallas every year and listen to the conferences and do all of this stuff, they solved the JFK case years ago. They just don't know which books it's in. You know, there's 1,000 books out there, and if you pick out just the right 3, please spell my name right. If you pick out just the right 3, most of the answers are there. And the bottom line is, we all have the answers. It's just that sometimes we don't know the question that we have the answer to. And that's important. And bottom line is, I'd rather be called a blanket nut than a conspiracy theory nut. Early next month, in Kitty Hawk, North Carolina, there will be an annual gathering of the Man Will Never Fly Society. And most people who attend it take airplanes to get there. And it's been going on for a long, long time, and they continue it. And I'll challenge anybody in the audience to tell me, does anybody here know what date Millard Fillmore was born on? It's January 7th. On January 7th in New York State, there's a sizable number of people get together to celebrate the birthday of Millard Fillmore. It's Millard Fillmore Day. And of course, the rock venues in the 60s were the Fillmore East and the Fillmore West. You know, it's just a laughable president. The Man Will Never Fly Society, the Millard Fillmore Birthday Society, they have good fun, they're good friends, they get together every year, and nobody cares. And that's not what we're about. We're here because we care. We're here because we have unfinished business and because once a year we rededicate ourselves to the challenges that are still in front of us. We could do that at home, but we're here to go public with our rededication. Let's renew that dedication. Let's discover the fabric of what that blanket is, the cover-up. And then let's show the world the conspiracy underneath it. Every year when I've spoken down here at Thanksgiving time, I always have Thanksgiving, you know, when you all get home, have a happy Thanksgiving and all. I thought, you know, it's going to get a little trite, you know, saying that again and again. So this year I'm going to have some holiday wishes for you, sort of December-ish, if you stay with me here. 'Twas the night before COPA, and all through the town, all the lone nut media were putting us down. Our briefcases were hung way up on the roof in hopes that Steve Tilley would fill them with truth. And I in my nightshirt and you wearing less said no cover up, and I slyly said yes. When suddenly there arose the most loudest of clatter, it was dear Gerald Ford, the maddest Mad Hatter. He used all his big words like if, and, or but. Trust him, folks, it was a lone nut. But Santa got the prize for the best question posed. Who the hell would believe this thing? Case closed. And he left presents for me, hooray and hooray, a full set of volumes of the HSCA. Then Santa winked as he made for the door, making off with my copy of Whitewash 4. So I looked at my gift and I made no retort, and until into my fireplace fell the Warren report. I just let it burn and it made such a stink, I mentally promised the ashes to tink. And thence to the tree to busily unwrap the personal stuff, not the anti-garrison crap. And for the first gift I saw, well, it really looked super. Imagine my shock, John Sherman Cooper. Seeing this, I went onward, totally bored. The second big letdown, Gerald Ford. Then I opened the box, which looked like a toy. Misery, woe. It was John J. McCloy. The next one don't rhyme, but hey, what the hey, you know him. He headed the CIA. And I bundled the junk to burn with the logs till I spied an air crash. Hail Boggs! And as John Dean told Nixon, sir, there's a cancer. Well, we have one too, and it's called... I apologize, I must have lost a page. Then Santa rose quickly after doing this deed, whispering to all, COPA, Godspeed. Thank you. Thank you again.
Well, it will be a hard one to follow, but I'm sure our next speaker can do it. Bill Turner is here, and recent author of a memoir of his life and times. I suggested he call this talk How I Got Into This Mess, and he added, and how am I going to get out of it? He's the author of Hoover's FBI, which he told me this morning he was able to get published before Hoover died, and of Deadly Secrets with Warren Hinkle, and the Assassination of Robert F. Kennedy with John Christian, and his most recent work, Rearview Mirror. He also asked that I mention that his books have been published in Spanish, French, Russian, Japanese, and Polish, but I don't think everybody's here required to read those editions. That you can probably get the English ones from Andy. And so I'm very happy and proud to have our second speaker here, Bill Turner.
Thanks, John. You're welcome. A tough act to follow, Walt Brown. In fact, I got a plane to catch. I'll see you later. Noam Chomsky, the Chairman Norm. I got a different view than Noam Chomsky. My view is from the street. And I'm a cop and an investigative journalist, and I deal with evidence and facts. So today marks the 39th anniversary of the assassination of John F. Kennedy, and 2 days from now, Sunday, marks the 39th anniversary of my investigation of it. It has been a long day's journey into night, but I have been buoyed along the way by all of you who have come forth to join in, giving of your time and talents to find the truth about what happened that awful day and what scheming preceded it and followed it. We know we have been dismissively called conspiracy theorists and conspiracy buffs in the mainstream media, but those who call us that do so through a Pavlovian response to the idea that conspiracies in government do not exist, as if the Abraham Lincoln assassination, Watergate, and the Iran-Contra affair were all one-man shows. Few have even studied the JFK case, which perforce makes them lone nut buffs. We have also been called profiteers on tragedy, raking in big money through books exploiting the assassinations. The fact is, few of us make even minimum wage, while the big bucks go to more flexible writers like your friend Gerald Posner, willing to follow the party line. Posner received a six-figure advance for Case Closed, as well as a heavy advertising budget. When he was promoting his book, Posner appeared on the Kevin McCarthy show here in Dallas with Jim Mars, the author of Crossfire, whom you all know. And off the air, the folksy Mars chatted with Posner, asking him how long he had researched the JFK case. Posner replied, 3 years. Shot back Mars, son, I have socks older than that. My own attempts to expose government conspiracies predates the JFK assassination and goes back to my days as a special agent in Hoover's FBI. I entered the Bureau in 1951 brimming with desire to combat the bad guys and the subversives. I emerged a cynic. In my 10-year career, I investigated kidnappings, bank robberies, and other crimes, but was handcuffed in going after the national bigwigs by Hoover's insistence that organized crime didn't exist. I saw the flip side of the red menace that Hoover created. The Communist Party USA was a paper tiger whose main financial support came from the dues paid by FBI informants. I was a counterintelligence agent trying to ferret out the KGB and GRU, which is Red Army intelligence, spies. I was a sound man, which is a euphemism for bugging, tapping, and black bag jobs, which are nothing but second-story jobs or burglaries, until I belatedly realized it was illegal. I thought Hoover was the law in the United States. The top cop knew everything, and everything was all right if he said so. So when we get back from a black bag job, we'd write up a memorandum, which would go in the do not file file. It was there for 6 months, then routinely destroyed. So I was accomplished in developing criminal informants and how to protect them. The protection in some cases went to the extreme. I cite, for example, the recent conviction of Agent John Conley of the Boston office. In the 1960s, Conley ran an informant named James Whitey Bulger of the Winter Hill Gang in Boston, which was in a power struggle with the local mafia. Conley shielded Bulger and his gang while they committed 19 murders, framed innocent men, putting 2 on death row. The families of the victims have filed $300 million in lawsuits, but Attorney General John Ashcroft is resisting turning over documents showing that the authorization and subsequent cover-up went to the highest echelons of the FBI, to J. Edgar Hoover himself. I point this out by way of illustrating why the FBI automatically covered up the JFK assassination conspiracy. On Sunday, as I was winging my way to Dallas to cover the security breakdown for a national magazine. This was the Sunday that Jack Ruby shot Oswald. That night, Hoover pronounced that there was no conspiracy in either case. Oswald did it alone, and Ruby shot Oswald without any help, without any provocation. The problem was J. Edgar Hoover was no Sherlock Holmes. He never street investigated a crime in his life. That he was covering his ass became apparent when, covertly drawing on contacts I had made while an FBI agent, I learned that Lee Harvey Oswald was an FBI informant on Neutrality Act matters, in particular the gun running of Cuban exile groups conducting raids on Cuba. Oswald had been contacted 10 days before the assassination by his handlers, the senior agent W. Harlan Brown, and his sidekick James Hosty. The Warren Commission, taking the denial of Hoover at face value, dismissed my findings as unfounded rumor. But there was a dissident voice in the commission, that of Louisiana Representative Hale Boggs, who Walt told you disappeared in a plane over Alaska after coming out as a critic of Hoover. As a Hale Boggs staffer later disclosed, Hale always returned to one thing. Hoover lied his eyes out to the commission on Oswald, on Ruby, on their friends, on the bullets, the gun, you name it. And as far as my little investigation down here, I had 3 days to investigate for. I had to write the article, make the monthly deadline for Saga magazine, which was not one of the preeminent publications at the time, but at least it got some airing, especially in Bureau headquarters, when I wrote a cover story called "The FBI Could Have Saved President Kennedy's Life." Hoover didn't like that. But I first came upon the idea that there might have been more than Lee Harvey Oswald when I talked to a cop by the name of Welcome Eugene Barnett. Now, Welcome Eugene Barnett was posted in front of the Texas School Book Depository building for the motorcade passing. And I had heard his name mentioned in the press room at the press club, and I found him directing traffic on Sunday out here in front of the Adolphus Hotel. So what he told me is he heard 3 shots that he thought came from the roof. Nobody came out. He was guarding the front thinking somebody might come out the front, but that a woman ran up to him and told him that shots came from the grassy knoll. So this was my first indication that there were 2 guns. I viewed the Warren Commission report with healthy skepticism, knowing that, and knowing that Oswald was an FBI informant. I suppose it's a footnote that Hoover ordered a full field investigation of me when I was in Dallas, and what I was doing here rivaled his probe into the president's murder. Agents canvassed hotels, checked phone records, contacted airlines, tweaked informants, otherwise scrutinized the minutiae of my presence in Texas. As each report came in, Hoover would angrily scrawl "rat" or "too bad we can't nail this jackal" on the margins. I confess I was not entirely innocent of what was going on, as I had my own informants in the FBI. There's that wonderful line from Thomas Pynchon, "Just because you're paranoid doesn't mean you're not being followed." In the end, it was Hoover who was paranoid. He became convinced that I had come to believe in a conspiracy just to get it back at him. Actually, it was a little more methodical. I never swallowed the notion that Jack Ruby was a soft-hearted nightclub owner who snuffed Oswald to spare Jacqueline Kennedy the ordeal of a trial, as the Warren report depicted. The report glossed over the scores of witnesses who reported shots coming from the grassy knoll in favor of Howard Brennan, another one of Walt's favorites, witnesses who claimed that he spotted Oswald firing from the 6th floor. What the report didn't reveal was that Brennan's vision was impaired by cataracts in both eyes. There was another problem with the Oswald as sniper theory. The Dallas police tested Oswald's cheeks for blowback residues from a rifle and found none. An FBI laboratory technician, Cortland Cunningham, testified that the chamber of the Mannlicher Carcano rifle supposedly fired by Oswald was tightly sealed and would not release blowback. I was skeptical and called Dr. Vincent Gwynn, who had pioneered neutron activation analysis. Now, neutron activation analysis is an ultra-sensitive method of chemical analysis. And I talked to Gwynn before he became under the FBI influence, as soon as that was floated that the Dallas police had tested with paraffin testing and found no blowback on the cheek of Oswald. I called Gwynn. And Gwynn said he had been curious as well and mail-ordered a Carcano. After firing the weapon, Gwynn testified that his own cheeks were tested and they were filthy with blowback residues. So Oswald didn't fire that rifle that day, is the conclusion I come from the forensic evidence. So this was my epiphany, and I began writing about the assassination ramparts, a radical slick magazine of the day that was against the war in Vietnam and for civil rights. This prompted New Orleans District Attorney Jim Garrison to ask me to help in his budding investigation. Now, there's an excellent panel scheduled for tomorrow that will discuss in full the Garrison investigation, and I urge you all to attend it because I think it'll be eye-opening. But I want to capture the feel of Garrison's investigation for you now. I went to New Orleans and immediately hit pay dirt. A Minuteman defector had given me, the Minutemen were a paramilitary extreme right-wing organization at the time, and they were into all kinds of violence. A Minuteman defector had given me the address of former FBI executive Guy Bannister, who was involved in anti-Castro intelligence operations. For example, he ran a diversionary strike against Cuba at the time of the invasion, the Bay of Pigs invasion, and it was launched right out of Camp Street, or his former office in New Orleans, which was a beehive of intelligence activity. So Oswald had stamped that address, 544 Camp Street, on pro-Castro handbills he distributed the summer before the assassination. Linked to Bannister was the director of the International Trade Mart in New Orleans, Clay Shaw, who served on the board of a CIA front company in Europe. And if Ralph's going to be there tomorrow, he can tell you more about that. According to numerous witnesses, Shaw and Bannister controlled Oswald's activities that summer. But Bannister was dead, so Garrison was limited to indicting Shaw for conspiracy to assassinate the president. Garrison struck a raw nerve with the intelligence agencies. CIA Director Richard Helms ordered all assistance to the Shaw defense team. Now, why would they do that, as Walt brought up, if they didn't have some concerns about their own involvement? The FBI gave the Shaw attorneys a skinny on me and tapped Garrison's phones. A daily summary was dispatched to President Lyndon Johnson by J. Edgar Hoover. The media was spurred to smear Garrison as unscrupulous and wild-eyed. But in 1978, the House Select Committee on Assassinations revisited the case. Consul Jonathan Blackmer wrote in summary, quote, "The basis for the charges seems sound and the investigation and prosecution thorough, given the extraordinary nature of the charges and the times. We have reason to believe that Shaw was heavily involved in the anti-Castro efforts in New Orleans in the 1960s and possibly was one of the high-level planners of the assassination," end of Blackmer's quote. The Warren report was laughed at abroad. "You're kidding me, vous me blaguez," scoffed French President Charles de Gaulle when informed of the report's conclusions. Cowboys and Indians, he thought it was. A great admirer of John Kennedy, and himself the target of an assassination attempt by the Secret Army Organization in 1962, de Gaulle did something about it. In the middle of his JFK probe, Garrison found himself the recipient of a thick manuscript entitled Farewell America. It was called The Plot first, which described the domestic forces in the United States that found a mutual interest in assassinating Kennedy, with an invitation to Garrison to send a representative to Paris to check out its bona fides. The trail led straight to the office in the Élysée Palace of Henri Ducré, chief of the French Secret Service. guarding the president. Ducret excused himself, disappeared into the adjoining office of de Gaulle, and emerged with the president's calling card on which he had inscribed to those of us in the Garrison investigation, "Je suis très sensible de la confiance vous m'exprimez," meaning, "I'm very moved at the confidence you have expressed in me." Farewell America became a bestseller in Europe and was clearly aimed at promoting the 1968 candidacy of Bobby Kennedy, but before it could be published in the United States, RFK was assassinated in Los Angeles. The Farewell America project folded its tent, but not before the French intelligence agent Hervé Lamar, who had been fronting for it, delivered into my hands a second-generation copy. Now, I know it was second generation, and there was no tampering with it because I took it down to Los Angeles, where the CBS expert tested it, found it entirely consistent. There had been no tampering, no doctoring, and it was every frame was in the correct sequence. How the French liberated the Zapruder film remains a mystery. There might have been collaboration from the Kennedy inner circle, but I was able to show it at colleges and other venues across the land, putting it in the public domain. As Farewell America expressed it at the end of the book, the Zapruder movie belongs to history and to men everywhere, and I'm sure Bob Groden would appreciate that. In the 1968 California Democratic primary, I ran for U.S. Congress on a plank of reopening the JFK assassination investigation at the federal level. To do less not only is indecent, but might well cost us the life of a future president of John Kennedy's instincts, is what I bannered my pamphlet. On election night, in the same Democratic primary, RFK was fatally shot. Needless to say, I was shocked. The RFK case will also be the subject of a panel tomorrow, and Lisa Peace is here, who is a resident expert on it. And we have others who will fill you in on the forensic and other evidence in the RFK case. Suffice it to say tonight that I watched developments closely. The LAPD was tightly controlling the investigation. It set up an elite squad called Special Unit Senator, commanded by 2 detectives who had been on detached duty with the CIA. SUS was a Bermuda Triangle into which reports hinting at a conspiracy disappeared. The suspect, Saran, who fired in the Ambassador Hotel pantry that night, was being depicted as a lone nut. I remember NBC correspondent Sandra Van Oker saying on the plane ride back to New York from Los Angeles that Ted Kennedy remonstrated bitterly about the faceless men charged with the slaying of his brothers and Dr. Martin Luther King. First Lee Harvey Oswald, then James Earl Ray, and now Saran. Quote Ted Kennedy, "There has to be more to it." He hasn't said a word since. There was. It soon developed that there was an arithmetic problem. Saran's handgun held 8 shots. The LAPD crime lab accounted for 7 as striking people in the pantry, with an 8th lost in the ceiling interspace. But crime scene photos showed bullet holes in a wall panel and door divider. We, and I include in the we my co-investigator John Christian, retained Dr. Michael Hecker of the Stanford Research Institute, who had done an audio analysis of the Watergate tapes. We asked Dr. Hecker to analyze audio tapes of reporters at the scene in the pantry and on the stage at the Ambassador Hotel that night. Dr. Hecker concluded that no less than 10 shots were fired. Then there was the geometry. According to witnesses, Saran accosted RFK from the front, getting no closer than 1 to 3 feet. But Coroner Thomas Noguchi determined from powder tattooing that the fatal shot was fired from 1 to 3 inches from the rear. There had to be a second gun. When I interviewed Saran in San Quentin prison, he said he remembered nothing that night from the time he met a girl in a polka dot dress until he was overpowered in the pantry. Of course, it was self-serving for him to say that, but it brought me back to Saran's rather quiet trial, at which a defense expert on hypnosis, Dr. Bernard Diamond, testified that Saran was highly susceptible to hypnoprogramming. Saran was under hypnotic induction when he shot it at RFK, Diamond said, but it was self-induced. Self-induction sounded gratuitous, so I talked with the San Quentin psychologist, Dr. Edward Simpson Callis. He reported that he was on the verge of releasing the mental locking mechanism that blocked Saran from remembering his hypnoprogrammer when he was called off by prison authorities. He was accused of spending too much time with one inmate, so that avenue was blocked. There was little doubt that Saran was a Manchurian candidate, but who then was his programmer? The answer, I believe, came from two ladies of the night who stroked the huge ego of a William Joseph Bryan Jr., who in the 1950s had participated in the CIA's MK Ultra mind control experiments. He claimed that he was with the Air Force. In other words, he was sheep-dipped into Air Force cover for his CIA activities. The ladies disclosed that Bryan bragged about how he had hypnotized the Boston Strangler, Albert DeSalvo, and Saran. Saran's notebook, filled with automatic scrawlings under hypnotic induction, contained references to DeSalvo and the repeated words, "RFK must die." Saran's current attorney, Larry Teeter, is still trying to get an evidentiary hearing on the hypnoprogramming issue. And I think it will be helped because the Manchurian Candidate is going to be reissued as a motion picture. Tina Sinatra is producing a new version of it, a remake, and I think people will be startled to find out that the Manchurian Candidate was based on facts. I have always held to the theory that timing tells all. When was John Kennedy shot? Not when he failed to provide air cover for the Bay of Pigs, not when he didn't send the Marines into Cuba during the missile crisis. He was shot when he was clandestinely negotiating a rapprochement with Castro and at the same time issuing National Security Action Memorandum number 263, directing the withdrawal of 1,000 military personnel from Vietnam by the end of 1963 and all out after the 1964 election, ending America's involvement in Vietnam. When was Martin Luther King killed? Not when he was simply a leader of the civil rights movement in America. He was killed when he eloquently called for an end to the Vietnam War and voiced support of the Pan-African Liberation Movement. When was Robert Kennedy assassinated? Not when he was simply a senator from New York. He was assassinated when he ran for the presidency, promising to shoot down and shut down the war in Vietnam. At the very moment he won California's primary and was favored to go on to defeat Nixon in November, he was shot. Under Nixon, the Vietnam War flared for 6 more years. 58,000 Americans died in that war, the majority after Nixon took over the White House. In trying to bring these cases to resolution, we can expect no help from the Bush administration. Early on, Attorney General John Ashcroft told the intelligence agencies they can stonewall FOIA requests, and the Justice Department will back them up. This tempted me to file a request for my own file with the CIA. With the request, I gave them identification data so they could separate me from all other William Turners in the world. Back came the reply that after a diligent search, they had nothing on me. So I wrote them back, well, pardon me, but would it help if I gave you my CIA file number? 201-817-305. Back came the reply that their records now reflected that all records have been routinely destroyed. Why, after 39 years, should we care about what happened in Dealey Plaza? There is, of course, the matter of justice and the peril that it can happen again to a man or woman who tries to bring profound change for the better in this country. But I think it was very well expressed by former Soviet Premier Mikhail Gorbachev. when he visited Dallas 4 years ago, October. He suggested that John Kennedy's hallmark 1963 speech, in which he stated, "We breathe the same air as the Russians," marked a breakout from hostility to conciliation, is even more relevant today than then. Back then, Gorbachev said Kennedy, quote, "already saw what we have come to understand only now. The best memory of this man would be to understand his deeds and thoughts and translate them into policies and, more important, in the life of nations. He looked far ahead and he wanted to change a good deal. Perhaps it is this that is the key to the mystery of the death of President John F. Kennedy." And I think the American people would agree with Gorbachev. A Gallup poll last year in April showed 81%. We're down a little, Walt.
It's a stock market.
It's a stock market to believe there was a conspiracy. "We have done our job well, but to paraphrase John Kennedy, there are miles to go before we sleep." So thank you very much. I appreciated being invited in.
We're going to do some question and answers since we have some time. I wanted to make a few comments. Randy Benson and his friend Lance, and they're documentary filmmakers, and they're working on a film. I think the working title is Searchers, about the assassination research community. And also audio taping us is Bonnie Faulkner from KPFA, Pacifica Station in Berkeley. And we're glad for the first time here at COPA to have press. And also we're told that tomorrow there'll be someone here from the Dallas Observer. All of which is to say, depending on your reaction to all that, either watch what you say or say as much as you can. We also got today through Ralph Cole a third video that if we have time we'll try to show this weekend. We have two that were scheduled for tomorrow night. Some are excerpts from the Congressional Black Caucus annual legislative session panel called A Brain Trust that was put on by Representative Cynthia McKinney on the Martin Luther King assassination and COINTELPRO, delayed a year by the September 11 activities, which knocked it off the agenda last year. And it has the most recent information from William Pepper about a new book that he's putting out and his final conclusions about the case, and information from Judge Joe Brown and Martin Luther King III. And then we have another tape that I just by serendipity got from Paris Lamond, one of the early researchers who worked with Garrison and wrote the book Kennedy Conspiracy. And I happened to speak up in Allentown, Pennsylvania, to a total of 12 people on a rainy night, but one of them was a personal friend of Paris's, and so he sent along this tape where he reminisces about the early researchers. And then this third one we got is Ciaron's current attorney, Larry Teeter, who's going to talk about his work on the case, and I guess his efforts now to go back into court around some of the things that Bill was discussing. So if we have time, we can show that as well. There also was a meeting today, and unfortunately I didn't know about the timing or the place of it, of the tabloid committee, and I don't know if Julie's here or Bill or someone from the tabloid committee. And is there a plan for another meeting this weekend?
Yes, and he told me, and there's going to be one Sunday morning, and I think there's one tomorrow.
Okay, well maybe you could stand up just so people that are working on the tabloid know who you are and can check in with Julie and make sure that we get together before the weekend ends. And then in addition to that, we're going to be tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. at the George Allen Courthouse building in the jury room, and that's at the corner of Commerce and Houston, one block toward Dealey Plaza from the Hotel Lawrence. Usually we come in on the Commerce Street side front door on the first floor there. And there also will be shuttles back to the Hotel Lawrence tonight at 9:45 and 10 o'clock. So I'll try to end up so folks can get the shuttle if they need to. And now I think we can do question and answer. And I don't know what's simple, but maybe each of the speakers could come up and take questions for a little bit so that it won't be everybody jumping up and sitting down as each question is asked. So maybe I could ask Walt to come and start that.
Yes, the lady in the back there, please. Please speak up with the great vigor. Believe it or not, I haven't done that in years. Yes.
Are you categorizing and cataloging JFK records? I'm not aware of who are involved.
No, I'm not. No.
What
No.
is your interest?
Trying to break even after 10 years of being at the grindstone. No. Well, the best way I could put it, I could answer the question is that because of where I live and the responsibilities I have in terms of when I was a teacher with the little kids and I retired and I went on to college teaching pretty much by accident, I don't have the luxury of getting to the archives all the time. So I have always worked with the published materials, which is why I indexed the House Select, the Warren Commission, all of that stuff. And we had a little get together in the room this afternoon, and somebody said, well, so-and-so testified about something. Who was it? And everybody just kind of looked over, and I said, I don't know. As far as new stuff that comes out, I wish somebody would send me 20 boxes of it. But I can't go and get it. And my experiences, and I don't know how many of you have shared this, I bought the Ruth Paine papers when they were released some years ago. And it was something like $1,800 at 10 cents a page. And what I got was 36 identical sets of files from different field offices. So instead of paying $1,800, I could have had the thing for about 30 bucks. But if anybody wants 36 copies of it, with inflation, figure 2,100. And then I think another time I spent $150 for some beautiful black magic mark. That, you could kind of play Scrabble with it. Blank clearly saw that blank, and basically that's the problem that I run up against. And I've also tried to be in front of the stuff instead of be behind it. I know I saw Gary Aguilar come in, and I saw Tink come in. Gary, Tink, John, myself, and I'm going to say Cyril Wecht, 6 years ago in Washington, surrounded John Tunham and a couple of the fellows on the review board, and we just kept saying, medical, medical. And the net result was that they actually took depositions from a good number of people. I published the Hume's deposition in the last issue of the quarterly I do. You recognize the headline, it says clueless. But they got to some people that have never really been on the record before. And I remember asking one of them after they did, I said, well, what kind of stuff have you got? And he went like this. Now, Hume's testimony in the Warren Commission takes up 29 pages. The deposition they took is 255 pages. Of course, it's bigger print, because nobody was going to read the Warren report anyhow, but a few were professors. But I feel like I had a hand in the front end of that process. And I highly recommend, by the way, Rex Bradford sitting right over there. He has taken all of this material, put it on a CD-ROM. You got to have it. It's almost as important as my CD-ROM. No, absolutely. When you read that, you're going to come away with a whole set of different perceptions. And thank God we have people like Rex that are willing to take the time to do this selflessly. But I basically worked from what I can get my hands on in New Jersey. And it's very, very unlikely I'll ever do another book, because what I've done is all I can do. I looked at whether or not Oswald did it in People v. I looked at what really happened, in my own view, in Treachery in Dallas, and I looked at why we never found out in the Warren mission. If I were to write anything, I'd have to retract one of those books, and I don't plan to. I mean, there's people, I can think of one that comes to mind, and I'm sure you can. There's people that have published 5 books in a row, and each one solves the case with a different, I can't do that. Can't and won't. So I hope that answers your question. By the way, it's just a plain blue bathing suit. I know that's going to come up, so let's get that out of the way now. Please. What's my favorite color? Plaid. Next.
What size?
I don't want to embarrass people. Yes.
I understand your reluctance to be branded as an organization that just sees conspiracies everywhere, but isn't there on the other side some value to this organization, because who else will do it, doing work in the area of the unsuccessful assassinations of George Wallace and Ronald Reagan?
Absolutely.
Because if
Absolutely.
you connect those dots, that might actually
Absolutely. What I don't
credibility on the part of people who
Absolutely.
take an interest in Kennedy and King.
Absolutely. What I don't want to investigate is Lady Diana Spencer or Ron Brown, something like that. As far as the Reagan thing goes, I think the overlooked irony, I mean, the bullet missed killing him by an inch, even though it bounced off the car, if you believe in fairy tales. Had he died, on that day, the two superpowers would have been ruled by the former head of the KGB and the former head of the CIA. That's a scary thought. And based on what happened that day, I wrote a novel. And if I could think of the name of it, it'd be terrific. But the basis, it's, I've done about 10 of them, and it's fun stuff, but I can't get a publisher. The premise was that the most powerful people on earth, after Reagan was pushed into the car, were the Secret Service agents driving that car. Because if there'd been this is an unkind word, a flock of nuns herding little kids across the street while they're hurtling for a hospital, they're not going to take any prisoners. And I turned that into a situation where Secret Service guys fake an assassination attempt on President Parker in the book called The Parker Intercept. And in faking it, they're able to body strap cocaine to their body everywhere, because who's going to search a Secret Service agent in a crisis? So believe me, I've looked into great depth into what happened with Reagan. And yes, it needs to be looked at. As far as the assassination attempts on Jerry Ford, just give out the medals and move on. But no, I agree with you 100%. But the difficult thing, again, is to, and I do get the chance to speak, and sometimes it's 12 people in a rain, and sometimes it's gatherings this size. And it's a wonderful sense to be able to stand up here and talk to people for 2 hours and feel their question and really feel like you're talking to each one of them as an individual. And at the end of 2 hours, you say, oh, and by the way, the same guys that did Kennedy flew the planes into the World Trade Center. I mean, they just get up and walk out. And that's just, right now, it's just a place I can't go, because I've put 39 years. You know, Bill started on 24th, and I was getting started just about the same time on this. And it just took a long time for people whose names you know to return my phone calls. But no, yeah, absolutely, sure. Just, and one more point on that. I spent time with John on this. We're trying to nail down what an assassination is. I said to John, was John Lennon assassinated? Martin Luther King was, sure. Reagan was an attempt, but was Lady Di assassinated? Even though that was what some of the headlines. I don't know where you go from murder to assassination. You know, I mean, maybe it's record sales. I don't know. I don't know what would happen if it was Michael Jackson or the baby. Yes. Please, American Airlines is giving dividends for what it cost me to get here. Speak now or forever. Yeah, and I said once, yeah.
Yeah, a question I hear some researchers have difficulty answering sometimes is, why does it still matter now? And maybe you could give us your version of that.
It still matters to me because what I said at 12:30 on the Knoll is the nexus of it. At 12:30, 39 years ago today, a car took an extremely wide turn. You know, a majestic automobile took an extremely wide turn, and 350 feet later, this country took an extremely wide turn. And I'm one person, you know, who gets a teacher's pension, but damn it, I want my country back. That's the bottom line. they can open my mail, they can send back 12 issues of every journal I send out, because 12 always come back, and I'll send it to Russ or Andy or Andy Keel or to Rex. Addressee unknown. I know where Rex lives, for God's sakes. But every 3 months, 15 of them come back because it's got JFK in the return address. So I put more stamps on them and send them out again, and put it as a Santa Claus Foundation or something, and they get through. And they do it. And it's just as it happens, there's a second Walt Brown that teaches in the college where I teach, and he also teaches history. He got a call from down here saying, "Don't ever come back." Because on the dust jacket, it says Walt Brown, who's at Ramapo College. And he got a call saying, "Don't ever come back," and he never has. So I show up and just, whatever. But that's the bottom line. That's the bottom line. I've heard people at symposiums like this basically say, I really don't give a tinker's damn as to who John Kennedy was, and et cetera, but this is an incredible mystery, and I'd like to solve it. And to a certain extent, that's true too, but, as an American, if not for me, for the generation that gets to read all the stuff in the archives, sooner or later, and we're slipping. And I don't mean we, I mean they're winning, and they're winning big right now.
Well, in that spirit, what one or two things do you think, or just one thing, do you think would be needed to give the case a quantum leap push forward?
A few less confessions. Unfortunately, there's a very, very engaging gentleman here that spent a lot of time working with William Morrow. And I don't know if you remember, John, but one year at COPA, I don't know if I was program chairman or conference, but John and I he sent me 1,300 pages of faxes one year for COPA. I mean, I was buying this stuff, newsprint. And I said to him, "Listen, we got to do something." There's two things I wanted to do at COPA that year. One was I wanted to have something like this going on. Somebody open that door, jump in, fire 3 shots, and run away. And then say, "Everybody take out a piece of paper and write down what you saw." Because you're all going to see different stuff. And we're going to have a better understanding of the way the investigation went. And I thought, yeah, but if we do it in Texas, that guy will be dead. Whoever we ask to do it is going to be shot dead before he gets out of the room, and you can just walk over, look at the body, and describe the clothes. The other thing I wanted to do was to get Robert Morrow, before he died, to COPA and arrest him for conspiracy. You admitted it. Now, tell us the story or recant. Put it up or shut up. And we couldn't get it done, but I thought it was a heck of an idea. Yes, sir.
Last year, we were discussing Kennedy's autopsy, and you said one person allayed your suspicion about the prohibition against personnel discussing what they saw. Because
yes.
It was standard procedure, because they were bound by confidentiality. But in David Lifton and another source, I read that orders of confidentiality were supposedly issued from the White House, and I don't know why the White House would have to micromanage the confidentiality protocols of Bethesda unless it had some kind of interest.
No, certainly it did. But I think I can piggyback what I said on top of what your question was. I spoke to someone, and I would think it would be fair to say that most of you have read his names in the literature. And I got to tell you, I hate to tell half a story. I like to say, I spoke to so-and-so on the phone, and we had a nice talk, but he asked, he's 58 years old, that may be a clue. He said, "Look, don't use my name while I'm alive." And I have to respect him. But he was very forthcoming. Very forthcoming. Talked quite a while on my dime, long distance. And the FBI knows who I was talking to because they read the bill before I get it. But he did say very clearly that the orders that they signed were routine. In other words, it was really a matter of professionalism, because if some senator went into Bethesda to have his gallbladder taken out and he had a tattoo on his butt that said Muffy or something, you weren't going to talk about it, because it's medical ethics. For anybody that's in here that's ever gone to your doctor, you don't want your doctor down in the supermarket telling private stories. And that's really where he was coming from. Now, if in fact Mr. Lifton is correct that something came from the White House, I'm not going to throw the blanket that I talked about earlier over that, because it would be fair to say that the White House would want to keep White House facts to a certain extent confidential. In other words, the building per se is protecting its occupant. I mean, sure, to me it sounds damn conspiratorial when Lyndon Johnson calls Parkland and says, get a confession out of a guy whose stomach just blew up like a watermelon. But if in fact something came from the White House, I wouldn't see that as wholly sinister, simply because it's the President of the United States, and whatever rules we make for me and Bob Groden, for a congressman, and by the way, it needs to be said since we've been talking about all of this stuff. How many of you are aware that congressman from Ohio that got tossed out in the last few months? Okay, he was the most active man in Congress in dealing with what we're about. And I think I saw him earlier, a man named Robert Johnson, who has spent a lot of years, okay, he's all the way in the back, spent a lot of years working on this, sent me a letter dated 1992 or 1993 from that congressman to the Larry Howard AIC saying, help me, I want to put this back on page 1. And of course, where is he now? And you know, what goes around comes around. I think to a very small extent, we've always been concerned about, and this was dinner conversation tonight, the haste in which the coffin left Parkland Hospital. And one side of the story clearly is cover up, get him out of there, get him to a military doctor that can say what needs to be said. The other side of the coin is, and I've had any number of people tell me this, that were on Air Force One, that just said all the way up on the plane, the only word the Secret Service knew was conspiracy. That there were shots coming from anywhere, including automatic weapons fire. So did the Secret Service cover up by taking the body out, or were they just looking at Jackie Kennedy and saying, if we stay here another 2 minutes, she's going to collapse like she's going to become Lot's wife? And we better get this process going. You know, does it look sinister? Sure, but in some cases there are manageable explanations, so to speak. And this fellow that I spoke to, who was in Bethesda, who did handle JFK's body, you know, made it very clear that the orders he signed were nothing more or less than routine. He said, we were just called in the Admiral's office, reminded, you know, hey, we had a famous person in here, don't go out telling stories. And of course, the story that Clueless keeps coming back to, even in a deposition he gave the review board, Humes, before he died, the thing he keeps coming back to is, I don't want to talk about the adrenal glands. Who cares? You know, tell me about everything from here up, or at least what was left.
But doesn't Twynham say that Lyndon Johnson personally gave that order of conference? I could be wrong. My brain is rather blotted, but I thought that Twynham, in his book Bloody Teresa, may have said something that Lyndon Johnson personally, or one of his, or it came from his office, the confidentiality. And would you find that normal if this is the case?
I wouldn't necessarily. First of all, I wouldn't necessarily find it abnormal, simply because, again, it's the White House protecting the majesty of the White House, so to speak. If Cliff Carter was on the end of the phone, I would automatically find it sinister. I don't know how many of you are aware of the phone calls that were made, but the Attorney General of the state of Texas, just about this time, Friday night, called Washington to say that, you know, they're in the process of putting together an indictment for Oswald that's saying, you know, as a part of an overall communist conspiracy, he killed the president. And the law happens to be in Texas that if you can't prove the entire charge, it's kicked. So he was called back. He got a wagon of car, got a call from the White House saying, that's not how you want to word the charges. Just keep it, he killed him. And then he changed it And he called the White House back. Now, when the Warren Commission interviewed him, he said, I got a call from the White House, blah, blah, blah. And I made the change, and I called the guy back, made the call back, and, we were square. And the Warren Commission guy says, who called you? And he says, I can't remember. This is the White House calling. I want you to change the indictment on Lee Harvey Oswald. Okay. Put me back to the guy that just called. That's unthinkable. He knew who called. I mean, my joke about the perceptions today with the guy with the seeing eye dog. The reality is the people that were close to this, the people who touched 399, the people who found the gun, the people who saw John Kennedy before he went back to the White House at 4:21 a.m. the next morning. Those people, I don't believe, could ever forget what they saw. I don't think it's possible. And yet, when either O.P. Wright or Darrell Tomlinson in Tink's book says, no, the bullet was a pointy little gizmo like this thing. How could you forget? How could you possibly be wrong? You had it in your hand. You handled the bullet. Came out of the President of the United States? Possibly. You're not going to forget what that looks like. You're certainly not going to forget what the President of the United States looked like. So when Hume says, well, the bullet went in here, and the House Select Committee said it went in here, and he says, well, I'm not so sure about that. That's ridiculous. You take the average doctor. Of course, Hume's wasn't that good, now that I think. You take the guy that did my hernia surgery, because I carried all the royalties from People V. That guy could put me down on his examining table right now and put his finger exactly where he cut me open 11 years later. And you're telling me James Humes can't remember, after hours of examination, where the bullet went in, where the damage was done, what was missing? It's absurd. And that's a powerful recollection. Many times I've been in groups like this, and I always start off by saying, how many of you remember where you were when Kennedy was shot? Go ahead. How many of you remember when? Okay. Now, how many of you remember where you were when you heard about him being shot? Oops. You raised your hand for where you were when you heard about it. Okay. Again, it's a perception, but it's a powerful one. And if we went around the room, everybody could say, well, I was such and such, I was this, I was that, I was... As it was, I was in the house that I still live in. And when you say, why is the obsession? I'm still there. If I move, I can move on. Yes, sir.
The conversation you just had sort of touches upon what I was going to ask. You seem to advocate looking at the cover-up to try and get at the conspiracy rather than the other way around. And you were just talking about an instance where there's a hypothetical, manageable explanation for what the cover-up, could be. Something, what some might say, benign. And I know from interacting with people on the other side, every single instance of the cover-up they can spin into being something manageable. They may be right on some, they might be wrong on some.
If they're if they're wrong on one, we win.
Right, I understand. But being able to actually prove that it's not their explanation, that it's not because, J. Edgar Hoover was being blackmailed by the mob or anything along those lines, is nearly I've searched long and hard to try and figure out how to do it. That's why...
You can't prove a negative to a certainty. That's always been known.
Right. But I'm saying, don't you think that...
I can't prove that I wasn't in Mississippi last week.
Right. I'm just saying it becomes increasingly difficult to separate what's manageable through an explanation and what's not manageable. And that makes it very hard to look through the lens of the cover.
Absolutely.
And convince anybody.
And it's perceptions. It's perceptions.
Right, because everybody, on the other side thinks everything's a bureaucratic error,
Well, and we're going to talk about this tomorrow.
Right.
The positives all have a perfect spin on it.
Right, but I'm saying...
And some of the people over there, see a conspiracy in the fact that the handle was broken on a coffin.
Mm-hmm. But if you're thinking in terms of your objective, if your objective is to convince people, and you look through the lens of the cover-up, and Max Holland's on TV next year saying, well, no, the CIA just didn't want them to find out about this, and that's why they lied about it.
who are you going to, are you going to convince the man on the street? That's what I always look at, is who the man on the street is going to be convinced by.
I think there was a question in there. I'd like to think that what I said to the gentleman over here would be acceptable to the man on the street. Because when Max Holland stands up and says, trust me, folks, Oswald did it alone. If you've ever spent any time, not November 22nd, but in July, February, whatever, in Dealey Plaza, people walk into the plaza, they look up at the window, they look over at the knoll, and then they look up the window like, you got to be kidding me. In situations where there are possible explanations, I'm willing to hear them. Now, does that mean I believe a syllable of case closed? Of course not. Again, where there's a possible honest, you've got to filter it. Because, sure, conspiracy, we know that. But was every moment of that day, sure, it was a conspiracy because it was ongoing. But again, was breaking the handle on the coffin part of the conspiracy? Of course not. The Secret Service didn't know how to get it out of the hearse. What's strange and what I can't buy is that Jesse Curry drove Johnson to the airport. The Secret Service didn't drive him? That's unthinkable. That's a problem. But a broken handle? Handles break. Bob.
More of a comment, I think, than a question, but relating to what you had mentioned before. I was there in Washington when you kept saying medical, medical, medical. That was important beyond any doubt. When I was raked over the coals just down the block here at the Federal Building for 5 solid days by the Records Review Board, there was a method to their madness, but they were really disguising it, and it related to the medical evidence. And specifically, they had the testimony that was hidden by the Warren Commission relating to the autopsy photographs and the additional inventory of photographs that they knew about, but we weren't allowed to know about. They wouldn't tell me why.
Which is a memo including Arlen Specter saying he saw the Pitzer films.
Really? Well, that's the sort of thing I wanted to comment on.
And it slipped through because it says the USMC film, and everybody thinks USMC stands for Marine Corps, and it's Medical Corps. They saw the Pitzer films, not the pictures, the films.
Well, they also knew about the open chest photographs, the full body X-rays. They knew about photographs of the back of the president with probes inserted into his body showing the direction of the bullets.
How many items altogether?
That they never said.
All right, I saw Gary come in. Gary called me up one night. I've had some wonderful talks with Gary in his car. I've heard him pay the toll on the Golden Gate Bridge a dozen times. I know how much it is now. I've heard him get the change. Gary called me one night and he said, you have a document that I know I need to see. Can you send it to me? And it's something I cut out of the newspaper. A group like us went and sued as a public interest group in 1992 for all 257 accountable photographs and x-rays. Now what have we seen? A dozen, 15, 257. And that's significant.
Well, the additional thing that I wanted to mention, and I'll hand this to somebody else, was that we broke for lunch about the time I realized where they were going with this. And I asked specifically, I said, so what about Floyd Reeby? Have you spoken with him about all the 35mm photographs that he took, none of which have been seen? And I was told, we're not going to go down that street. Said, we're looking for stuff that's credible. What's not credible about a photographer who was there taking pictures that we knew existed? They wouldn't look into it. And the fact that you could get them to even mention the medical stuff, and that they went as far as they did, along with Robert, what's his name, the White House photographer.
Knudsen.
Robert Knudsen. That's powerful stuff. And that goes right where you're going, to additional photographs that did exist, that are no longer there. How did they make up the balance of the inventory? That's the question. That's my comment.
Well, a lot of stuff is duplicates. You know, there's 6 there of death photos in the 257. You raise an interesting point. The prefix X means out of or not from whatever. So the word exhume comes not from Humes. And the editorial that I'm going to be running in the January 1st quarterly basically says exhume. And I noted in there that that I would take all of the money that I've ever made from Carolyn Graff, both dollars. You know how places keep the first dollar they get? Well, when I dealt with Carolyn Graff, I kept the first one as a souvenir and I spent the other one. But there's never been a time when I wouldn't take such income as I've had from my work, put it on the table and say, exhume the President of the United States. And let Cyril, 2 other people we pick, 3 independents, tell me what you see. But you know what the scary thing is? It could be fixed.
It could.
I mean, we could be digging up something that's, God knows.
Well, you mentioned that fact, and I guess I lied. I got one more comment. Richard Sprague, when he was still the director of the HSCA, called me to his office very early in the investigation. And he said, Robert, if you were running this investigation, what would you do? I said, well, the first thing I would do is I'd exhume the president's body. And he said, what's the second thing you would do? Yeah.
Well, the review board decided right out of the box that the body was not a record.
Yeah.
Of course, I asked him, was it a CD? Yes, Hal.
I think everybody in this room would agree with the facts about Kennedy per se, that he was president of this country, that he was in the U.S. Navy. Actually, he was in the U.S. Navy ONI, Officer of Naval Intelligence at one time, and that he was an authentic naval war hero for anybody who is a naval historian. Now, there may be a naval historian in this room. I'm going to ask a question, and I want to see, I have my own answer, but I'd like the panel to recognize this fact also about Kennedy. There is no medical autopsy record in the U.S. Navy records of the autopsy conducted at Bethesda. My question is, why not? Because if a naval historian was covering, he'd have to start from the birth of Kennedy to the death of Kennedy. What would he use for the death of Kennedy? Newspaper reports? So you see my question.
That's what the autopsy doctors used.
They certainly did. They also used TV, because that's the reason that they said they didn't want to conduct any further examination.
They were told the shots came from,
but
he was driving down the street, shot from behind. Where did the bullets go in?
What do you think, panel here, I'd like your opinion and everybody else, why do you think that the U.S. Navy does not have that medical autopsy
That's
record?
easy. They didn't want for years for us to see it. To me, an even larger question, and this gets right down to dollars and cents. I mean, the Navy can do what they want, and they're going to. And Kennedy was in ONI and was transferred out, and actually had one job in his real life. He was a journalist for a few months covering the opening at a UN. Imagine it's 1963, and somebody hands you $150,000. Now, a Sebring convertible automobile today costs $30,000. No, the equivalent of that car in 1963 cost $1,800. $150,000 is a lot of money in 1963. That's what was paid to Zapruder by Life magazine, never to use the film.
Mm-hmm.
I would love for anybody to email me or send me a letter saying a time when a news organization spent more money on material, not wasting it, throwing it off on sources that were telling them fairy tales, but actually went out and spent the money and got the goods and never used it. That's unthinkable. I mean, to me, that's even more unthinkable than a possibility you raise. Yes, Jerry.
On that very point, the Life magazine's acquisition of the film, and your mention of the film earlier in your remarks, and also the point that you made about the cover-up being more likely to lead us to the conspiracy than vice versa. Don't you think that that makes the provenance of the film and the content of the film more important rather than less important as a device for exposing the cover-up and consequently the conspiracy?
As asked, no. Simply because I don't think the film shows the cover-up. As posed, not as posed nerd. By the way, I don't want to get away from your question, but if you ever put Gerald Posner on a piece of paper in a computer and you do spell check, it kicks it out and it comes up poisoner. No.
But Life magazine did cover up, as you just alluded to. They did not have the film on TV. They damaged the film.
And do they have any contracts with the United States government?
Possibly.
You betcha. You betcha.
So I repeat my question: doesn't that make that a venue for exposing the cover-up and therefore the conspiracy?
I said before, worst case scenario, the film was altered. That being the case, it only proves what we already know, that the government covered it up. To say that there's something taken out between 319 and 320 is a wonderfully interesting scientific experiment, but it doesn't change who covered things up. It certainly doesn't change the fact that Life magazine got covert contracts to go into places and take photographs, half of which went to the magazine and the other half went to a strange building in Virginia.
Well, at the risk of being persistent on this point.
No, go ahead.
Wouldn't that same line of reasoning apply to any disclosure? Couldn't we just argue that, well, it's only going to further show cover-up, so what's the point?
Well, let me go back to where I was in terms of the 88% and the 81% and where are we now? The difficult thing is Bob Groden's here. Dick Gregory will be here. 5 or 6 years ago at COPA, Bob was in there, Dick Gregory walked in. When their eyes met, it was just an incredibly emotional moment, nothing more. Because it was, the two of them just suddenly went back to that night on Geraldo, when that film was shown. And when America saw that film and saw that, and said, hey, we want the truth. And as a result, you had committee, and ultimately House Select with a conclusion of probable conspiracy. So when somebody says, what does the government say? I say, excuse me, what does the government say? So if we're going to go out and insist to the American public that the films are fake, they're going to say, oh, geez, that thing that I saw in the film is meaningless. I think we have plenty of absolutely genuine, hard evidence. So because if you tell me the Zapruder film is fake, I'll listen to you. But then you're going to have to say to me, and all the others were faked identically, faked in identical register, so that if you watch all of the films, you see the exact same thing. That's a tough one. And the other thing, of course, is Tree Frog called this morning and says, hey, there's a new movie going to be on at 10 after 7. And it was the car turning onto Main Street with Clint Hill on the back. You have to allow, we all have to allow for the possibility that out there, and Beverly, hello Beverly, out there somewhere, there is a film of the assassination that none of us have ever seen. And some guy's going to come forward a year from now and say, boys and girls, look what I got. And if that exists, we become Honduras. Because, okay, the Zapruder film was altered. All the others were. Look what the government did to hide what they did. So to alter all of that stuff, you have to be 100% sure that you've got everything. That's a very real concern. How many films were taken?
Well, first of all, I would have to disagree with the premise that all the other films would have to be altered accordingly.
Well, but that has been stated. That has been stated.
I would still have to disagree with that premise. And I'm just trying to get back to the question I asked, is that line of reasoning, doesn't that lead to the tendency to, well, we can dismiss almost any new evidence on the grounds that it's only going to further show that which we already know, or to, you see what I'm saying? I am not concerned about whether or not evidence gets progressively more complicated. I'm more concerned about finding the evidence. If it illustrates more of the cover-up, isn't that a positive gain?
Sure. Absolutely. And if you're willing to give, and I know you've given a lot of time to this, and if you're willing to go on giving that kind of time to it, God bless. Because that's a step forward. Where I'm coming from is, I don't think every one of us should go home and buy 12 copies, sorry, buy 12 copies that are not visual mud, so we can spend the next 3 or 4 years figuring out shadows and brake lights and those kind of things, because you're doing it. Therefore, we don't have to, and I applaud your efforts. But to me, it's not going to change the central fact that the government covered it up.
I agree.
Now, if in fact we could find a couple of loose frames where there's a reflection of somebody pointing the barrel of a gun, then it's a win. But again, I go back to the point of what's still out on the street. And I don't know how many of you were aware of this, but 2 months ago, there was an auction held. The person that photographed Marilyn Monroe for the calendar, you know, the famous first issue of Playboy, he passed away, and he passed 6 photographs down to his son. The son put them out at auction, and the highest bid was $831,000. And he took them off. He said, "That's not enough. I'll take $30 and go home." He wants $1.4 million. Now, again, I didn't know there were 6 pictures because I've never studied the assassination of Marilyn Monroe. But you know, at the same time, I don't know all that's out there. For years, I'd heard about Pitzer taking photos, and there's an oil inspector memo saying he's seen the film. So I learned something. And of course, you know what happened to Pitzer. He was so happy with his life, he blew his brains out with his opposite hand. Yes?
Another question I have, I want to address this to you, and also Bob Groden may know about this. Are you familiar with the Holland McCombs Life magazine investigation of the assassination? Are either of you aware of it? Well, there was an investigation by Holland McCombs, who worked for Life magazine. One of the documents that exists, and I'd like a comment by you all and whoever else is in this room, and especially Bob. One of the documents said something like medical evidence or, let's see, not Bethesda, but Parkland Hospital / headshots. Now, I'm emphasizing plural, because if there are headshots, there's a conspiracy. You don't even need to disprove the film anymore. Because headshots means plural, meaning that if shots were fired almost coincidentally, you got a conspiracy. And even if they're fired separately with the analysis by the War Report, you still have a conspiracy. My question to you is, well, does anybody know anything about this file? I'm working on getting that file. But if you want to see me later, because I'd like your opinion as to, did they find evidence through the film itself? Did they talk to the doctors? The doctors had arguments in the House Select Committee, which went off the record, as you know. Coe, Baden, and Lokuvan went off the record discussing this very area. So all I'm asking is, what's your speculation as to what that really meant, the headshots? I'm curious.
You know, as you said, it's speculation. I think, and I'll take this back to Jerry in terms of what he said, and I said this to any number of people. Watch the Zapruder film, you know, as we know it, the As We Know It Z film. How many of you can see it in your head, and you know as that car is starting to slew, the headshot's coming up? How many of you know that from seeing it so many times? Okay. The next time you watch it, when you get to that part, look at John Connolly. Don't look at Kennedy. Watch Connolly. In Z frame 312, John Connolly is looking straight up at the sky. Within 1 second, by 3:30, he's doubled over on the floor. Now, a human being can't react that fast to having fingers snapped under your eye. At 60 miles an hour, an automobile takes you 312 feet to come to a complete stop because you have reaction time. And he was going into shock. So what put him on the floor
Another bullet.
was a bullet. It was the shot that went through his wrist and into his leg. And again, I urge you, just watch 26 seconds of celluloid and you'll see the conspiracy. And as for 2 headshots, again, that was something that Josiah Thompson put in his book in '67, and I have no reason to argue with him. Because, and I argued somewhere, if you agree with Tink, and I do, that there was a headshot at 312 and then one at 313, what happened was, and that event is the reason we're here tonight, not the fact that it killed him, but what happened was, the guy in front, the 313, had the rifle right there. He moves forward 3 inches. Vump. It's still, you can still lone nut the thing. You're not going to be able to lone nut it if it had been here. So that confluence, just the accident of that 18th of a second, saved the lone nut, or saved the conspiracy, however you want to phrase it. And I think that's absolutely critical. Because somebody up front was looking right here. And in terms of what happened, he only had to miss by a little and save it. Where'd the bullet go in? Right here. That's where the morticians put the wax. Right there. That's where Roy Kellerman testified the entrance wound was as he stood next to the body in Bethesda. Volume 2, page 81.
Can I just add one more thing? The gentleman who says the possibility of film alteration to the film and perhaps other films. Here's a question I ask you, with the possibility of claiming film alteration. Why would the conspirators alter a film which would then show conspiracy evidence in that film? That doesn't make sense. It makes no sense whatsoever. If they're going to alter that film, the best thing to do is get rid of the film. Why have that film hanging around?
Well, not being one of the speakers, I'll answer anyway.
Oh, the question was to you. Answer.
First of all, I think one reason would be that they did not anticipate the film would be shown to the public. And in fact, it was not shown to the public. Now, please, you have an answer. Second reason. The film, according to people who saw it shortly afterwards, or who saw slides from the film, like Chester Brenneman, said that there were large blobs of debris coming out from the back to the left of the president. Anyone who would want to alter the film would want to remove obvious evidence of a frontal shot. If there were 2 headshots and they were very close together, but distinguishable in the film, anyone who wanted to alter the film would want to disguise 2 headshots because they only have 1 assassin. If the accounts of, say, Royce Skelton or Virgie Ratchley, I think her name, she's called... What's that? Yes. They describe bullets hitting the street. If the film had shown a record of bullets hitting in the street, that would eliminate the lone assassin because that would elevate the shot count. So it would be desirable to eliminate bullet impacts in the street.
Secret Service agent Woody Taylor also saw a bullet hit the street. So
there you go.
There you got an official
and
source.
Furthermore, suppose Bill Greer did not slow down the vehicle in response to the sound of shots. Suppose Bill Greer slowed down the vehicle to make good and goddamn sure that those shots landed. Anyone who might have altered the film would want to disguise the fact that the Secret Service had set the president up as a sitting duck. Now, those are the only 4 reasons I can come up with. But I think they're pretty good.
I don't think so at all, in my opinion. I'll give you another
We want to hear Bill Turner, too.
Can I just comment on this, please, and then, you know, Bill Greer, okay? How many people in here spoke to Bill Greer? How many people here interviewed him? I did. Spoke to him in 1968. If you spent 2 minutes on the phone with him, and I was hoping that's all I'd get, because I wanted to get to him and to Kellerman so that I could talk to Clint Hill. I didn't care about the first 2. And by the way, their phone numbers used to be in the book. You could pick up a Washington, D.C. phone book, and there was William R. Greer, Roy Kellerman, and Clint Hill in the phone book. And it's just a matter of picking a hello, how you doing? He was, you know, conspiracy side. He'd been a chauffeur for the Lodge family. Who was the ambassador to Vietnam on November 22nd, 1963? Henry Cabot Lodge. Okay? The guy had 2 years high school education in Scotland. And it came through in talking to him. Why did you slow the car? To maintain the integrity of the parade. Exactly what he said. And it was a matter of, he didn't expect a turn because he had not driven the route, nor had any Secret Service agent. When they went the route, they stopped at the corner of Houston and Maine, and Jesse Curry said, and the highway's right over there. Never saying you're going to have to and break all the rules. So he said to maintain, because he knew he had a big car coming around that corner. He knew there was large cars behind him. They may not know. So he said, basically, I slowed down to maintain the integrity of the parade. And of course, there were press buses too, and they've got it a whole lot rougher than even the limousine. So I said, is it possible that you slowed down the car because you were afraid you were driving into an ambush? And I expected to hear a dial tone. I fully expected to hear a dial tone. And it was just this kind of silence. And finally he said, I'll never be able to answer that question. I will never be able to answer that. I honestly, I don't know. Beyond that, you can go into the mechanics of the car 1,000 different ways.
You take the compensation?
I wish I had. If I had, I'd be selling them out front here. As it is, I've got some good ones on tape.
Excuse me. On the Life magazine of October 1964, is there anyone here that's familiar with, there are three editions of the magazine? Okay. The first one was pulled, and then there was a buyback team that went around trying to buy back the magazine. I can tell you the name of someone that they tried to buy the magazine from. And then it was reissued with some more photographs without the red matter flying out. And then they pulled it again. And it was reissued the third time, October '64. They're on eBay. I bought the last one for $7. So first, I don't know who the guy was trying to buy back the magazines in upstate New York, but there were more than one. They went around. Anyone that got one in the mail, they tried to buy them back. They were afraid because those frames shouldn't have been released, and they were by mistake. 3 issues. If you have all 3, and I think someone here knows a friend of ours that has all 3. It's a good collection. And in Chicago, where I wasn't, but I watched the tapes, there's a guy on the stage. He was at last year's other conference, the one that has car burglarized. He spoke. He has those 3 magazines. Good collection.
If I may, I have all 3. You do. The first one showed the president blown to the rear. That's the one that was withdrawn. People think it was the other way around. The second one replaced it actually with 313 showing the head explosion, but they inadvertently left the original caption. And the third and final one shows the head explosion with a revised caption. What they were deathly afraid of is showing the fact that the president had been thrown to the rear. That's what the Warren Commission wanted to cut out. That's what they did cut out. By the way, if you check volume 18 of the Warren Commission volumes, it stops at frame 334, the last Zapruder frame. The first clear frame showing the president's head wounds is 335, 1 frame later.
Coincidence.
I have a comment. One of the questions I have about that is that according to Eva Grant's testimony to the Warren Commission, she's talking about Tom Howard selling a photograph of President Kennedy's head exploding at the point of impact. That's actually in the Warren Commission testimony. And she tried to squash that deal, and the Secret Service came and stopped that particular deal. It supposedly shows, or showed one way or the other, Kennedy's head exploding and all the debris coming out. That's actually in the Warren Commission testimony. I wonder if anybody knows about that particular photograph, and that's on the record as having existed at one time. So you guys who are photo experts, you know anything about that one? That's in the testimony of Eva Grant, so something to research, I think, for all of us.
Of course, the trouble with doing stuff with researchers is that everybody can be the speaker up here. I just want to make sure before we go forever on this particular thing, because we all know pieces of it, that Bill Turner gets a chance to come up and ask a question and answer.
I'm hooked.
Uh-oh.
Well, I just wanted to say that gentleman brought up the George Wallace shooting, and again, we have a question of timing. George Wallace was shot and taken out of the presidential campaign at the very moment that a poll showed that he would pull off sufficient votes from Richard Nixon to put the Democratic candidate, whoever it would be, in the White House. And Lisa Peace has done work on it, haven't you, Lisa?
Yeah.
A lot of work. I did a lot of work of it. It was published in Government by Gunplay, which was a paperback issued in the 1970s. I went to Milwaukee and talked to the family, to witnesses. And so there is, the groundwork has been done, and I agree that's one that should be researched a lot more, because it fits into the pattern that Ted Kennedy noted, the faceless men. And
then he did a bad job on Bremer's apartment.
did a bag
Yeah,
job.
with
Yeah,
Clark.
right. Put that, had Hunt put in some incriminating material, and Hunt chickened out. But I think that's an important one, because it fits the pattern, and it may get to right to what Walt was talking about. The cover-up can lead to the, what we might have here is a continuing operation instead of one separate, one separate, one separate, one separate. Yes.
I was just wondering if I could hear your thoughts, or perhaps any of the thoughts that you might have had when you were working with Jim Garrison about the veracity or the significance of Richard Case Nagel.
I believed in Nagel. I believed that he had an Arthur Greenspan in Greenstein or something. What was it?
Arthur Greenstein.
Greenstein in Delaware. He was sending all his correspondence to him. I was publishing a lot on Nagel and Ramparts. And if you could see, you'd try and make sense out of his moon talk. You made a lot of sense of it. And it all fit into what I knew anyhow about the Cuban exiles and Bravo Club being Alpha 66 and all that. I mean, why would a guy go in a bank and shoot into the, that doesn't ask for a dime, he asked for Walt's $2 first.
Who only?
and shoot into the ceiling and wait to be arrested.
Well, why do you think he did that? Why do you think he did
Because I think he was into it, realized what was happening. He says he sent a special delivery letter to Hoover warning him of what was coming down, and when he saw it imminent, he wanted to be in custody so he couldn't be accused.
He got his wish.
He got his wish. He got more than the usual bank robber, that's for sure. But yeah, I corresponded with him through art and did extensive research work in Ramparts articles.
Did Garrison ever make any comment about him?
Yeah, he met with him.
Yeah, I know that, but did he ever say anything to you?
Yeah, we discussed it. The credibility. Well, I backed up the credibility of Nagel. If you could talk, he was talking in riddles, but it was making some sense. And I understood the reason he had to be cautious, because he wanted to live, and he had a family. So Yeah, I put a lot of credibility, and I did discuss Nagel with Garrison. And the Ramparts article, according to Dick Russell, went a long way towards getting him released.
Do you know who sentenced Miguel?
Yeah, Judge Homer Thornbury.
Yeah. Right.
Who was
Yeah.
brought in, of course, at the 11th hour. Ralph Thompson, the original judge, was dismissed from the case for no reason. And just as the sentencing was beginning, Homer Thornbury, who was Lyndon Johnson's closest friend, was brought in as the judge and sentenced a man who should have probably done a couple of months for malicious mischief, got 10 years maximum.
Yeah.
And who
With the provision that he could be released at any time by the U.S. Board of Paroles, which is
Right.
yes, which was unusual to say the least.
Across from him?
Abraham Bolden at the Springfield Penitentiary.
They're having a discussion here, and Abraham Bolden was a Treasury agent, Secret Service agent, Treasury Department, and he talked about a conspiracy, and they wound him up into jail with Richard Case Nagel. It's the old Soviet technique of these are jailbirds that are talking.
That's exactly right. Better to discredit them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
You mentioned that. Tell me again about that article you said about the that FBI article about. You said that the FBI could have prevented the assassination. They didn't. Was that the SAG article you were talking about?
Yeah, that's a SAG article. That's how they hyped it up on the front page.
And which date was that article?
March of 1964.
Remember last year you were talking about an FBI memo, and you said you would fax it or something, and it had to do with the FBI could have prevented the Kennedy assassination, but they didn't. It was an article, and the FBI was very unhappy about it. Is that the same thing?
It may be. There was also a clerk by the name of Walter in the New Orleans FBI office. He was a security clerk. He had night duty.
No, that's not the one you're
That's
talking
not.
about.
That was a different one.
Yeah, you're talking about an article in the paper that said the FBI could have prevented the Kennedy assassination, but they...
That was the cover story of the Saga issue. That was the name assigned to the story. The FBI could have saved President Kennedy's life based on the fact that they did. If they had turned over what they knew on Oswald to the Secret Service would have had him in protective custody.
Oh, I want to get that one.
If you can find it. I got one copy.
You even said something about faxing me something like that last year. I just wonder if we're talking about the same thing now.
Probably.
You said it was in one of your books with a red cover. You said it was a document or something you had faxed.
You got me there. I'm not sure what we're talking about there. A red document?
No, the red cover on the book.
Red cover?
Inside that book was the document. You're going to fax me.
I can't remember what you... I sound like a witness now, but I mean... I can't recall what the gentleman was talking about.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
I have a question regarding Sirhan and the use of hypnosis.
Yes.
In creating this patsy. Do you think there might have been similar things happening in the JFK, and other?
There's been some suggestion to that. That the lady asked a question in the RFK. I talked about hypno-programming Oswald or Sirhan. I get them mixed up. Into acting, at least firing from the front to freeze everybody's attention on Sirhan, while the fatal shot was fired 1 to 3 inches from the rear at an upward coursing angle.
Could that have been
Execution
Cesar,
style.
the security guard, or in that case?
Thane Eugene Caesar would
Yeah,
be a prime suspect, and there was another security guard by the name, uniformed by the name of Alexander at his elbow. But it's interesting because Bobby Kennedy fell backwards, reacting to the shots coming from the front. And when he landed, the famous Boris Yarrow photograph in the LA Times, Bobby's clutching Thane Eugene Caesar's clip-on bow tie. So he was reaching back
And-
where the shot was coming from and recoiling from the shots from the front.
But do you think something else similar to whoever programmed Sirhan, because he obviously has been seen by, you know, hypnotists who have tried to get him to remember something.
Yeah.
And he hasn't been able
and
to
the
break
the hypno-programmer puts in a locking mechanism.
Yeah.
There was a famous case, I don't know how famous it was famous in Europe, let me put it that way.
Denmark.
In Denmark,
Yes.
yeah, I cited that in the book.
Uh-huh.
And it's an interesting case in that there were two cellmates, and the one was due to be released, so the heavy in the scene hypno-programmed him in the cell, and he went out and robbed banks, and in doing so he fatally shot a bank employee, and he was captured. Now, in hypno-programming, you can't make a subject do something they would ordinarily do. In other words, in the Copenhagen case, you had to assign a higher moral purpose. And the higher moral purpose was the unification of all Scandinavia. Well, the Danish authorities, being more up on hypno-programming than the Americans, investigated the case, and they finally got the locking mechanism to unlock the mind of the bank holdup guy, and he identified his cellmate as being the hypno-programmer, and they released the holdup guy who had killed somebody and put the other guy in jail. So I think that's a model for what happened in Saran, that they hypno-programmed. The girl in the polka dot dress was the same as in the Manchurian Candidate, the Queen of Hearts. It sounds exotic, I know, but it's fact, and the CIA had their MK Ultra. And they had a subgroup doing specifically, MK Ultra, I'll be right with you, MK Ultra had the purpose of brainwashing and mind control, MK standing for mind control. Hypno-programming was a subplot or a subgroup called artichoke. So that went into the actual hypno-programming of a subject to go out and act in a certain way. Yes?
Are there any opportunities for researchers to go and physically examine the Ambassador Hotel anymore?
No, Donald Trump bought it. It's being leveled. Yeah, he was using it. We tried to get in and shoot with the Finnish group about 6 years ago, and they wouldn't let us in because they found out we were doing the Bobby Kennedy thing, and they had strict orders, nothing on the Kennedy, although they were renting it out for other interior shots and other movies as long as they didn't refer to RFK. So that's being leveled, make way for affordable housing or something, a school, that kind of, yes?
In your book, you discuss a lot about Oliver Brindley Owen.
Yes.
I think I got the name right, the Walking
You sure
Bible.
did.
And the lawsuit that he filed regarding a radio broadcast about him. Do you have any follow-up information, or can you provide any more kind of information on what you think Brindley's connection to this was? Because it seems awfully, I admire your book a lot. I'm just wondering if there's any more to it or if there's any more clarification.
I think that we'll call him the Walking Bible as a televangelist. That's what he billed himself. It's a more colorful name. Thanks, Bill. I've always regarded Oliver Brindley Owen, the Walking Bible, who memorized 36,000 Bible verses, as a material witness. I think he had a custodial relationship with Saran. They were seen down on Santa Ana riding horses. The horse connection seems to be where they connected to begin with. And I think that what we did, I sent a guy out to the church where Owen said he was speaking on the night of the assassination. In other words, he couldn't go to the back of the Ambassador Hotel that night because he had a speaking engagement at a Baptist church, in the Calvary Baptist Church in Oxnard, which is some 60 miles up the line. Well, we sent a guy out there, and he found out from the pastor that it was shuttered that night. It was closed because they didn't have enough of a collection. So that was a lie, and I think where he really was in the back of the Ambassador Hotel, and that Saran was supposed to escape, and he didn't, and it would have been a perfect driving off in a Model A with a hood ornament of a horse. It would be a perfect cover. But I really believe that Owen, that's why he went to the police with this phony story about being an Oxnard, but he had to give some innocent explanation of why he was with Saran, because he knew he had been seen with Saran. And that was his innocent explanation. Yes?
Well, along that line, the most fascinating thing to me about your book is that at Owen's trial, you discovered that one of his defense witnesses was Arthur Bremer's sister.
Yeah, Gail Aiken.
Did you ever do any follow-up on that?
We tried to. She fled back to Florida. She was going to be a character witness for the Reverend Walking Bible.
But that would be another illustration of the thing we're talking about.
The pattern.
Consistent threads between
Yes.
each assassination.
Absolutely. Same personnel. Yes. Okay. Thanks very much.
I called the hotel, and shuttle should be here in 10 minutes or so. You're not getting it? So, good morning, and we're starting with this panel on the counter critics, which came up because there's so many sort of books in the works that are going to apparently support the Warren Commission volumes coming out for the 40th anniversary, and then also some books in between that have been written that get to some of the issues that we've worked on, but don't do a very good job in terms of telling the truth. So we had invited a panel for this particular section. Dr. Aguilar wanted to talk about Max Holland, I know. I haven't seen Ralph Schoenman yet, but if he comes, he was going to be here to talk a little bit about his experiences with Garrison and the Italian article that Max Holland tries to make so much of. And Bill Kelly wanted to talk about the book Mrs. Payne's Garage, and so there's a number of people that are here this morning to sort of counter the counter critics, and that's what the first panel is about. And you know, we've always had counter critics, Mr. Posner being probably the most celebrated among the press. Of course, the press liked the counter critics because they let them off the hook. If there wasn't any conspiracy, then the press didn't cover anything up, did they? So it's very convenient for them to have these folks. But we wanted to try to address some of the things from Bugliosi and others that we know are coming down the pike. Two small items before we start. Gary Mack was nice enough to send something. He works at the 6th floor museum here, and they have offered a group discount to COPA folks. So I told them that you would take your little tickets that you used to get in here and show them at the gate. Whether or not that gets translated to the gate, I don't know, but just try it and say that Gary Mack sent you and that they'd give you some sort of a discount. He didn't even say the amount, but he said he would group discount for us. Pardon? It has worked in the past. Yeah, no, it's worked in the past. So if you haven't seen the 6th floor museum, or you've got the stomach to see it twice, you know, you can go up and visit it. This is sort of, you know, the Dalton Trumbo wrote a book about the McCarthy era called Time of the Toad, and he based it on a statement by Emile Zola. And Emile Zola wrote J'accuse, which was a defense of Dreyfus, who was wrongly imprisoned in that period in France, and he eventually got Dreyfus released from prison and exonerated him. But what Zola said was that in the morning he would go down to the stalls and he would get a demi-tasse of coffee, and he would buy the morning paper, and he would also spend half a sou and buy a small toad. And he would sit down, and if he could get the toad down with the coffee, then he would read the paper. And so Dalton Trumbo said that was the time of the toad, and I think we're in one. But also over at the Dallas Morning News, I don't know if they have them left, but they have this little CD of information about November 22nd and written by the journalists at the time. So don't know that it have anything particularly new, but at least it's local news probably compiled in one place for you. And they were selling them for $6 to some people, $8 to others, and $10 to others. So I guess you have to be on your best behavior to get it cheap, but they may still have some left. So I thought we'll start with Dr. Gary Aguilar, who has a presentation from his computer. And we'll maybe go 10 or 15 minutes each. Try to keep it as short as we can so we'll have time for questions. And not the whole panel is here, and unfortunately one of the people we hoped would be here, Jim DiEugenio, was not able to come. But if Walt Brown's going to talk, and Bill Kelly, if folks want to come up here, there are chairs, and you can come sit up here, or you can wait until you're ready to talk. Thanks.
Thank you, John. I guess it would be impossible for me to sit down in front, because the problem is that the way my presentation is set is I thought I'd be able to look at my laptop while I gave it so that you could see the text and I could see the text, but my laptop's sitting over there where you can see it and I can't. I mean, where you're going to be able to see it and I can't. Do you want to? Can you monitor the what's on the computer? No, they got it. Are you able to see the image on the screen?
I can see it on the screen.
Okay, good. The presentation this morning, and I could go almost an indefinite period of time on this, is about a writer which some of you in the audience may know, Max Holland. Max Holland is a contributing editor of The Nation magazine. He has been the in-house expert in at The Nation magazine on the Kennedy assassination, has written a number of essays and pieces on the Kennedy assassination, both in The Nation magazine. He also has publications in a number of other magazines, American History, American Historical Reviews. He's written things for New Orleans Magazine and various and sundry things. In any case, these are all apparently in preparation of a book that he has coming out entitled A Need to Know Inside the Warren Commission. He was a winner of the Lucas Prize, which was given by the Columbia Journalism, or Columbia University School of Journalism, apparently, for a work in progress, apparently given $40,000 or $50,000, I forget exactly how much it was, for something that had not yet even been completed. And my understanding is that's never been done before. And his thesis essentially is that the Warren Commission's work was really quite a stellar piece of work given the time and the circumstances, that there were certain historical constraints that prevented them from doing perhaps what we might do today, but given the constraints that they worked under, it was an exhaustive investigation carried to its utmost limits, and that's essentially the thesis of his upcoming book. These are all direct quotes from Max Holland that you're going to be reading, except where I obviously otherwise indicated. Maybe I can step around here because I don't have them all memorized, so I was going to be reading them along with you for those in the audience that for some reason or other can't see them or who have macular degeneration or other things that I know of as an ophthalmologist. In any case, after one of the most exhaustive investigations ever conducted into the Warren Commission's investigation, and this is a writer writing for the Boston Globe, Max Holland announced that it has become part of our culture that the Warren Commission was a joke, and that's not the case. Let's scale it down here. I mean, clearly he has taken the view that that there's been some scathing criticism of the Warren Commission, which is undeserved, and he wants to set the historical record straight. You want to, Lisa, just moving on down. Max Holland writes that conspiracists have been, can you go?
I'll go further.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah. Just to move it, okay, that's good. Conspiracists, in fact, you might want to go up to view up there so we just see the full screen, and that way we can just continually scroll without having pages pop up.
You need the house lights down?
Yeah, house lights might be better. under view, yeah, there we go. All right. Okay. And then you go down to view again, full screen. Up the top left, view, full screen. Right down below here, second to bottom. Boom, okay. Okay, conspiracists have been so successful that now the burden of proof has shifted decisively and unfairly from the critics to the defenders of the official story. Almost any claim or theory, regardless of how bizarre or unsupportable, can now be presented in the same sentence as the Warren Report's conclusion and gain credence. Now, the burden of proof has shifted, he complains, from critics to the defenders of the Warren Commission's view. Now, any solution or any hypothesis to solve a certain problem or a scientific question, the defender of that hypothesis always bears the burden of proof. So if the Warren Commission is going to say that it has a solution to the crime, it's not at all unfair to say that the burden of proof rests with them. The critics can criticize the burden of proof, but it's silly to argue and sort of unscientific to argue that the burden of proof should rest with anyone but the people that are advancing a certain hypothesis or solution. Scroll down. He's also said that the Warren Commission's inquiry, oh wait a minute, I'm sorry, we missed the one up top. Sorry, Lisa.
It's hard to kind of looks.
Yeah, okay. Even the highest level of education is not, now this is Max Holland writing again in American Heritage Magazine. Even the highest level of education is not a barrier to judge from the disregard for the Warren Report that exists in the upper reaches of the Academy. In fact, in the professional historian's most prestigious publication, the American Historical Review published 2 articles out of 3 in praise of Oliver Stone's movie JFK. The lead piece actually asserted that quote, on the complex question of the Kennedy assassination itself, the film holds its own against the Warren Report. In a similar vein, in 1993, Deep Politics in JFK by an English professor named Peter Dale Scott, a book conjuring up fantastic paranoid explanations, was published by no less respected an institution than the University of California Press. He is ashen at the idea that there are recognized academics who are critical of the Warren Commission's findings, the Warren Commission's work, and that think that a film like Oliver Stone's JFK actually holds its own against the Warren Report. Go on next. Now here is Max Holland explaining the key to the Warren Commission as he writes it. The Warren Commission's inquiry occurred at what we now know was the height of the Cold War, and it must be judged in that context. Perhaps with its history understood, the Warren Commission, instead of being an object of derision, can emerge in a different light, battered somewhat, but with the essential integrity of its criminal investigation unscathed. In time, the Warren Commission will be seen for what it truly was, a monumental criminal investigation carried to its utmost limits. And it was designed to burn away a fog of speculation. It did not achieve perfection, and in the rush to print, there was no rush to judgment, he says. The language on pivotal issues, such as the single bullet, was poorly crafted, but the accuracy of the report's essential findings, holding up after 3 decades, is testimony to the Commission's basic integrity. Let's scroll on down. So clearly he's saying that it was an exhaustive investigation, carried to its utmost limits, under certain constraints. It's not been given the respect that it deserves, and he wants to set the record straight. Why wasn't the record straight initially? Well, because there was a tremendous concern about the possibility of war with the Russians. And to de-emphasize Oswald's communist orientation, they sort of expunged that from the record to some extent so that there would not be increasing tensions with the communists and they did not want to propose any solution to the crime that would inflame tensions that already existed between Russia and the United States. By effectively robbing Oswald of his pro-communist ideological motive, Earl Warren left a critical question unresolved and provided fodder for conspiracy theorists. In other words, people have wondered, what was Oswald's motive? And the Warren Commission or the Warren Commissioners robbed him of his ideological pro-communist inclinations and thereby robbed him of the true motive that he had, thereby obscured our understanding of the assassination, because if he wasn't really a true communist, I mean, what other motivation could he possibly have had? And so the motivation of his true communism was essentially really downplayed and thereby obscured the true motivation that he had to commit the crime of the century, which was his motivation, Max Holland says. Okay. In essence, Cold War jitters during the 60s encouraged the Commission to de-emphasize the ferocities of political... this is me writing this is part of an essay I wrote, incidentally. In essence, Cold War jitters during the 60s encouraged the Commission to de-emphasize the ferocity of Oswald's political ardor, lest an anti-communist backlash overwhelm events, propelling us toward a hot reprisal against innocent communist countries that had nothing to do with the lone nut. Holland goes on to say, the 2% of the Warren Commission's documents still withheld doesn't contradict the Warren Report. Like the information omitted by the CIA and Robert Kennedy in 1964, it only helps to affirm Oswald's sole guilt. Now, unfortunately, Max Holland doesn't explain to us how he knows what the 2% that were withheld show, but nevertheless, he wants us to know that it in no way is going to undermine the ultimate conclusion that Oswald alone was guilty. You want to scroll down? His final thesis is that the ferociously anti-Castro president had inadvertently inspired a communist loser, Oswald's, vengeful act. Robert Kennedy then orchestrated a protective cover-up of his brother's death, a cover-up to protect secrets about the use of the mafia and the CIA to try to kill Castro. In doing so, he left a legacy of public skepticism that continues to undermine faith in honorable public institutions to this day. Keep going on down. Now, a little bit further up. Now, Max Holland is extremely disdainful of Warren skeptics and really of people who are critical of the government generally. And he attributes a lot of the people's motivation for their skepticism to paranoia. And he goes on to say that to understand the JFK phenomenon, it helps to revisit Richard Hofstadter's classic lecture, The Paranoid Style in American Politics. The most prominent qualities of the paranoid style, according to Hofstadter, are heated exaggeration, suspiciousness, and conspiratorial fantasy. Propagators don't see conspiracies or plots here and there in history. They regard a vast, gigantic conspiracy as the motive force in historical events. Let's keep going down. And so this is, loony people who believe that Kennedy did not die at the hands of Oswald. He clearly links as people who are, fanciful, paranoid, and delusional. Other quotes from Max Holland in which he fleshes out the idea of the link between suspicions about the government solution to the crime in 1964 and paranoia. Every nation is sustained by its own myths, which occasionally collide with reality. But when myths are as divorced from reality as these myths are, myths that Oswald might not have acted alone or might not have acted at all, they become dangerous. Americans are encouraged to feel nostalgia for a past that never was, a time of Camelot, perhaps. Wax dreamily about what might have been, or indulge in elaborate paranoid fantasies about their own government. Oliver Stone is one of the worst purveyors of the kind of paranoid nonsense eschewed by Jack Kennedy himself. Although Stone strikes a vaguely leftish pose, he in fact uses the familiar rightist logic of those who mutter darkly about black helicopters, fluoridation of water, and one world government. Scale down. Now, I remind you again, Oliver Stone, and then finally he says, the outstanding characteristics of Peter Dale Scott's deep politics put it squarely in the paranoid tradition of most books about the assassination, an unreadable compendium of may-haves, might-haves, non-sequiturs, and McCarthy-style innuendo with enough documentation to satisfy any paranoid. Let's scale on down. So it's clear that anyone, or at least that some of the people whose works published even by respectable authors, that it's nothing but paranoia. I mean, it's absurd, it's preposterous. And if there is one source for this, and perhaps the primary generative phenomenon, it is the trial of Clay Shaw in New Orleans. Jim Garrison's trial, according to Max Holland, is the source for a lot of the disaffection that there has been publicly with the government, a lot of the skepticism about government, and that it was that trial, principally, that not only linked in people's minds the Central Intelligence Agency to the assassination, but also is the root cause, in a sense, of the public's loss of faith in its government institutions. The terrible miscarriage of justice of the Clay Shaw trial was to have immense, if largely unappreciated, consequences for the political culture of the United States. Of all the legacies of the 1960s, none has been more unambiguously negative than the American public's corrosive cynicism toward the federal government. Although that attitude was commonly traced to the disillusioning experiences of Vietnam and Watergate, its genesis lies in the aftermath of JFK's assassination. Well before anti-war protests were common, lingering dissatisfaction with the official verdict that Lee Harvey Oswald acted alone broadened into a widespread conviction that the federal government was incompetent or suppressing the truth, or, in the worst case, covering up its own complicity in assassination. Scale on down. Now, and he goes on and makes other comments in other publications. In the Wilson Quarterly, for example, he said, commentators usually ascribe the public's legitimate paranoia to the disturbing events that followed Kennedy's murder. Vietnam, other assassinations, Watergate, exposure to the FBI and CIA abuses in the 70s, and finally the Iran-Contra scandal, all of which undermined America's trust in their elected government. But a more sophisticated or mature understanding is necessary among the public to realize that the government does keep secrets, but it doesn't mean that what they say isn't the truth. Now, you know, it's a fascinating thing, because I think that, at least to me, the Kennedy case had very little effect on my, disillusionment with the government, having grown up in the right wing of the Republican Party, having had parents that ran John Birch Society chapters when I was growing up, having been a young Republican, member of Young Americans for Freedom, having campaigned against Jack Kennedy alongside my parents at the age of 12 in 1960. The Kennedy assassination played no role in that. It was these other things that played a role in it. Vietnam, when I read the Pentagon Papers, the scales fell from my eyes. The Watergate of it. These are all the things that all of a sudden made me say, now wait a minute, what was that about that Kennedy assassination anyhow? Wait a minute, maybe now that I see a different perspective about how the government works, let's look back at that again. But in any case, he attributes all of the loss of faith not really to the events that we're talking about here with Watergate, Vietnam War, the revelations of CIA abuses, LSD experiments, other criminal conspiracies, COINTELPRO. None of that had anything to do with the root cause of the disaffection was the Kennedy assassination and the belief that Oswald had not acted alone. The government had covered it up. Let's scale on down here. Now, again, I'm trying to give you his version because this is going to be in a book that I promise you is going to win glowing praise in the New York Times. Max Holland's book on the Warren Commission is going to be lauded in a way perhaps that not even Gerald Posner's one was. I mean, that's my prediction. Maybe I'll be wrong about this. But, knowing the way these things work, that would be my guess. In any case, let's give you, I just want to give, my idea today is to give you as full an explanation and explication of where he's coming from as possible. I have an essay that's on the web right now about this, in which many of these quotes are from, most all of them are from. It's now going to be in an expanded version, and you'll see how these are woven into the text so you can see at least some way of what the rebuttal is to the point he's putting forward. I don't think that I need to give a tremendously elaborate rebuttal here. We don't have the time to do it. But I think that most of these things, are essentially self-rebutted by the preposterousness of the assertions. The suppression of information about our use of high-tech spy balloons, Holland says, allowed flying saucer and conspiracy buffs to adorn the Roswell incident with mythic significance. In the Kennedy case, similarly, the suppression of a few embarrassing but not central truths encouraged the spread of myriad far-fetched theories. Now, let's just take the Roswell incident as one example. The suppression of information about our use of high-tech spy balloons, he said, allow flying saucer and conspiracy buffs to adorn the Roswell incident with mythic significance. No, it didn't. The government has given 3 different explanations for what happened at Roswell, at least 2 of which are not true. at least the first truth that they gave, they said, no, that wasn't true, you know, and that was their first limited hangout, or that explanation is no longer operative, to borrow from the Watergate days. And they've given 3 different explanations for what happened there. Why should people believe that any of them are true? But certainly it is not the fact that they withheld information. Had they said no comment, that would have been one thing. But they said, oh, no, let's tell you what the truth is. They gave an explanation. You know, I don't know how much longer later it was. They said, no, I'm sorry, that was not true. This is another explanation. Then they retracted that and came up with a third explanation. Well, you do that a few times, and that does invite some far-fetched theorizing about what's really going on. Particularly given, putting this into perspective of how many lies we were told in the Pentagon that were revealed in the Pentagon Papers. I heard Daniel Ellsberg speak the other day, and in The Nation magazine, they recount the story that when Daniel Ellsberg did release the Pentagon Papers, there were at least 100 other people who were fully familiar with the entire contents of the Pentagon Papers, and yet he was the only person willing to, quote, blow the whistle on the war. It's not at all uncommon for people to be very reluctant, for reasons of personal safety and career ambitions and so on and so forth, to kind of toe the line and not tell the truth. And according to Daniel Ellsberg, the practice of lying was second nature to people that were working at the level that he was working at with McNamara in the Pentagon at a very high level. Fairly common. Slide down further. If Richard Russell could possibly, now let's go into his analysis of the Warren Commission itself and the workings of the Warren Commission and how they were able to find the truth that he says they were able to find, you know, in an exhaustive investigation carried to its utmost limits. He says if Richard Russell could possibly have disagreed with Earl Warren, they would have, yet they did agree. It's a unanimous report. He also quotes Earl Warren's famous statement, "Truth is our only client here." That phrase became, as Holland put it, the Commission's unofficial motto. So he clearly has embraced the idea that truth is their only motto, that they worked, that was ultimately a unanimous verdict, and had Earl Warren, who was a liberal Republican, had disagreed with a conservative Democrat, Richard Russell, they certainly would have, and yet they both signed on and agreed. Of course, very little attention is paid to the fact that 3 out of the 7 Warren commissioners had never accepted, nor did Lyndon Baines Johnson, a fundamental tenet of the government's position, i.e. the single bullet theory, that he doesn't dwell upon, at least nowhere that I've read so far. Let's slide on. He may address that in his book, I don't know. Now, clearly one of the criticisms that skeptics have raised is that the Warren Commission was very dependent on intelligence agencies for their work. In other words, they didn't have their own team of investigators. They relied on the FBI and the Central Intelligence Agency. So, in an interview which Max Holland did with Chip Shelby, which was not broadcast, but Chip was kind enough to send me the entire transcript of the interview with Max Holland. In that interview, Max Holland was asked directly, well, I mean, you know, they didn't investigate this. The Warren Commission didn't do any investigation. The FBI and the Secret Service did it, and CIA did. How, you know, how is it that they investigated? And Max Holland answered, well, the lawyers on the staff were investigators of a sort. I mean, they went out in the field, they interviewed witnesses, they deposed witnesses, and conducted a first-hand evaluation of the evidence. While you can say that the commission staff weren't trained homicide investigators, that's true. But the FBI also didn't investigate a lot of murders in that era either. Murder was a state problem, so number one, the staff of the Warren Commission were investigators. Number two, the commission realized the FBI had a lot of sensitivities about the assassination because they had the largest file on Lee Harvey Oswald, and once they realized this, they tried to double-check and sometimes triple-check the reliability of the FBI's information by also getting it through the Secret Service and or the CIA. Now, we needn't dwell on the fact that the CIA and the FBI rehearsed their answers together before they went and gave them to the Warren report or other issues like this, but I mean, this is clearly his view. His view is that the Warren Commission, when it ever had any material from the Federal Bureau of Investigation that it doubted, it double or triple checked it by going to other sources. I'm going to slide on down. For example, the commission proved that Oswald was not an FBI informant. The commission did an extremely thorough check of the indices at the FBI headquarters. Now, I added that in there. That's from my text. I shouldn't have, for this presentation, I shouldn't have had that in there. That's right. They did do a pretty thorough check of the indices. They were shown at the FBI headquarters. There was no Lee Harvey Oswald listed as an informant. Well, that pretty well proves it, doesn't it? And all the FBI agents who ever came into contact with Oswald signed affidavits saying they had never attempted to recruit Oswald. Hoover signed an affidavit saying the Bureau had never recruited or attempted to recruit Oswald, and so, insofar as possible, I believe the Commission put that rumor to rest. So of course, the FBI would never lie about something like this, and so since they went and signed affidavits that he was not an informant, and since they were unable to find any indices showing that he'd been an affidavit, that absolutely disproves the possibility that Oswald was an informant. Now, some of you who were here last night did hear Bill Turner, who was an FBI agent, say that he got it, from a very reliable source. So there he is sitting over here. That in fact Oswald was an informant. None of that will account for anything because you have, J. Edgar Hoover signing an affidavit swearing that he wasn't an informant, and of course. J. Edgar Hoover was never known to have lied about anything. Let me just slide this on down further. Now, he also says that the House Select Committee on Assassination confirmed the Warren Commission's findings. The HSC corroborated every salient fact developed by the Warren Commission. Now, of course, there were a couple of facts that they did not corroborate, such as the fact the Warren Commission claimed that Ruby was not in any way linked to the Mafia. It turns out that Ruby's links to the Mafia may have been missed in 1964 because the FBI's senior Mafia expert, a fellow named Courtney Evans, was excluded from the probe, from the investigation of the Warren Commission. Evans told the House Select Committee on Assassinations, "They sure didn't come to me. We had no part in that I can recall." And that is published in the HSCA's final report. Why don't you slide that down? Now, interestingly enough, who did the FBI go to, or who did the Bureau go to? The Bureau went to FBI Supervisor Regis Kennedy, who was going to be their lead investigator on Ruby's possible ties to the underworld. Now, Regis Kennedy, it is worth noting here, professed then to believe that Carlos Marcello, who was the New Orleans capo to whom Ruby did have ties, was a tomato salesman and a real estate investor. I mean, this was the level of sophistication, and this is the person they turned to for their exhaustive investigation. They turned to Regis Kennedy in the FBI, who was not their FBI, not their Mafia expert, to give them the word that Ruby was not in any way linked to the Mafia. I'll just throw it anywhere, it's fine. Okay. Now, I just want to go through a few of the quotes. Max Holland's idea that the Warren Commission's investigation was an exhaustive investigation carried to its utmost limits has certainly been assailed by Warren skeptics, and with good justification. But I don't think that the Warren skeptics are perhaps the most eloquent in some respects or convincing to people who trust official sources. They're certainly not the most convincing criticisms of the Warren Commission. The most convincing and powerful criticisms of the Warren Commission come from the government itself, the House Select Committee on Assassinations, and the Church Committee. Both of these organizations investigated the manner in which the Warren Commission did its work and came up with scathing criticisms. These are quotes now. The evidence indicates that Hoover viewed the Warren Commission as more of an adversary than a partner in the search for the facts of the assassination. Now, this hardly endorses the view that Max Holland would like to promote, that there was a good collegial cooperative effort between the Warren Commission and the FBI when J. Edgar Hoover viewed the Warren Commission as an interloper, as an adversary in the solution to the crime, which, as we've all heard last night, J. Edgar Hoover announced on the night of the assassination. Before he had lifted a finger to investigate the case, Hoover announced that Oswald had done it alone. I mean, Rankin told the HSCA who could protest what Hoover did back in those days. And in fact, the Warren Commission was extremely reluctant to challenge Hoover on anything. The fact that they got Hoover to sign an affidavit saying that Oswald had not been an informant was about as powerful as they could be, and it was not. It was something that they were not very willing to do. So ultimately, the HSCA concluded the Warren Commission ended up doing what the members of the Warren Commission agreed they would not do, could not do, rely mainly on the FBI's denial of allegations that Oswald had been an FBI informant. Let's slide further on down here. Now, the Church Committee said somewhat the same thing. Now mind you, the HSCA, and there are other the list of criticism of the Warren Commission by the House Select Committee on Assassinations runs to something like 50 pages in the report and occupies all of volume 11 in the HSCA volumes. It's quite a damning bit of criticism, and this is quite apart from its own investigation. It's just investigating the manner in which the Warren Commission did its work. The Church Committee said the committee has developed evidence which impeaches the process by which the intelligence agencies arrived at their own conclusions about the assassination and by which they provided information to the Warren Commission. This evidence indicates that the investigation of the assassination was deficient and that facts which might have substantially affected the course of the investigation were not provided to the Warren Commission or those individuals within the FBI and the CIA, as well as other agencies of government who were charged with investigating the assassination. Now, mind you, the Church Committee did not investigate the Kennedy assassination per se. They just investigated the manner in which it had been investigated. Now, people can criticize the House Select Committee on Assassination by saying, oh, well, those guys are all conspiracy lunatics. They decided there, in fact, was a conspiracy after they looked into it. So we can't take anything that they say, at face value. All right, so then let's ignore what the Church Committee, the HSCA has said. The Church Committee basically looked into the manner of the investigation and came up with the idea that there was not a particularly fruitful exchange between the intelligence communities, and in fact, the intelligence communities may very well have sandbagged the investigation in a way, and that's the conclusion not of conspiracy theorists or paranoid lunatics, but of another government investigation that, in fact, was staffed with people that the Warren Commission did not have trained criminal investigators. They didn't. The Warren Commission lacked those people on its staff. Let's go on further. Now, for example, among the FBI's omissions, it never informed the Commission of Oswald's threatening note to Hosty. Okay, the FBI withheld that information and, in fact, destroyed the note, as we all know. The Commission never heard about the mafia threats against JFK and RFK that had been picked up in FBI wiretaps. They had those in evidence. They knew about them. They withheld that information from the Warren Commission. The fact that there had been these threats, people were saying Jack is going to be hit. When you have a problem with a dog that's biting you, you cut off his tail, i.e. get rid of Robert Kennedy. The dog keeps attacking you. You cut off its head, and the tail, Robert Kennedy, who was then the mafia's chief prosecutor, no longer wags. Those kinds of taps have been picked up. That was never shared with the Warren Commission. Nor did the Warren Commission ever learn that even before the commission started, Hoover had already had a secret informant in place, Representative Gerald Ford. Now, this is something that, for example, I've never run across a journalist who happened to know that Gerald Ford had been, well, they know, many of them will know that Gerald Ford had been on the Warren Commission, but none of them know that, in fact, Gerald Ford served as a spy for J. Edgar Hoover. And Gerald Ford had been in the FBI himself, hadn't he? He'd been in the FBI himself, and he served as informant. Now, here you have a member of the Warren Commission serving as a spy for the FBI. Here's from a 1263 memorandum from Delosha, the FBI, to Mr. Moore. Quote, Ford advised that he would keep me thoroughly advised as to the activities of the commission. He stated that they would have to be on a confidential basis. Well, it became fairly clear to the members of the Warren Commission pretty quickly that things that they were discussing privately were getting back. And so it created a certain chill in the air in terms of what they were even willing to say to one another about the case. HSCA said that even though the commission's staff was composed primarily of lawyers, the commission did not take advantage of all the legal tools available to it. An assistant counsel told the committee the commission itself failed to utilize the instruments of immunity from prosecution and prosecution for the perjury with respect to the witnesses whose veracity it doubted. In other words, if you're doing a serious criminal investigation, and one of the things that you do is you find witnesses that are willing to go on record, you give them a grant of immunity and say, okay, you have to testify and you can't plead the fifth because you're not going to be charged for anything you say here. That's how you do a serious criminal investigation. They did not do that. They did not do that. What was significant, this is Blakey, the head of the HSCA, who most of you in this room know. What was significant was the ability of the FBI to intimidate the commission in light of the Bureau's predisposition on the question of Oswald's guilt and whether there had been a conspiracy. At a January 27, 1964 commission meeting, there was another dialogue. Now, this is Here he is editorializing on the fact that it became very apparent that the FBI had intimidated the Warren commissioners. And then we have an exchange from the Warren Commission era that had been suppressed for many years that came out with the HSCA. And you have John J. McCloy saying, the time is almost overdue for us to have a better perspective of the FBI investigation than we now have. We are so dependent on them for our facts. J.V. Rankin answered, part of our difficulty in regard to it is that they have no problem. They have decided that no one else is involved than Oswald. Russell answered, they have tried the case and reached a verdict on every aspect. And Senator Hale Boggs answered, you put your finger on it. And that's closed Warren Commission meeting. In other words, these guys realize that, hey, these guys are running the show. They have closed the case prematurely, and yet they were in a situation where they were unwilling and unable to do anything about it. Why? Let's go on. The HSCA also said it must be said the FBI generally exhausted its resources in confirming its case against Oswald as the lone assassin, a case that Director J. Edgar Hoover at least seemed determined to make within 24 hours of the assassination. I remember one time I was giving this talk and a journalist in the audience, and I said that, that Hoover had announced the verdict on the night of the assassination and then committed all the FBI resources to proving his epiphany on the night of the assassination. And he said, that's really ridiculous. So I opened up the document and I said, look, this isn't my view. This is the result of the House Select Committee on Assassination's conclusion. And he read it and he went, oh, it still was not particularly important to him, the fact that it's clear that the FBI dedicated its entire resources to proving a case that had been essentially dreamt up on the day of the assassination. But how did this go on? Now, again, we have the House Select Committee on Assassinations coming to certain conclusions about the abuse of the intelligence agencies of the Warren Commission. Here's the Church Committee, okay? The Commission was dependent upon intelligence agencies for the facts and preliminary analysis. The Commission and its staff did analyze the material and frequently requested follow-up agency investigations, but if evidence on a particular point was not supplied to the Commission in the first place, this second step would obviously not be reached, and the Commission's findings would be formulated without the benefit of any information on the omitted point. In other words, the Warren Commission only knew what to investigate information that had been given to it by intelligence agencies, and they then routinely avoided giving them material that would be embarrassing or in any way compromise the view that particularly the FBI wanted promulgated from the outset. So they had no basis upon which to ask follow-up questions and get follow-up information. Furthermore, they wrote, although the Commission had to rely on the FBI to conduct the primary investigation of the President's death, the Commission was perceived as an adversary both by Hoover and senior FBI officials. Such a relationship, the committee observed, was not conducive to cooperation necessary for a thorough and exhaustive investigation. Now, Max Holland thinks that it was a thorough and exhaustive investigation. The government doesn't. Government investigators don't. But Max Holland apparently does. Now, this is how they controlled it, and this is perhaps one of the most important pieces of information up here. How did they control the Warren Commission? Well, we don't know that anybody was threatened, but we do know what was in the Church Committee's report, that derogatory information pertaining to both Commission members and the staff was brought to Mr. Hoover's attention. The Bureau has informed the committee staff that there was no documentary evidence which indicates that such information was disseminated while the Warren Commission was in session. Now, this is nice. I mean, he went into his files, dug out all the dirt that he had on these people, all the derogatory information, and yet the FBI wanted you to know that there's no proof that we used it while they were in session. Well, anyone that knows how you put the squeeze on people knows that that's not how you go about doing things. You know that when Hoover wanted to put the squeeze on people, that he would let them know, he would have a meeting with, for example, with the Kennedys and say, gosh, we would really hate this information about these affairs to get out into the public, wouldn't we? Gosh, we'd hate. And then if you really had to put the squeeze on it, then all of a sudden there'd be some journalist for the Boston Globe that would begin publishing stories that were sourced, a month or 2 or 3 months later. Just the idea that they had this information, that it someday might be used, was certainly more than enough that would have brought pressure on the Warren commissioners. Now, is there any proof that they then changed the way they went about their work by virtue of the fact that the FBI had done a search for derogatory information? can't be known, but it's certainly the method with which Hoover was able to very effectively keep things sequestered at the FBI for the 40 years he ran it. Slide down. Now, one then has to ask a question, we're going to finish up here in just a second, about the Warren Commission's independence. Again, this is, you know, the whole idea is that the Warren Commission was really independent of the investigative agencies, not dependent upon them, and that it, you know, and yet their own internal documentary record suggests that, in fact, they immediately decided at the outset that they were going to accept what was handed to them by the intelligence agency, particularly the FBI, and not doubt it at all. You have Earl Warren saying our job here is essentially one for the evaluation of evidence is distinguished from the gathering of evidence, and I believe that at the outset at least we can start with the premise that we can rely upon the reports of various federal agencies. Now, in that era, I mean, you know, we now know today not to be very trustful of the FBI, but in that era there was a much more commonly perceived respect for the FBI, that it was a dogged agency whose findings were always inarguable and reliable. Alan Dulles urged that the panel confine its work to a review of the investigation already being made by the FBI. Alan Dulles, who was perhaps in some respects one of the most powerful sitting members other than Earl Warren himself, said, you know, we rely on what the FBI says. The FBI says it, that's fine. Shortly after his appointment to the commission, Alan Dulles told columnist Murray Kempton that he was confident the commission would discover no evidence of conspiracy. Almost right away after he's appointed, he's already telling people privately that there's going to be no finding for conspiracy. Dwight McDonald, now this is, Dwight McDonald is very eloquent. I don't know if anybody is old enough in this room to have read his pieces in Esquire and other places, but a very insightful fellow. He wrote in Esquire magazine about the staff counsels that did the work, people like Arlen Specter and so on and so forth, that they were ambitious young chaps who were not going to step out of the lines drawn by their chiefs. The Warren Commissioner sat down. You've got Earl Warren, you've got Alan Dulles, you've got these other people saying, look, I think we can take what the FBI tells us at face value, and that's that. These young counsels aren't going to step out of line. I'll just let that. Now, one final thing that I'd like to, before we cut it off, back up in a second. The CIA would never lie to the president. I want to dwell upon this. One of the other things which I think is going to be, and has been promoted quite a bit, is this idea that the Central Intelligence Agency is absolutely obedient to the president, and that they don't lie to them, okay? He was arguing in the Boston Globe that Richard Helms was truthful when he told President Ford emissary Henry Kissinger that Robert Kennedy had personally managed the CIA's assassination plots against Castro. Hallam then wrote, it is inconceivable that Richard Helms told Henry Kissinger anything less than the full hard truths as Helms knew them and as Kissinger needed to know them. As Alan Dulles once explained on the need-to-know principle, I would tell the President of the United States anything. I am under his control. He is my boss. Now, of course, this doesn't, you know, he doesn't acknowledge the fact that Alan Dulles told Eisenhower that there had been no deaths, no CIA deaths during the coup in Guatemala in 1954, and in fact, there had been deaths. He lied to him. Richard Helms, of course, we know, lied to the Senate. Richard Helms may also have lied to the Warren Commission, but that's in my essay. I won't dwell upon that here. When Robert Kennedy was briefed on FACE, now, here is the CIA would never lie to the president. Now, this is from the 1967 CIA Inspector General's report that had been suppressed until, what, 1996 or something like that, 97. In the Central Intelligence Agency's own Inspector General's report, it reports that Robert Kennedy was briefed on phase one of the Mafia Castro plots, Mafia CIA plots against Castro, and that Robert Kennedy was briefed on phase one in May 1962, and he strongly admonished the CIA agents Houston and Edwards to check with the Attorney General in advance of any future intended use of U.S. criminal elements. This was not done with respect to phase two, which were the murder plots, which was already well underway at the time Kennedy was briefed. So on the one hand, in the Boston Globe, you have Max Holland arguing that Richard Helms would not lie to Kissinger because Kissinger was a close emissary of President Nixon. And here we have the FBI agents lying to Robert Kennedy, who was certainly at least as close to his brother, the president, as Kissinger was to his president.
And then we can go on. There are other examples of this. Oh yeah, here we go. The CIA's history reveals that when the President Eisenhower summoned the CIA Director Allen Dulles and his top covert planners to give a formal briefing about the '54 Guatemalan coup, the CIA team lied to the President. A CIA briefer told Eisenhower that only one of the CIA-backed rebels had died. Incredible, responded the President. And it was. In fact, at least 4 dozen were dead, the CIA records show. Okay, this is just an example. I mean, there are numerous other examples which I have in the expanded version of my essay about how the CIA has over time lied. But I think that, let's see if there's any other final point I'll make. Well, this is the final slide here. General Posner makes it exhaustively clear that Oswald had no accomplices and there was no conspiracy, and Posner exhaustively and patiently debunks every canard posited to date about the assassination. Of course, you know, he's not in anywhere he's not aware of the fact that Posner's own sources have rebuked him. Robert Blakey, who Posner quotes fawningly and approvingly, has blasted Gerald Posner's book in no less than the Washington Post. And you have historians and other people who have been his sources who say that I never told him that, or he's lied, he's misrepresented what I've said. So in any case, my presentation this morning is principally about to at least alert you to the fact that Max Holland is going to be coming out with a book which one expects, judging by the way in which people like Gerald Posner are received by the media, is going to be, Max Holland is almost certainly going to be praised in much the same way. And I just advise you, if you have an interest and you do a Google search, Max Holland and Aguilar, you will get the version of this essay that I have up here now, and there's a much expanded version of it which is going to be available in the not too distant future. In any case, thank you very much for your attention. Are there any questions?
Sure. Can you come up and ask your questions at this mic so we can record them, please?
Anyone who has any questions, would you come up to the microphone so we can record them?
We're going to hold the questions if we can until the end of the panel, so we get to the speakers and then we can do that.
Okay, well, why don't we hold the questions for right now? And then we'll,
I just want to know where we can get a record of what you just, a printed transcript
of this?
Yeah.
Going up to the just
on the website.
Do a Google search of Aguilar, Max Holland and Aguilar. Google, and you'll write down, and you'll find it. Now, if you email me, I'll send you the expanded version of it, which is even better. And one of the things that I wanted to do in this essay, and the expanded version as well, just so you know, is to quote Max Holland in context and in extenso. In this essay, I wanted to quote Max Holland in context and in extenso, so you know what he's saying, you know what his argument is, and I tried to be completely faithful to the spirit in which his thing is. So I think that this will have at least that value, and if you anybody wants to email me, I can email you the expanded version of this, which is going to be in the web, I hope, within about 4 to 6 weeks, because I have a couple other irons in the fire in the meantime. Okay, somebody else is coming up to speak next. And then we'll hold a question and ask some other questions later.
Well, the next speaker is going to be Walt Brown. Maybe if somebody has something we could put in front of this projector light. I guess there isn't a way to turn it off completely, but if we can block it a little, and since Walt's not using it. And we're going to be testing a little bit more of the visual stuff during Walt's talk. But this is Walt Brown, who's done exhaustive work, of course, on the case, and certainly knows what it is that the counter-critics are saying that they've got wrong.
Why is this thing always so high? Good morning, everybody. I'm not going to take very long because I know what Gary just said certainly going to lead into some interesting questions, and I know there will be questions elsewhere. I want to talk a little bit about process. And first of all, I'd like to absolutely agree in total with what Gary said in terms of how the New York Times will receive Holland's book. And I'll go you one better, Gary, and I would bet you it's a bestseller. And again, that goes right to the process. Does anybody know, or I don't want to embarrass you by having asked if you've read that thing by Posner, but does anybody know the key name that's in that book? Not Oswald, but his buddy. Do you know who's the book dedicated to? Robert Loomis. Okay? He's the muckety-muck at Random House. And we have a pretty good idea that the fingers of intelligence have crossed his career any number of times. And I feel a little bit hypocritical going into this because I have to admit I watch Gerald Posner on TV regularly. I don't know how many of you get the Animal Planet on cable. But, anyhow, going back to Robert Loomis. If any of you have ever tried to get anything published, and the publisher you send the material to doesn't immediately fall in love with it, they send you back a slip that's it's about the size of this, and they make 20 of them on a piece of paper and they Xerox them, and it says, "Your glowing work is incredible, but we can't use it right now. We wish you luck." And that's the end of the story. And you send it off to somebody else then. And I was in touch with David Lovett. I don't know if any of you know his name. He, for a time, ran a business called the President's Box Bookshop in Washington, D.C. And he supplied the kind of materials that Andy supplies now. And I was speaking to Dave on the telephone one day, and I said, "Dave, I've got this idea for a story called People v. Lee Harvey Oswald." And I said, "But how would I go about getting something like that published?" He said, "I don't know, you're just going to have to try sending out inquiry letters at random." And I said, "Okay, that sounds like the first place I should start would be Random House," which, as it happened, was the only letter I really sent out. And I sent a letter to Random House basically saying this is a different way of looking at the case, and I think it has promise, blah, blah, blah. And about 2 weeks later, I got back this beautiful embossed envelope from Robert Loomis, my name neatly typed on it, and I said, "This is not one of these." So inside there was a beautifully embossed full sheet of paper, 8.5 by 11, saying that it was the policy of Random House, and it would be the policy of Random House, never to publish any materials that ran contrary to the findings of the United States government with respect to the killing of President John Kennedy. Okay, fair enough. That's fair enough. And I kept it, and I guarantee you it's somewhere in my house. Where, I have no idea, but it's there. What happens then? Gerald Posner gets published, and you have to understand here, this is a process, and this is the process that I really think is going to happen with respect to Max Holland. A book sells based on the number of copies that are printed. Now that may seem obvious, but what it means is if what's one of our recent books? Last few years.
Oswald and the CIA?
Okay, John Newman's book. If John Newman's book, Oswald and the CIA, was listed in Publishers Group West catalog as having a publication of 30,000 copies, first run, that would tell Barnes & Noble exactly how much, and the big buyers and the chains, that would tell them exactly how much the publisher was willing to invest in this concept that was being offered, and Barnes & Noble would base their purchases on that number, 30,000, and they fudged the numbers, because People v. Oswald was 25,000, it was 30,000, it was 50,000, depending on which catalog you read. And the buyers go ahead based on the number they're given. In other words, if a publisher is willing to invest in 30,000 copies of a book, obviously it's got some merit to in somebody's idea, and they're going to buy X number of thousand. What happened in Posner's case is Random House published 250,000 of them. So the book shipped as a bestseller. Because if you're talking about 8 times as many copies, for instance, as John Newman's, Oswald and the CIA, it means Barnes & Noble immediately offers or orders something on the order of about 80,000 copies. The other chains order about 80,000. The independents will order about 20,000. And then what's left is stock. And it's immediately a bestseller. Andrew?
Well, quick point. You're absolutely right. The print run makes a lot of difference. But one thing you may not know, and
Please come over to the mic, please.
Okay, sorry. Just a very quick thing. Is that when a book is published and you see a print run, and you're right, it tells people how many copies you can find out there, but it's part of a formula. With a commercial publisher, it usually means $1 of publicity goes
Per
for
book.
every hardback published. So if we're talking about a run of 250,000, figure it out. And again, what it also means for everything else out there. If your book has a run of 5,000, $5,000 are going to be distributed all over the world. But, sorry, just thought I'd mention it.
No, Andy's exactly right. Okay, and I forgot the olive. What that translates into is that $250,000 can be discounted, which means a book company buying a $30 copy of John Newman's book, Barnes & Noble pays $18 for that. But because Random House has $250,000 in the hat to spend, they can sell Case Closed at a $30 price for $12 or $11 a copy. Barnes & Noble can put it right in the front doorway for $16, and it's an instant bestseller. The problem with that, and there's a couple. Number one, Gerald Posner's book is the only one that I have ever seen simultaneously on the New York Times bestseller list and in the bins over here for $3 a copy. And when I saw it in one bookstore, it's like one source. That's not enough. I made the rounds. It was everywhere. It was number 11 at that time on the New York Times bestseller list, and it was sitting over here for $3. We then go to the process whereby Freudian slip, Gerald Posner and Random House hooked up. And this was broadcast on an Arizona radio station, and Doug Carlson, who used to run a convention, a symposium in Chicago, called me in the middle of this thing and says, "Walt, you got to give me all the details real fast." So on that letter I was speaking to you about from Loomis. Posner has gone out any number of times and said, "Look, I went into Random House and I told them I am going to publish the mother of all conspiracy books." Of course, when he did that, he was using mother as a full word. And they said, fine. And as Bill Turner pointed out last night, he got a 6-figure advance, which for someone who was only Gerald Posner and has really not written anything beyond the life and times of Joseph Mengele, that's a heck of a lot of money. He then spent the couple of years younger than Jim Marr's socks that you heard about last night, doing his quote research. And he went back to Random House and said, geez, I got your money and I spent some of it and I didn't find any conspiracy and this is going to be ugly if I have to pay you back. And Random House said, well, if you didn't find any conspiracy, just write what you found and that's the story. We respect your research, blah, blah, blah. Well, the letter from Robert Loomis proves, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that there was never any thought that Gerald Posner was going to write the mother of all conspiracy books. From the get-go, he was going to be the thing that stood between the American perception and Oliver Stone's movie. If you remember Oliver Stone's movie, it's the only movie I know that was just routinely and savagely trashed before anybody even saw it. And then the counterpoint is Case Closed. And if you go to the 1993 issue of U.S. News and World Report with Case Closed on a cover, they devote more pages of coverage to that book in that magazine than they devoted to the assassination of President Kennedy in that magazine. So number one, Posner never had planned to write a conspiracy book. It was a hoax. The researchers that he went to, and Harold Weisberg, case in point, he just rifled Harold Weisberg's material, and anybody, I know some of you have visited Harold, okay? Yeah, downstairs, 60 filing cabinets, 4 drawers, and you couldn't put a piece of thread in those drawers. They were so filled with documents that he'd pried out of the government, and then Gerald Posner pried them out of him. It was a game all along. It co-opted all of our work, and because it was the official line and because it went along with what the government said, It got praised. It became a bestseller. So look out for Max Holland, because that's next. Thank you. I'm taking the letter with me.
We're going to have Bill Kelly next, but we got a little bit of an audio test to do on the equipment we couldn't plug into the sound system today.
Any questions? Wow. Thank you, Martin. Tonight we draw, so you can't fit in.
Kelly's going to talk about Thomas Mellon, I believe the guy's name is, book Mrs. Payne's Garage, and some of the work he's done on that, and then we can have a question and answer session with all three folks. Bill Kelly is his name, and he's a researcher that I've known for many, many years. We ended up together at the University of Dayton back in the 1960s, and he got interested in the Kennedy assassination in Cuba. And a lot of you know him from the internet or from doing work. He shares a lot of his material and puts it up. And he was a co-founder with me for the Committee for an Open Archives that got laid the beginning groundwork for the release of the files back in the 90s.
Yeah, hello. I'm not going to talk about Mellon. If you want to read my review, you can find it on the internet at Steam Shovel Press. What I want to say is that we're approaching the final battle here. I think the 40th anniversary of the assassination is going to be the last media blitz that will give us the opportunity to resolve this case. I think it's going to fade from an unsolved homicide to an unresolved historical mystery after the next few years. But we still have the time to wrap it up. I think this is a man-made crime, and it can be solved by man, and it will never be an unsolved mystery. It will be resolved. But I think that we have to take an opportunity every time that these people that publish books, they publish a magazine article, they go on the radio, they're on TV, we must take the opportunity to respond to them. They give us the opportunity because we know the truth, and I think that when they publish something that is not true, it gives us the opportunity to correct the record, and editors and producers, they're real people like you and me, and I think that they will give us the opportunity to set the record straight. After the Alamo, the Dealey Plaza is the second most popular tourist attraction in Texas. And as at the Alamo, I think we have to draw a line in the sand, not among ourselves. We can't divide ourselves into those that believe the Zapruder film is altered and those that don't believe it was altered. We have to divide the line in the sand between those that are seeking truth and justice and those that promote the big lie that the Warren Commission puts out. Every time the big lie is presented, we have to respond to it. Once when I was in California, when Oliver Stone's movie came out, I picked up a LA Times, and there was an article in there by Richard Mosk, one of the Warren Commission attorneys, saying what a piece of trash the movie was. And I went to a Kinko's and I typed up a response, and 2 days later, there it was in the LA Times. And I got a tremendous response from it. And I raised the year of Richard Mosk. Richard Mosk now knows who Bill Kelly is. But Mary Farrell, around the same time, said that she saw an article in the U.S. News and World Report that said that Richard Mosk and a bunch of the Warren Commission lawyers that were still alive, in response to Oliver Stone's film, had a meeting in Washington at the same time we had our first COPA meeting, organizational meeting. And that these Warren Commission lawyers got together in order to put together a concerted response to Oliver Stone's film. And they put together a war chest of $5 million. And how much did COPA have? We had nothing. But I wondered what happened to this $5 million. And within a few years, Posner's book comes out, and I found out he got $1 million advance. Then there was 3 3 or 4 other books come out, and everybody's getting these $1 million advances, and I'm saying, you know, where does this money come from? Well, I looked at who Random House was, and as Walt points out, he mentioned Loomis. But there's another guy that was given Posner gives credit to. He says he gave me the money and told me to go find the truth and come back with whatever I found. And of course that was a lie too. But this guy's name was Harold Evans. And I says, well, who's this guy? And the editor at Random House turned out to be a former London Sunday Times editor who worked with Ian Fleming. And he put together at one time a investigative journalism team that figured out and exposed the Cambridge spy network of Philby, Burgess, and McLean. So these guys, they know what an intelligence network is. They know how these people operate. And when it comes to the Kennedy assassination, they just declined to expose it. Well, I look at Max Holland and I say, where does he get his money from? And I find out he just got a $30,000 grant from his foundation. I'm saying, well, who is this foundation? And this grant was just for 1 year to extend his continued research. I mean, this is a 1-year grant. He's already got thousands of dollars in money from other foundations, and this is just to continue his research until he wraps this book up. But then I find out where he's at. I says, well, you know, where is he? He's down at this Virginia Research Center that is incredible. I mean, it's got all these conference rooms and facilities and libraries, and they're also doing the transcript of the presidential libraries. I mean, the presidential transcripts from the White House. They did the JFK transcripts and the LBJ transcripts. These are other people affiliated with the same research institute that Max Holland is affiliated with.
The Miller Center.
Thank you, the Miller Center. And I'm saying, how come we don't have a Miller Center? How come independent researchers in Washington don't have a beautiful place like this where we can set up our library and do our research? And I think that's one of the things we should strive for. But our approach, I think, for the 40th anniversary should not only be to reach out and respond every time something is published, somebody goes on the radio, call in and give the proper response to their lies. But we have to just take the processes necessary to just resolve this case. So when Max Holland's book comes out on the Warren Commission saying it's right, at the same time there's a grand jury subpoenaing evidence and witnesses, putting them on the record on the record of what the truth really is, and begin the indictments of people for crimes related to the assassination, whether it be obstruction of justice, destruction of evidence, perjury, whatever. But that's what will shake them up, I think, is just let's just solve the case. The first time I heard about Mallon's book was a review that was in the Newark Star Ledger. And I read the review, and the guy, history professor, book reviewer, praised Mallon's book as, you know, the final answer to the Kennedy assassination. So I went out and bought the book, and I read it, and I wrote my review. But I wrote a little 2-paragraph response to the Newark Star Ledger. And a couple days later, there it was, a picture of Kennedy in the motorcade, my little letter responding to this book review, and I called it a coup d'etat, and the headline said, JFK assassination coup. And so there we got that message out that in the Newark Star Ledger in response to this Mallon's book review. And I think we have to do that every time. And it's not just for people like Gary Aguilar or me or John Judge to respond. Everybody has to respond. It's up to every single person that knows the truth to call in the National Public Radio when Mallon's on there talking about his book and saying, well, what did you leave out of the garage? How come you didn't mention the, you know, this and that, the 3 Minox cameras? How come, you know, that you left out this and that? And how come you didn't tell the truth? It's up to everybody to respond, and not just those who are actively working on the case. And I think that that we would be best served not just to continue the rebuttal of the Warren Commission critics, but to continue our research. And even though we don't have the money and we don't have the publishers, we do have the biggest thing on our side, and that's the truth. And they can't keep it down forever, and we should all just take the time and the steps necessary to get it out. And the 40th anniversary, this is the big time when the media blitz happens. We have to be prepared for it, and I think we are, but we have to make the response, and I don't think that we have much more time left. After the 40th, it will fade from an unsolved homicide to a historical anomaly, and we can't let that happen. We have to get a legal resolution to the case and make it a solved homicide. Thank you.
Go ahead. I want to tell you all an interesting story. Speaking of the Miller Center, now, as he mentioned, Max Holland is now a resident scholar at the Miller Center, and they have the Kennedy tapes. They're from the Oval Office, and in fact, one of the people who was involved in editing and publishing a book called The Kennedy Tapes about the Kennedy operations group meeting during the Bay of Pigs invasion. There were two authors of that, Zelikoff and May, and I have a very interesting story to tell you about that, which I think you might find interesting, to show you how this business goes. And we shouldn't at all be surprised. I mean, I think that one can look at this thing either with anger and bitterness, and one could just, you know, have a roll of the eyes and say, plus la chance, plus la même chose. And this is sort of at least the way I thought about it as the following events happened. Some of you who read The Nation magazine may have followed a recent flap that involved Max Holland, Oliver Stone, and Oliver Stone's co-author of the film, Zachary Sklar. The genesis had to do with an essay up on the CIA's website written by Max Holland, in which he advances the thesis that Garrison linked the CIA to the Kennedy assassination because of a story that was KGB disinformation that was first published in the Italian press in a newspaper called Piazza Sera. And in this Max Holland essay, which I make reference to in the longer version of my book because it was not out when or longer version of my Max Holland essay, which will be up in a month or two. In this essay, Max Holland argues that Piazza Sera was a known outlet for KGB disinformation, and the proof that it had established credentials as a known outlet traced to testimony by Richard Helms to a Senate committee in 1961. Now, without delving into the problems there were with Helms' testimony in 1961, part of his essay on the CIA's website was that Garrison had become convinced of the CIA involvement as a consequence of these essays, and he went on to now explain that, in fact, the loss of faith of America in its institutions is a consequence of, principally, and traces directly to the trial of Clay Shaw and Jim Garrison. And that essay got a favorable review in Foreign Affairs magazine by a fellow named Zelikoff. And I thought to myself, Zelikoff, that's a familiar name. I looked up on the shelf, and there were the Kennedy tapes book of the Cuban Missile Crisis transcript of the Oval Office. And I said, wait a minute, that's one of the authors. And in the long afterword to the Kennedy tapes book, the authors, co-authors, Zelikoff and May, or May and Zelikoff, I forget the order in the book, say two things that I thought were pretty important. One was that at many times, Kennedy's was the only voice in the room determined not to go to war. Pretty impressive. You know, that sounds pretty pro-Kennedy. And they also say that given the alternatives that were possible at the time, it's very lucky that Kennedy was a president. And indeed it was. We'd have had a nuclear confrontation.
Because we then didn't know that in Cuba, sitting on the beaches, were tactical nuclear missiles ready to go. Not the ICBMs, those weren't ready yet, but the tactical nuclear missiles were. And the military was proposing to Kennedy that we attack the missile sites and send in an armada. Kennedy wouldn't do it. Had we done what the military had said, the nuclear missiles would have been fired on our armada as it approached Cuban waters. And had our armada been nuked, we would have seen the Russian hand, and we would have returned the favor by nuking Russia, and Russia would probably have returned the favor back again on us, and we probably wouldn't be sitting here today. In any case, I thought, these guys aren't too terribly anti-Kennedy. How could they be writing something favorable? This guy Zelikoff, who was one of the co-authors of that long essay, how could they be writing something favorable about Max Holland's essay? So I thought, I better write Zelikoff. So I, dashed off a rather long letter, who I ended up sending to someone else. But in the meantime, I thought, well, I need to get a mailing address for Zelikoff up at Foreign Affairs. I wanted to write him all about this, Miller Center scholar Max Holland, and try to explain the situation to him a little bit, and tell him to go look up on the website so he could see how Max Holland tramples evidence and how he handles evidence. And so I called up to Foreign Affairs and I say, I read some work by one of your reviewers, Mr. Zelikoff, and I'd like to write him a letter. Do you have a mailing address for him? And they said, oh, Mr. Zelikoff is no longer with Foreign Affairs. He's taken a job in government. I said, oh, really? And where's he gone to? I said, he's now the head of the Miller Center. Okay, that's how it works, folks. So just before he left Foreign Affairs, he wrote a glowing review of Max Holland's essay that appears on the CIA's website, and then he trottles on off to the Miller Center. Now, I mean, it's perfect. I mean, it's perfect. In any case, are there any other questions? Sure.
I'm Art Pineda from the Los Angeles Independent Media Center, which, by the way, you can publish stuff on. That's why we set up the Independent. There's a lot of them. It started out with the Seattle protest. There's one in San Francisco, your area. It's just indymedia.org.
I'll get a card from you maybe before you leave.
Sure,
okay.
I will.
Okay.
But as far as, I don't know whether this mic is even working, but... Oh, okay. The Ford Foundation, I believe, funds the Nation magazine and Radio Nation, for which Max Holland is often on and writes for. And in fact, Mark Cooper, who runs Radio Nation, I remember his interview with Max Holland about the same time that he wrote many of these articles. I wonder if you or anyone else can relate anything about Ford Foundation and where their money comes from and all their connections with the elite of the country.
Yeah, the question is about what connections Ford Foundation might have to other, centers of power in this country, given the fact that Ford Foundation apparently funds the Nation and Radio Nation, which is an outlet of the Nation magazine. I'm not the person to ask that, and I'm in no position to answer that question. But maybe Lisa Pease.
They were one of the organizations exposed.
You want to come to the mic? Lisa Pease has an answer, but I don't have an answer.
I was going to say, in the days of the Church Committee, when they were going through, or actually the Rockefeller Commission, when they were exposing the different foundations that received money from the CIA, the Ford Foundation was one of those that served as a conduit for CIA funding.
Also, Mark Cooper, who was mentioned actually years ago, got Mae Brussel kicked off of Hustler magazine with connections. And these people go back. Max Holland used to come to the early COPA conferences under the auspices of being a reporter for the Washington Spectator, along with a guy named Benjamin Franklin, who's the editor of this Washington Spectator. It was supposed to be the intellectual follow-up to I.F. Stone's newsletter. I saw I.F. Stone on the street once in D.C. and said, do you ever work on the Kennedy assassination? Because I liked his independent newspaper. He said, oh, that's all melodrama. And so this is a tradition that goes back in the left, I think, to the time of the assassination itself, when they were afraid that if they went beyond a lone nut Oswald, because they saw him at the time as a red, that the left itself would be blamed for killing Kennedy. And since then, they've been afraid to do anything but support the Warren Commission. But these, Holland used to come and trash our early COPA conferences, and I finally stopped giving him a press pass and told him you have to pay to trash us. And then, then he got mad and, and stormed out. But, I don't think people that come for that purpose and that purpose only need a free ride. He's a nasty boy. He took a swinging punch at Bill Bloom one of the CIA researchers in D.C., at a party when Bloom said something to him he didn't like, and it wasn't a personal insult or anything. Somebody disagreed with, and Holland tried to punch him.
Sounds like the methodology. Mark Cooper is like that. He has a thug that kind of bodyguard that attacked a woman at one event. It wasn't anything to do with the Kennedy case. It was more about the KPFK radio. And they actually tried to attack him. I was saying that Mark Cooper had a thug bodyguard because Mark Cooper only stands about 5'1" standing. So there was a KPFK local controversy, if you know about the radio station, the only station where you can get stuff like this on sometimes. And it was at a bookstore at Brentwood, and when somebody was controverting what Mark Cooper, who was then kind of the staff announcer for KPFK, this thug went after the woman, and we actually had to defend her from because she was criticizing Mark Cooper, who at the time was trying to promote his book about Allende, and I've often wondered about exactly who Cooper might have been working for in 1972-73 when he supposedly was the English language interpreter for Allende before he was killed, and Cooper survived that coup. I don't know if he was even still in town at the time of the coup in 72. He said that he was there within a month before the coup. Interestingly enough, Cooper wasn't arrested by the coup leaders, so I wonder how come he got out. And he, there's the Ford Foundation is the one who funds The Nation magazine, among others.
Well, I mean, the one thing I will say about The Nation, its two recent in-house experts are people who had no prior credentials on the Kennedy case. Prior to Max Holland writing essays, you have Alex Coburn, whose work I otherwise like, by and large. In fact, I know Alex personally, sort of. Long story that I can't be fully frank about, and nothing particularly sinister about it. But something relating to professional association, that kind of thing. I like him a lot of things, but in a lot of things that he has said. But Alex Coburn wrote a response to Oliver Stone's film, and his source for his rebuttal of Oliver Stone's film was Wesley Liebeler, the Warren Commissioner. Now, Wesley Liebeler isn't exactly a disinterested source. And it is ironic that when The Nation magazine weekly reminds us how untrustworthy the government is, that without pause and without comment, they feature a Warren Commissioner to defend the Warren Commission as if that is likely to be a good source. Could he be objective about the product of his own hand? Would he have suggested that we get a CIA spokesman to answer questions that have been raised about the CIA, or an FBI spokesman to answer questions about the FBI? But they feature very approvingly and, without any irony, the fact that they have Wesley Liebeler as as an adequate response to the critics. So they generally tend to feature people who, don't have much in the way of credentials on the case in terms of anything they've published or written or said, and they don't ever, seem to feature, when they do quote someone, people who don't have obvious biases in favor of the Warren Commission's conclusion. You had another question?
Yeah, there's more questions. Gene Case, who comes to some of our conferences, brought a number of people to The Nation to try to talk to the current publisher and editor about the Kennedy assassination. Holland sat in and, did the other side. But Gene Case took me to the 50th anniversary dinner of The Nation, and 2 tables over I saw Dan Rather. And I nudged Gene and I said, "Why is he here?" I said, "Has he come to celebrate how good they do on covering up the Kennedy assassination?"
Remind me at the end of the question and answer period to follow up the story again about The Nation magazine and this thing with Max Holland and Oliver Stone and Zach Sklar. Go ahead.
I mean, it's quite obvious that the major publishing houses are financed by the other side, but if someone is thinking of writing a book or whatever, I mean, do you have any suggestions for other maybe major publishers that would be interested? Is it just Random House, or is it all of them?
Oh, Random House won't be interested if you were writing a book critical of the Warren Commission.
That's obvious, but
Yeah.
what do you suggest otherwise?
Nobody will touch it today.
No major
Nobody.
publishing house.
No.
What about distributors? You self-publish and get a distributor.
Publishers Group West is the best for small output like that, but a major publisher will not touch right now. Serious.
There's a publication outfit in Los Angeles called Feral House Feral House, F-E-R-A-L House that may, and Charles Crenshaw wrote a book, an updated to his book, that I wrote a 100-page essay in that. Andy, do you have any copies of those here?
Yeah, and that's Paraview.
It's Paraview Press.
Paraview, which is a print-on-demand house.
Print-on-demand house.
Yeah.
And actually, the guy liked my book enough that he wants me to go through and correct a couple of typos and get a couple of things that I got wrong in the first draft, and he's going to be make it also available on the web. Apparently, there have been a few sales of the thing. Paraview Press, P-A-R-A-V-I-E-W, Paraview Press. It's in New York City. Print on demand. And incidentally, for those of you that have an interest in the medical evidence, I think that even though it came out last year, and I spoke about it last year, and I will be speaking about an aspect of it in focused detail later today, I think that what we now know about the medical evidence, I've tried to summarize it's about a 115-page segment of this Crenshaw book, and it goes into, I think, the best understanding we have of the medical evidence, and I've tried to make it as accessible to the layman and the non-physician as possible. I mean, I wrote it with Cyril Wecht as my co-author, and as many people have complained to me over the years about how we very quickly lapse into jargon and argot that are incomprehensible. We've tried to avoid doing that to make it, and people have told me that it is actually understandable. I'm happy to report. You have another question?
I have a question for Walt.
Question for Walt Brown.
Yes. Walt, when you were at Mr. Weisberg's home in the basement, did he tell you of any files that were mysteriously disappeared in the recent few years?
No.
But
what he talked about specifically with respect to Gerald Posner and Mrs. Posner, who was also there, was that a great amount of material came upstairs. You have to understand, at the time this happened, Harold Weisberg could no longer access his own materials. He could not go up and down stairs. So all he would do is he'd open the cellar door, turn the light on, and say, "It's down there. When you come up, please remember the light." And it was a tragic thing to even see. And then he said, Posner came up with armloads of stuff, went into his Xeroxing machine, made copies, and he said, "What got back down there? I have no way of knowing." But I wouldn't put that in the category of an accusation.
No, I just was wondering. I had heard that the file on Eldon Rudd was particularly interesting because he flew from Mexico City the night of the assassination, landed at Love Field, 2 a.m. in the morning, with the photos of Oswald and an audio tape, allegedly. And he's a very interesting person because he became a congressman, Eldon Rudd, later. And when I asked Carol Hewitt to run a check, she ran AutoTrack on Mary Farrell's database, and this man never appeared anywhere. Of course, we have Google now. He shows up everywhere.
Yeah,
but he's an interesting... Eldon Rudd was told by Ann Goodpasture of the CIA that they should interview him. And he said to his assistant as a congressman, "I don't want to talk to them." So...
Yeah, I'll be speaking on something related to that this afternoon on the new evidence.
Thanks.
Okay. Thanks, Walt.
Another question?
Oh, did you have one? We have to make it quick because we're behind time.
Okay. First, I'd like to compliment COPA for what they do because I'm an interested parent and grandparent. I have 9 grandchildren going to school, and I'm interested in what's being taught to them in history books because I think that's important. And I think,
Does that microphone work?
It's not it's a recording microphone. It's not a projecting. So you have to speak up.
I'll try and do it. Maybe I ought to stand taller. Mr. Kelly pointed some things out that I thought were vital to what I'm interested in. And I asked several of the young people that attended the ceremony yesterday and that were in high school, and I've also asked my grandchildren, and all of them have said that the books are teaching them that pretty much that Oswald was the lone assassin, and nothing about the conspiracy or anything like that. And I think that that's the real key to all of your work and why I'm so interested and why I'm here. And my question is that, to Mr. Kelly, is how are we going to go about, getting the history books to tell the truth?
Most textbooks are published here in Texas, too.
I'll put that story right up there.
One of my favorite old cartoons is a bunch of assassins, like with rifles, up on the 6th floor, and they're leaning over boxes and looking out the windows, waiting for Kennedy to come. But the boxes say Warren Commission report, not to be released until next year. Go ahead.
I went to school at the University of Dayton, where I met John in 1969, and I was trained to be a history teacher. And when I graduated, there was no jobs available, and I sort of fell into journalism as a sidebar, and I got stuck in it. But I think it's important to do what Lancer's trying to do, and that is educate the next generation of researchers, is what they call it. But I think that with these high school journalism students around town this weekend, I think there's like 40,000 of them. And I invited many of them to our conferences, and I don't see them here, but I think that even though the textbooks are publishing the lie, I think that the kids know the truth. And I think that 80% of the people can't be wrong. I think everybody knows the truth, even though the publishers won't publish it, and the media won't promote it. People know the truth, and I think that every time that, as I said before, every time that they do publish it, every time they do go on the radio, every time they're on TV, it gives us the opportunity to correct the record. And it's up to all of us to do that, not just Walt Brown and John Judge and Gary Aguilar. Everybody has to step up and make that phone call to National Public Radio when they have something on. And when every time your local newspaper publishes a book review that's wrong, you have to respond to it. And I think that that's a responsibility that we all have to assume. And I think that this year's the year to do it. When every time that the media comes out with something on the Kennedy assassination, you have to scrutinize it and correct the record. And I think the editors and the producers will give us the opportunity to do that, and we should take that opportunity and do it.
Hey, John, just one real quick. With all these kids in town, why don't we get a one-page thing right now and Xerox it? I'd pay for 1,000, and we can, with websites, the conspiracy to kill President Kennedy. I mean, these kids are identifiable as hell, and we can just pass them out right now. Could someone do that? I'll pay for 1,000 Xeroxes.
Maybe Bill would work on it, or other folks.
And we'll do it before they leave here. I mean, they're visible. So I'll pay for the 1,000 Xeroxes.
All right. Thank you.
How's that?
To speak to your question, I work in northern New Jersey school systems, and I was invited to visit a school in May. And when I was sitting in the back minding my own business, I took the textbook off the shelf. Got to November 22nd, there's a picture, I think it's Nix or Muchmore, color picture up in the corner. And President Kennedy was killed on November 22nd. And I'm paraphrasing, it went on to say then, doubts remain, or serious doubts remain as to the exact nature of what was behind his death. And I thought that was pretty progressive. And I went up about 5 minutes later and said to the teacher, hey, this is pretty neat. I'm glad to see this in print. And the guy says, do you know anything about that? I said, well, a little bit. And he said, well, tell the kids. And for 45 minutes, and it was just the best class I ever taught in 31 years, I had 30 kids just like this, because they would listen. And it was a fantastic experience, and I was just thrilled with what I'd read in that book. So I'm glad you asked that question.
Thanks. Did you need to say something else?
I want to follow up on one thing. Walt suggested. I mentioned one thing about the thing. There was a letter written, the positive review that Zelikoff had written in Foreign Affairs magazine elicited a response by Oliver Stone and Zachary Sklar. They wrote a letter to Foreign Affairs magazine to respond to Max Holland's FBI essay about Jim Garrison's having been duped by the CIA. Foreign Affairs wouldn't run Oliver Stone and Zachary Sklar's letter. So they said, okay, how about taking out an advertisement? Foreign Affairs wouldn't take that either. So then Oliver Stone and Zach Sklar took out an advertisement in The Nation magazine, and a full-page ad, essentially, basically responding to the favorable review in Foreign Affairs magazine. Max Holland then wrote back to them in response to them, and they published his letter, and then Zach Sklar finally wrote a rebuttal to that. So there's a whole thing that has appeared here, but the bottom line is that the sense I get...
We have to pay to be in print.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, you have to pay to be in print. The sense I get, though, rightly or wrongly, is that, and I can't tell you how I know this, but I have this on some authority, that Max Holland is no longer, what he writes is no longer necessarily going to see print in the nation anymore, perhaps on the Kennedy case or anything else, but certainly not, at least something I have good reason to suspect he has written was rejected by the Nation magazine on the Kennedy case. And I think that that's a good sign. Who they're going to go to next is anyone's guess, but generally they don't tend to pick people who have any grounding in the case, which is, I think, unfortunate.
Gerald Ford.
That's smart, yeah.
Joe Ford's next, yeah.
And another set of books we're expecting to come out in this line are a 2-volume set projected by Vince Bugliosi, this L.A. attorney who has a checkered enough past already, but he wrote a book complaining about the Supreme Court decision on the elections, and in that book he gives his example of an argument against the critics by going into a room full of lawyers, asking them to raise their hands if they believe there was a conspiracy in the Kennedy case. Most of the hands go up. Then he asks them how many have read the Warren Commission volumes, and a few go up, if any, and he says, well, see, none of you have read it, so that's why you don't know that Oswald did it alone. We need to move on to our RFK panel.
And actually, it's even better than that. Let me just finish that, because it's a very important thing. On page 32 of his book, he says, I can prove, he says, how many people here believe there was a conspiracy in the Kennedy case? And vast majority of hands go up in this room of trial attorneys, 600 attorneys in the room. He says, okay, he said, I'll bet I can prove that you're not thinking logically about the Kennedy assassination. And then there's a rumor over here, he says, yeah, I'd like to see you try. He says, okay, I can do it in a minute. He says, okay, how many of you seen the movie JFK or read an article or book that's critical of the Warren Commission? And of course, 3/4 of the hands go up or more. He says, all right, how many of you have read the Warren Report? A few hands go up, scattering. He says, okay, if there's one group, one of people in the world that should know this, it's you. That I don't care how flat that pancake is, there are two sides to the story. You guys are all skeptics of the Warren Commission, having only heard one side of the story. Now, of course, he doesn't bother to tell his readers in that introduction that the Warren Report itself has been rebuked, not by skeptics necessarily, of course it has very effectively by them, but also by 2 groups of subsequent government investigators. He doesn't tell you how to go about reading the Warren Report, that you actually have to have a guide to the Warren Report, and you read the Church Committee's report on the Warren Commission's investigation, or the House Select Committee's volumes on the Warren Commission's shot against the Warren Commission investigation, and that'll help you to interpret the Warren Report. He does not tell you that it's already been assailed by other government investigators as being flawed. He just tells you that you go back to the original source, and then you'll understand why you should believe the Warren Commission was right. It's interesting.
I don't know. It didn't do me any good when I read it.
What's Vince's problem? What's behind him?
Well, Vince is a trial attorney. He has already argued for the prosecution of Oswald in a trial of Lee Harvey Oswald, and I think that the view I have of people who have already staked out positions rather strongly on a certain case, whether it's Democrats or Republicans or Libertarians or any group, it's very hard to nudge them from a position that they've already staked a bit of their reputation on. I mean, I don't know how else to see it. And I mean, or he thinks Earl Warren is an honorable man. Okay, I mean, all right, and he liked his voting records on some other issue, and so that translates to.
Okay, well, we really have to cut it off here to go to the other panel. But not all the panelists are here because Jim Eugenio couldn't come, and I had also hoped to have Phil Melanson here, but I think his publishing schedule with his new book on the Secret Service has kept him. So we do still have William Turner and Lisa Pease here, and we've also got Larry Teeter, who came in from Los Angeles, who's Sirhan's attorney. So I was going to have the 3 of them on this panel. We got about 15 minutes each, and then we'll have some time for questions. So Lisa's going to start. This is Lisa Pease, and worked with Sitka and Probe magazine. She doesn't even have to speak to get applause, so I don't need an introduction.
That's great. Thank you very much. Just before we start, the two names, Max Holland and Bob Loomis, I have to make one comment. I don't know how many of you know, but Max Holland used to work for the Voice of America, and I think that's an important message to get out if you're talking to anybody in the press. It's right there in his resume. It was published online. I'm happy to send people a copy of it because I kept it, knowing it wouldn't be online for long, and sure enough, after I started mailing it around, it disappeared from online. But that's a good fact to know. Bob Loomis, we were told by Joan Mellon, Angleton's secretary, James Angleton of the CIA, his secretary was Gloria Loomis, who just happened to be married to Bob Loomis. So that should tell you something about Bob Loomis as well. All right, on to the RFK case. Thank you for coming. All right, I know this is a particularly interesting case. It's also a particularly difficult case for a lot of people because on the face of it, it seems very obvious. Sirhan was standing there firing a gun. How could he not have killed Kennedy? All right, so I'll talk about some of the facts of the case and some of the interesting things that I've found while researching this case. All right, there's never been a Warren Commission or an HSCA investigation of the Robert Kennedy case. That's the first thing you should know. It's been the least investigated of all the cases, and I think it's time for us to press for the release of the Robert Kennedy files as well as the Martin Luther King files in this case. So the facts that are indisputable from the record that does exist, and really the only record we have is from the LAPD. In 1988, I believe, the LAPD finally released all their files on the RFK case, or at least all the files they were willing to release, because there are a lot of missing interviews in the files that were released. But I found them on microfilm when I was living in LA, and I used to go over on my lunch hour and look up the information, and that's how I was able to create the research that I have. So the things that you need to know are this. The wounds in Kennedy were all made from behind and to his right from a distance of no greater than 1 to 2 inches. Sirhan's gun, by the majority of accounts, was at least 3 feet in front of Kennedy. There are a couple witnesses that put it closer to 1 foot, but the majority of them put it 3 feet or further, and we're not talking Sirhan's body, we're talking his gun muzzle. All right, so clearly if the gun is 3 feet in front and the shots are coming from behind, Sirhan could not have killed Kennedy, just point blank, just not possible. All right, in addition, there were at least 10 bullets found in the pantry. So clearly we have at least 2 guns that we're concerned with, 2 guns that we're firing. 1 gun will hold 8 bullets. If there's 10 bullets, we have 2 guns. Very simple. Now, after I've looked at the evidence, I do believe Sirhan was firing blanks. And one of the things I'd like to do is help convince you that he was firing blanks as well. There's kind of a lot of evidence in that regard. But if Sirhan's firing blanks, then that means we're talking about 3 guns in the pantry. And believe it or not, there were some witnesses to a 3rd gun in the pantry. And we might even know who that gunman was. So I'll talk about that. All right, first of all, I'll talk about the blank gun. All right, before I do, I'd just like to know, before I start, how many of you think Sirhan was firing blanks as opposed to bullets? Just raise your hand. How many think he was firing bullets? All right, and how many really don't know? Okay, all right, that's fair, that's fair. All right, so let me just give you some of the evidence. First of all, so you know what a blank is, it's really a tightly wadded piece of paper that's fired as a bullet. A cap gun also is made of paper. So what you'd expect to see if a blank gun is fired is a little shower of paper residue. Sometimes you'll see little flames come out as the paper ignites. You'll see little sparks. So bearing that in mind, consider these following witness statements. Rayford Johnson, who was an Olympic athlete and had certainly seen a lot of cap guns and starter guns and blank guns in his day, he said, well, he was right there when Sirhan was firing. He was practically next to him. He said, I thought it was a balloon. I heard the first pop, and then I heard about 3 or 4 just right after another. I looked, and then the second shot, I saw smoke and something like the residue from a bullet or cap, looked like a cap gun throwing off residue. Richard Lubick, another witness, said he heard what sounded like shots from a starter pistol at a track meet. Robin Kasdan said, these were sounds like a cap gun. Norbert Schley, who was a former assistant attorney general, said, it didn't sound like gunshots to me, and I've heard a lot of gunshots. It sounded like a cap pistol or somebody cracking a balloon. Richard Aubrey said, I just saw this blue like a flash, like maybe something from a firecracker. Flash, like a little spark from it was just the flashes I saw. I thought somebody threw a firecracker at him. And Carl Yucker, who is one of the people who actually tackled Sirhan, I wanted to say Oswald Sirhan, at that time I didn't recognize what it was, and I saw some paper flying. I don't remember what it was, paper or white pieces of things. All right, so the other point I want to make here is it does make sense for Sirhan to be firing blanks. If, as many have postulated, he was a mind-controlled assassin, wouldn't it be terrible for the conspiracy, to take the other side for a second, wouldn't it be terrible if Sirhan had accidentally killed the assassin before he got the job done? If Sirhan's in front of Kennedy and the assassin's behind him and Sirhan's firing real bullets, he might actually take out the wrong guy and Robert Kennedy would live to go on to become president. That definitely wouldn't serve the needs of the conspiracy. So it kind of makes sense that Sirhan might have been firing blanks. The other piece of evidence you should know is that not one of any of the bullets found in the pantry that night could ever be matched to the Sirhan gun in evidence. Not only that, not any of the shells could be matched to the Sirhan gun in evidence. Not only that, when the FBI and the LAPD found this out, they actually went to the shooting range where Sirhan had supposedly been earlier that day, and they collected 40,000 shells and couldn't match any of those to the Sirhan gun. So I want to ask that question again. Now, how many of you think maybe Sirhan was firing blanks? Okay, maybe a few more hands. So information does help with awareness. All right. Now, if there was a third gun, who had it? Where was it? You know, why aren't there reports of it? Well, of course, there were reports of it. It's just not surprising you haven't heard about it, because why would the press tell you when they haven't told you anything of use about this case? All right, so I'm going to start with a witness. I've titled my talk, 4 Guys and a Girl, because frankly, that's the group Sirhan was seen in all night. He was not seen alone. He was not seen just with a girl in a polka dot dress. He was actually consistently seen by several witnesses in a group of 4 guys and a girl. All right, so Darnell Johnson, one of the people in the pantry, told the police after the shooting, he said, "While I was waiting for Kennedy, I saw 4 guys and a girl about halfway between Kennedy and where I was standing." This was in the pantry. The girl had a white dress with black polka dots. During the time that a lady yelled, "Oh my God," they walked out, all except one. This is the guy they grabbed, meaning Sirhan. The others that walked out seemed unconcerned at the events which were taking place. Roy Mills, another pantry witness, also reported seeing a group of 4 guys and a girl, one of the guys of which he believed to be Sirhan, standing in an open room to the left of the embassy room where Kennedy was speaking. His identification of Sirhan involved the fact that Sirhan was wearing baggy pants, and of course, Sirhan actually was arrested in baggy pants. He described another of the men in the group as being a hotel employee, and I don't know how he would know that unless maybe the person was in some sort of uniform. And he remembered the girl was wearing a press pass, and that's very interesting because another witness, Conrad Syme, had recalled that a girl in a polka dot dress with a funny nose had pestered him strongly for a press pass and was quite persistent about it. He didn't give her one, but it appears she might have gotten one elsewhere. RFK, had he survived his walk through the pantry, was on his way to the press room. So that's kind of interesting. Vincent DiPiero, a waiter at the Ambassador Hotel, noticed a woman in the polka dot dress with a funny nose following Sirhan in the pantry, and just before the shooting, he had the impression she was literally physically holding him. Dr. Marcus McBroom described a girl in the polka dot dress who stood out in the wake of the shooting, saying, "This young lady showed no signs of shock or disbelief in comparison to other persons in the room, and she seemed intent on only one thing, to get out of the ballroom." The girl in the polka dot dress was seen exiting with, depending on the witness you talked to, 1 to 3 men. We've seen Darnell Johnson's that, 3 people walked out, or 4 people walked out except for Sirhan. Another pantry witness, George Green, reported seeing a girl in a polka dot dress and a young thin male with dark hair exiting in a suspicious way. They seemed to be the only ones who were trying to get out of the kitchen, he said. Everyone else was trying to get in. More explicitly and very interestingly, Catherine Keir, which is probably not a name you know, saw a girl in a polka dot dress running down the stairway yelling, "We shot Kennedy." Sandy Serrano and a Jewish couple had also reported the girl. In the case of Catherine Keir, the police were able to get her to recount her statement. We know that with Sandy Serrano, the police eventually broke her, but in later years she said, "I was telling the truth the first time." And of course, the Jewish couple has disappeared entirely from the record. We don't know who they were. We have no way to find out what they really said. All right, but when Serrano saw the people enter, she did see Sirhan and a girl in a polka dot dress and a man in a gold sweater go into the hotel together. After the shooting, she saw the girl and the guy in the gold sweater run out, but not Sirhan. All right, and so before I go on, because I'm going to talk about the man in the gold sweater, I have to introduce Manny Pena. And again, those of you who know the case know that Manny Pena had actually retired from the LAPD back the fall before the assassination. So he kind of had no reason to be there in June of 1968. In fact, when he did show up after his very public retirement, which was celebrated at a hotel in town and was written up in the paper, some of his fellow officers were like, what are you doing here? You're already retired. And no explanation really has appeared for that. In later years, his brother was to say Manny Pena was very proud of his service to the CIA, which would make more sense. All right. Pena took charge of the investigation that followed the shooting. He set up what was originally called Special Operations Center, which is interesting because Special Operations usually indicates intelligence. They changed the name to Special Unit Senator. Maybe that sounded a little less officious there. All right, but Pena, I actually saw a flow chart in the files that shows how files would progress through the investigation, who saw what at what point in the investigation. And sure enough, there's this nice little choke point where one guy gets to decide which witnesses get to be interviewed again or not. And it was Manny Pena. Manny Pena, who had also been working with AID in Latin America, which, as we know, was a cover for the CIA. So curiously, you have this CIA-related cop who had already retired, takes control of the investigation, and sits at the chokehold. Every time a witness interview came through that had the polka dot dress girl or a guy in a gold sweater, Pena would scrawl across it, phony story, no further interview. However, when it came to the guy in the gold sweater, it's very interesting because he scrawled across it, Michael Wayne, no further interview. So maybe Michael Wayne is the guy in the gold sweater. All right, so we'll look at the evidence there, because actually I don't think he was, and it makes it all the more curious why Pena would want us to think it was. All right, first of all, there was another guy in a gold sweater that Shiraga had put out an APB on when the polka dot dress girl had escaped afterwards. There was an APB put out on her and a man in a light brown top and light pants, maybe gold, maybe light brown. But he said the man was 6'2", and Wayne was 5'8". In addition, there is a videotape that actually shows Michael Wayne getting Robert Kennedy's autograph as he goes through the kitchen on the way to speak before he comes back and gets killed. And in that video, Michael Wayne is there in a black top with black pants. So I don't think he was the guy in the gold shirt. All right, the reason this becomes very interesting is that after the shooting, Michael Wayne was actually arrested. Michael Wayne was seen running away from the scene of the crime. Two of the witnesses thought he might have had some participation and ran after him and tackled him. All right, a couple of other witnesses thought he had a gun rolled up inside this poster he was carrying, which would be incredibly sinister if he had the autograph of Robert Kennedy on top of that with the gun inside. That would be kind of sick, but not surprising. And another witness actually had said to his friends, "My God, he had a gun and we let him go by." All right, Steve Fontanini, a photographer for the LA Times, and Gregory Ross Clayton, a Rafferty campaign worker, were the two that ran after Wayne and tackled him. Curiously, Wayne ran into a large mirror in the hotel. Now, Wayne claimed the reason he was running away from the scene was that he was looking for a phone, but that's hard to believe because he ran right through the room where the phones were, which was the press room, and kept going. So if he was really looking for a phone, is it plausible or believable he would actually run into a mirror? Sounds more like maybe he was trying to get away and wasn't really looking where he was going. At any rate, one of the security guards who worked with Thane Eugene Caesar for Ace Security, a different guard, Augustus, I don't remember his name, arrested him, put him in handcuffs, and had him sit there and was going to hold him for questioning. And curiously enough, two LAPD officers then showed up and had Wayne released. No explanation, just decided he wasn't part of the conspiracy. Don't know if he had a gun because there's no record of whether one was found on him or not. All right, but there is some interesting case, how do I want to say it? He appeared to have foreknowledge of the assassination. There was a witness, Charles Winner, who said that he had talked to Wayne in the kitchen before Robert Kennedy came back through it, and that something that Michael Wayne had said indicated that he might know the assassination was about to take place. And so there was a lie detector test prepared for Michael Wayne, and the first question on it was going to be, did you have foreknowledge of the assassination to be, conducted on Robert Kennedy? Curiously enough, that question was removed before he was actually given his lie detector test, and the questions that remained were much more innocent. I would still like to get Michael Wayne under oath and get the answer to that question. All right, so if Wayne is possibly a third shooter, standing in the back spraying bullets so that Sirhan did look like he's firing, which would again make sense, because if you have somebody standing right there at Robert Kennedy's right and shooting, then there'd be no evidence that Sirhan was firing a gun at all. Whereas if there's witnesses in Sirhan's line of fire who are getting shot, it's more believable that Sirhan was actually doing the firing. Michael Wayne was behind Sirhan, behind him and slightly to the side. So he would have been in a good position to make shots that would look like they would come in that direction. All right, so I want to talk then about maybe one of the other people in that circle. All right, we have Wayne, we have the girl in the polka dot dress, we have Sirhan. Who were maybe the other two? One of the witnesses, Fred Draws, who had had a conversation with Michael Wayne, also noticed somebody else he recognized at the hotel that night, and he thought it was kind of suspicious that he was there. It was a former classmate of his whose name was John Khoury, and that's Khoury. The SUS final report has a whole section devoted to Anton Khoury, which opens with this information. John Khoury became the object of an investigation by the district attorney's office and this department after witnesses reported that they had seen him at the Ambassador Hotel the night of the assassination. It was alleged that Khoury was connected to the assassination investigation due to his allegedly anti-Israeli and anti-Kennedy attitudes. Khoury is similar in appearance and nationality with Sirhan Sirhan, and his employment at the Ambassador Hotel caused the suspicion of the reporting persons to be aroused. Went a little further than that. It was more than just suspicion, but I'll come back to that. Meanwhile, Khoury had taken a class at California State Fullerton from Professor Joel Fisher. The two had actually worked together on the Republican Party in the 1966 election. But Fisher did not have a high opinion of Khoury. Khoury had actually tried to bribe Fisher with a Cadillac to get a better grade so he could get into law school. Khoury managed to get an incomplete turned into a passing grade and was reportedly accepted into Hastings Law School, which was, by the way, the place that Gerald Posner got his law degree. Fisher also stated that Khoury had verbally blasted Robert Kennedy. Fisher was very distressed the night of the assassination because he had learned in January of that year that Khoury was working at the Ambassador Hotel. Given his similarity in appearance and heritage to the suspect, Sirhan, because Khoury was born in the Middle East and was an Arab Christian, which, as I understand, is more unusual than not, and given Khoury's political views, Fisher had feared that Khoury may have been involved in the assassination. Fisher was contacted by Sanford Groves, another classmate of Khoury's, who had been there at the hotel and had seen Khoury there at the Ambassador that night. All right, the next morning, Fisher called Fred Draws, who had talked to Wayne, and Draws told Fisher he too had seen Khoury at the Ambassador Hotel that night. There was even a third person, Judy Groves, no relation to the other Groves, who reported his presence at the Ambassador on that night to the police. She put Khoury at the hotel with a group of 4 to 5 men, all of similar general appearance, of medium stature with dark hair, about an hour before midnight. She saw him 3 different times during the night from 9:30 p.m. to 11:30 p.m., both inside and outside of the embassy room. Judy Groves did not appear to be related to Stanford Groves, as I said, so 3 different witnesses had placed Khoury in the Ambassador that night, and one had even seen him multiple times. When Khoury was interviewed by police on June 10, 1968, he stated he had left the Ambassador Hotel, his place of employment, at 5 p.m. and had gone straight home and stayed there until he went to pick his wife up at the LAX International Terminal. Evidently, the police were not convinced by this account because they requested Khoury's fingerprints to be sent to the LAPD for fingerprint comparisons, quote unquote, on the Sirhan case. All right, that's interesting too, because supposedly no fingerprints were found on the weapon, so where were the fingerprints found? That's always interested me, and I don't have an answer to that. These were received on July 3rd, and after the police got his fingerprints, they decided they needed to talk to him again. And the police actually, and again, I'm going to quote from the record, they explained that his relationship with the shooting was becoming suspicious and that he should provide information that would alleviate that suspicion. Very curious. At his second interview then, Khoury had a different story. No, he hadn't gone home that night. In fact, he'd gone to work as a security guard over at Globe Security, Inc. from 6:30 p.m. to midnight. And his supervisor at the RCA building vouched that Khoury had been working for security that night and even provided a sign-in sheet for the date and stated he recalled seeing Khoury there about 15 minutes to midnight, which would exonerate him of any involvement in the assassination. But it's really hard to believe that 3 people who knew him very well were wrong. And it's also well known that security agencies often employ intelligence operatives, past, present, former, future. So it kind of is easier to believe that somebody was covering for Khoury than to believe that the other 3 people who knew him so well could be so mistaken. All right. In addition, Fisher and Draws had talked of how odd it was that after manipulating his instructors to get all these grades so that he could get into law school, that instead he'd choose to work as a security guard and as an accountant at the Ambassador Hotel. They found that very hard to believe. There were also reports that Khoury had lived way beyond his means. Fisher stated that Khoury always had plenty of money as a student but didn't have a job. He was able to spend summers traveling the world. He would send Fisher postcards from the Caribbean and Lebanon and Paris and Mexico. Fisher said it was widely believed that Khoury was the son of a rich banking executive, but another student had advised Fisher this was just not true and that Khoury was a phony. Did Khoury really need the extra income of a second job? Did he bribe someone to cover for him, as he had allegedly attempted to bribe somebody for grades? Or was that a cover job for some other employment? There is an interesting episode which hints at Khoury possibly being connected to intelligence. He had an incident with a woman where he claimed to have borrowed a car. She called the police and reported the car stolen. All right, but who calls the LAPD and says, you know, don't do anything? Actually, they called the woman and said, please don't file formal charges against him. Now, he's a Lebanese national, so you might have expected the Lebanese embassy in America to call in on his behalf. But no, it was the American embassy in Lebanon that called and said, don't file charges on this guy. All right, curiously, David Phillips at one point worked at the American embassy in Lebanon, so who knows? Just very interesting little facts. The SUS report completely cleared Khoury of any involvement in the assassination, and that may be appropriate. I really don't know, but I also know the SUS report claimed there was no conspiracy, and clearly that is just not the case. I can't help wondering also about Khoury's late-night trip to the airport, because the police were able to confirm he did in fact go to the airport, and he did in fact meet his wife inbound, from the Mideast. But the girl in the polka dot dress, there is an interesting story of a man named Fahey who claimed he might have spent the day with the girl in the polka dot dress. She was not wearing a polka dot dress at the time, but when he heard the police reports and the way they described her funny nose and her attractive shape, he thought this sounded very much like the woman that he had been with. And the woman he had been with had talked of danger to happen to Kennedy that night at his winning reception, and talked of a need to get a passport because she was desperate to get out of the country. All right. Fahey had went to a police artist and had a sketch drawn up. That same sketch was then shown to Vincent DiPiero, who looked at it and said, that's the girl in the polka dot dress. Coincidence? Conspiracy? I don't know, but wouldn't it be interesting if maybe Khoury's job was to hustle the girl out of there and put her on a plane under the pretext of picking up his wife inbound from Beirut? Don't know, just speculation. All right, so we've got possible suspects here. I'll go for one more. I'm on a roll here. Well, maybe who was the fifth person? Don't know, but there are some interesting facts. All right, Bill White saw a female Latin and two male Latins. A lot of people thought Sirhan was Latin, by the way, and people described the girl as being anything from Armenian to Caucasian to Middle Eastern, having an olive complexion, possibly Latin. Anyway, this guy saw a female Latin and two male Latins near the door of the embassy room. Their dress looked out of place. He also noticed a busboy wearing a white button-down jacket in the anchor desk area, sweeping up cigarette butts where there were no butts to be swept up. He wasn't sure this was really a busboy. Ernest Valero was a job dispatcher for the Southern California Waiters Alliance. He reported that a man resembling Sirhan appeared at the union office 2 or 3 weeks prior to the assassination and requested placement as a waiter at the Ambassador Hotel. Valero said the man got upset when he refused and flashed an Israeli passport. A Hungarian refugee named Gabor Kadar had been turned away from the embassy room during that night, but found a waiter's uniform and donned it. Remember the witness who had said that one of the people in the group of 4 guys and a girl looked like a hotel employee? Who knows? Waiter, busboy, something. Kadar was later involved in the struggle to get the gun from Sirhan. And not a lot of people know it, but the gun was taken from Sirhan at one point and put back in his hand during the struggle. There has been speculation that possibly at that point the gun was actually switched. Gabor Kadar was one of his people with the hand on the gun. Again, doesn't prove anything, don't know, but certainly lead to be followed. Now, with all these curiosities, it strains credulity past the breaking point that the LAPD was not the least bit curious about all these interesting and interlinking reports. The data is all there in their own record, and the LAPD is full of smart people. Had they wanted to find the truth, they were entirely capable of finding it. And just to show you how close they were, right at the start, I'm going to quote you a section from the police log, all right? They've got 4 suspects within a few minutes of the assassination, and you will hear them all named here except for the girl in the polka dot dress, which is in a section I'm not going to quote from because that came just before that. But they named 3, other suspects in the next few lines that follow. So they knew what was going on, and they had their own explanation for why they didn't follow it. So I'll let them tell you why they didn't pursue this. All right, so quoting from here on. Is the suspect in custody, or what's the story? He left there approximately 5 minutes ago. He was taken into, plus, in custody in a police car, and there was another suspect being held within the building. That would have been Michael Wayne, because Sirhan was in the car. And I sent Nunley into, boy, 1 suspect in custody, 1 suspect inside the building? Is there a supervisor at the station? And then somebody else cuts in and says, the description we have is a male Latin, 25 to 26, 5'5", bush hair, dark eyes, light build, wearing a blue jacket and blue Levi's and blue tennis shoes. Do you have anything to add? That, by the way, was the description of Sirhan. But another guy says, that's not the description I put out. The description I put out was a male Caucasian, 20 to 22, approximately 6 to 6'2", sandy blonde curly hair and wearing brown pants and a light tan shirt. Would you suggest I contact Rampart detectives and find if the suspect is in custody? Affirmative, 21. Attention units in the vicinity of the Ambassador Hotel. Suspect description is a male Caucasian, 20 to 22, 6 foot to 6'2", sandy blonde curly hair, brown pants, light tan shirt, and a description. To control, come in, go ahead. Code 2 on that business. Affirmative. The second suspect came from a witness who was pushed over by this suspect. Witness and his wife, we have a name. And again, the second suspect, the guy running out who pushed people over, would have been Michael Wayne. And then the juvenile officers who are collecting witnesses initially have a sheet of paper with the name and addresses and phone number of these witnesses. What proximity to the shooting were these two witnesses? They were adjacent to the room. Disregard that broadcast. We have Rayford Johnson and Jesse Unruh, who are right next to him being Sirhan, and they have only one man and don't want to get them started on a big conspiracy. I mean, they said it right there. They'd already put an APB on a girl in a polka dot dress, on a 6'2" guy. They had Michael Wayne in custody inside the hotel. They had Sirhan in a car on the way to the thing. And they say right there in their own logs, hey, we don't want anybody started on a conspiracy. So they decided right off the bat it was going to be Sirhan and Sirhan alone, regardless of where the evidence led. So that's the story of this case. You have 4 guys and a girl behaving suspiciously together all night. Didn't matter. What mattered was keeping the story down to a single assassination. So the truth didn't matter, and it should have mattered. It should still matter. Thank you.
Well, I'm not yet convinced that it's blanks, but I will say that unlike Noam Chomsky, I do study the assassinations and assassinations attempts on people I don't like. And I did a great deal of work on Ronald Reagan and other assassination attempts. And I was working at a campus radio station and got the very first UPI wire story on the Squeaky Fromm shooting at Gerald Ford, and she said the gun didn't go off. She knows how to relate. And they said in the very first wire story that a woman in a polka dot dress had handed her the gun out of her purse. And you know, I said, that's an interesting coincidence. And then she said, it didn't go off, it didn't go off, she kept saying. But I was saying last night that if, in most of these patsy cases, if they're actually programming these people, it's like the gang of programmed assassins that can't shoot straight, because none of them hit anybody. I mean, none of Hinckley's bullets hit Reagan, and none of Sirhan's bullets hit RFK, and about the only one that we think is programmed that actually did the job is Ruby. You know, he was so close, I guess he couldn't miss. But anyway, I'll just throw that out as a possible confirmation that, you know, maybe they certainly have them there to take the blame, and maybe they don't even load them up. But the next speaker is Bill Turner, who did the book on assassination of Robert F. Kennedy with John Christian. So come up, Bill, and talk.
Good morning. It was a long night last night. I don't have any prepared speech to give you. I kind of voided myself last night on the Bobby Kennedy case. I did bring out the importance of it, that what happened was that 58,000 Americans, untold number of Vietnamese soldiers, died in the Vietnam War, and most of those casualties were during the Nixon administration, and Bobby Kennedy would have ended that war had he lived. The timing of when he died was exquisite, I believe, and tells everything about his death. And so I'm going to just make a few notes here, and I know you're going to want to listen to Larry Teeter, who is Sirhan's current attorney. Larry's done a magnificent job. Some of his briefs would convince Max Holland that there was a conspiracy. Speaking of Max Holland, I had occasion in the Bobby Kennedy case to talk to Vince Bugliosi at length. I worked with him on the case. He was Paul Schrade's attorney, civil attorney. Paul was in the pantry that night and was hit in the forehead, and he was a UAW organizer. And Vince represented him in civil suits, and that's how Vince got involved in the case. And I told you last night how I got involved in the case, having run for U.S. Congress on a plank of reopen the John Kennedy case in the same Democratic primary that Bobby Kennedy ran in. And I had as my banner on the literature, to not reopen this case not only is indecent, but may well cost us the life of a future president of John Kennedy's instincts. And even though I thought, wow, I'm too prescient, I didn't immediately think in terms of another conspiracy, because, like Lisa pointed out, Sirhan was caught red-handed. The smoking gun was right in his hand. He was overpowered in the pantry. He had no opportunity to reload. So, like Lisa said, there were too many bullets, and the geometry was all wrong. The fatal shot was up here in the back, 1 to 3 inches from the powder tattooing. Sirhan never got within 1 to 3 feet from the front. Now, some of the agnostics have said, well, Kennedy could have spun around so that Sirhan would have had a shot at the back of his head. Well, the distance was all wrong for that theory. And the fact is, I have photographs taken inside the pantry, the crime scene photographs, which show that he fell directly backwards, so he did not spin around. So there's absolutely an airtight case of a second gun. And a second gun is somebody that was awful close, falling to his right rear. So Vince Bugliosi got involved in it, and I can tell you he did a tremendous job on lining up evidence of a conspiracy. And I can't explain to you about his reversal of roles on the John Kennedy assassination. I can tell you, though, that he didn't read the Warren report at that, that he was just vaguely interested in the John Kennedy case, that he had not studied it, he had no real knowledge of the case. He just simply nodded that, yeah, there probably was a conspiracy. But what happened, Vince and I had occasion in 1982 to fly cross country with him after talking with, what happened was ABC, the 2020 program, became interested in the assassination of Robert F. Kennedy. Ab Weston was the producer then. And they flew Vince and myself and a couple other people back east to spend several days in the ABC studios, preparing, based on what I told you last night, Dr. Hecker's analysis of the sound tapes in the pantry that night, that there were at least 10, his affidavit that there were at least 10 shots fired. So we had aroused the enthusiasm of the ABC people, including Mr. Weston, to produce this as a full, total hour on 2020, which we thought was a big breakthrough. So I flew back and forth with Vince, and he was very excited that we figured this was a breakthrough in breaking the Bobby Kennedy case. Now, what happened was that the ABC top echelon, the vice presidents and president of ABC, the network ran on a blackball system, and they blackballed it. Two of the vice presidents blackballed the ABC documentary on 2020. So I know Vince was very disappointed on this, and then he became involved in the John Kennedy assassination, as you remember, on the network show with Jerry Spence, the mock trial, and he won because Vince always comes prepared. And I don't think Jerry Spence was prepared. But at any rate, I believe that was his turnaround. He now refers to the Bobby Kennedy case as the most likely to be a conspiracy. He's kind of locked in because he made the statement at one point to the press that now's the time to find out who were members of the firing squad that night. So that's by way of explaining Vince Bugliosi. A random note, Lisa pointed out that the weapon that Saran had in his hand that night had fired, whether it was blanks or not, but she pointed out that none of the ballistics matched. And I've had a lot of criticism saying, well, you know, if this was a professional assassination, why would they use a .22 instead of a normal-sized gun? Well, what most people don't understand is they use it simply because it can't be matched. And Sam Giancana, the crime boss in Chicago, he was shot with a .22. And that's the reason that the mafia used it. It's the reason whoever set up Saran used a weapon of a .22 long rifle load. So there's a lot of logic in using a .22. It has just the kill power, and you can't match it. And we're not talking about an amphitheater like Dealey Plaza. We're talking about a very confined area. So there would be shells found, there would be bullets found, and as Lisa's pointed out, that match was never made. They could not identify the bullets that were recovered from the victims in the pantry that night, and including Bobby Kennedy, as coming from Saran's weapon, or the weapon that Saran held, I'll put it that way.
Should they have been able to?
No, that's the problem. The lands and grooves are simply too small to match up, and the accidentals don't show up, so that they should not have, and that's the reason the mafia used it as an execution weapon. That's probably the reason it was selected in the Bobby Kennedy case. At any rate, I know you want to hear from Larry Teeter, and I always remember that line from A Coffin for Demetrios when the Turkish police inspector says, the important thing to know about assassinations is not who fired the gun, but who paid for the bullet. And I think that's what we're looking for. Thanks.
Amen to that. So Larry Teeter's here from Los Angeles. He's been the attorney for Ceron for several years now, and bringing a suit, or at least I think he's here, yeah, coming up from the back. So we'll try to leave at least maybe like 10 minutes for questions. And then we'll have our lunch break, and then we're coming back at 1 for our new evidence panel. It'll go from 1 to 3:30 on JFK new evidence.
I have three. Hello, can you hear me? Yes, my name is Lawrence Teeter, that's T-E-E-T-E-R. I represent Sirhan. I have done so since 1994. I now have 3 petitions on file in 3 different courts on Sirhan's behalf. California Supreme Court, the U.S. District Court of Los Angeles, and the United States Supreme Court. I'll tell you about those if I have time. One of the more glaring mistakes that the planners of the JFK assassination made was the apparently orchestrated shooting of Oswald by Ruby at a police station filled with Dallas detectives. I mean, how obvious. The planners, if it's the same group, learned something. There has to be a trial. But for a trial to be something that they could manage, it has to be controllable. You can't have a real defense attorney. You have to have a controlled defense attorney who can be guaranteed not to raise embarrassing questions. The first discernible move that was made in the RFK assassination plot was the process of compromising a pool of attorneys in Los Angeles. That was done, it was initiated by a group of people, including CIA Mafia assassinations operative John Rosselli, who, according to the government's own documents, went to Las Vegas, procured stolen federal grand jury transcripts linked to the Friars Club trial that was then ongoing, and distributed them to a pool of defense attorneys in that case. One of those defense attorneys was Grant Cooper. When the assassination took place, ACLU attorney A.L. Weirin popped up and began pushing the name of Grant Cooper. Cooper then agreed to take the case. Once he did so, a federal prosecutor in the Friars Club case purported to find a stolen grand jury transcript on top of Cooper's placemat in the Friars Club courtroom. Well, I can't imagine Cooper leaving a stolen transcript in plain view on top of his papers in a courtroom with the U.S. attorney free to roam around. U.S. attorney brought this matter to the judge's attention. A grand jury investigation ensued. There was enormous publicity because by this time Cooper had been linked to Sirhan's future representation. I now have documents that I think prove a deal was cut between the U.S. Attorney's Office and Grant Cooper. On the 23rd of December, 1968, the LAPD writes in its secret log that it has received information that Grant Cooper is about to be indicted within the next day or two in the transcript theft matter. On January 3rd, 10 days later, the same group of secret LAPD documents disclose that the FBI, in the person of Special Agent Frenchy LaJeunesse, assigned to the RFK case, is monitoring Cooper's, quote, dilemma, unquote. Now, what does dilemma mean? That means he's being given a choice, play ball or else. On January 6th, it becomes obvious that Cooper has decided to play ball. He goes into the Superior Court in the Sirhan case and says, well, I've had discussions with U.S. Attorney Matt Byrne about my predicament with the transcripts. I'm under investigation. Byrne has told me no decision has been made as to whether I'm going to be prosecuted. Now, get this. He's gone from his indictment is imminent in the next 1 or 2 days to a dilemma to no decision's been made, everything's up in the air. And Cooper goes further. He says, and I don't think I'm going to be indicted. Well, that's a deal. As far as I'm concerned, those 3 pieces of evidence prove that the United States Attorney's Office in Los Angeles and the U.S. Attorney Grant Cooper, the U.S. Attorney Matt Byrne, currently a judge in the U.S. courthouse where my petition is pending, blackmailed Sirhan's attorney, turned him into a state agent. And now we're going to see what effect this has on Cooper's performance. To get relief for Sirhan, I have to prove that Sirhan's lawyer suffered from an actual conflict of interest which adversely affected his performance. That's a light standard. Habeas corpus lawyers such as yours truly like that standard because it's relatively easy for us to establish and satisfy. Now let's talk about the adverse effect on Cooper's performance of this pressure that was being brought to bear on him. And I think those 3 pieces of documentary evidence that I've described prove conclusively a deal was cut. An obstruction of justice was committed by the U.S. Attorney's Office. And before I go any further, I am going to call together with an organization, Committee to Reopen the RFK Assassination case, upon the Justice Department to launch an investigation into the U.S. Attorney's Office conduct in blackmailing Sirhan's lawyer during this trial. And I'm going to ask you to email letters to an address I'll give you at the end of the talk, addressed to John Ashcroft and also to the governor of California, calling for an investigation into this blackmailing, because this is an absolutely reprehensible aspect of this case. It's been attended by everybody. The media knows nothing about it, but it is absolutely staggering. This is a state prosecution. What's the U.S. Attorney's Office doing putting pressure on the defense attorney and turning him into a state agent? This is something we can do something about. I'm not sure the media will find it so easy to ignore that. What happened with Cooper is very, very early on, it became obvious that he was working for the other side. Here he is defending somebody who's facing capital murder charges. He says he's ready to go to trial after only a 1-month trial preparation. That's ludicrous. He had months of trial preparation in the non-capital Friars Club card cheating case. The second thing is He's being offered the chance to plead his client guilty. Why is he willing to engage in plea bargain discussions before he's even seen the autopsy report? We know why the government was withholding the autopsy report. The autopsy report, as Lisa already made clear, devastates the prosecution's theory that Sirhan shot Robert Kennedy. It's important to realize that under California law at the time, only the person who shot Robert Kennedy could be executed for his murder. If Sirhan's bullets didn't hit Robert Kennedy, he was not eligible for the death penalty. Why is there any discussion of a plea bargain to avoid the death penalty when the defense attorney doesn't even know at that time that the prosecution can establish the most essential basic predicate for a death penalty verdict, namely that Sirhan is the person who shot Robert Kennedy? But there he is, he's off and running with death penalty discussions, with plea bargain discussions, and not only that, he puts on the record that he is in favor of a plea bargain under circumstances in which the prosecution will have the right to seek the death penalty, even though Sirhan agrees to plead guilty to the crime itself. That's appalling. Why would a defense attorney put that on the record unless he's trying to impress the people across the street in the U.S. Attorney's Office that he's playing ball? The plea bargain was actively pursued by the District Attorney's Office. Evel Younger, DA of Los Angeles, made 2 personal appearances in the judge's chambers to lobby for this plea bargain. The judge, who was about to retire, turned him down in both cases. He said, I won't go for that. I want them to have the right to seek the death penalty. On 2 occasions, the prosecution was turned down. I have never seen a death penalty case in which the prosecution has turned up and lobbied for such a plea bargain like that. The defense attorney is usually pushing for it. Here, the prosecution was pushing for it. Why? Because they knew that if there was a trial, there was a danger that the autopsy report would come out. Well, after the plea bargain collapsed, the autopsy report was then disclosed. The autopsy report devastates the prosecution's theory and proves that the prosecution wasn't even entitled to a death verdict. What does Grant Cooper do about that? Does he move for a mistrial? Because, not knowing that Sirhan was not the person who shot Robert Kennedy, Cooper had already advised the jury, well, ladies and gentlemen, our client is guilty of the murder. The only question you have to consider is his state of mind. His whole strategy was ostensibly changed by the non-disclosure of the autopsy report. With the autopsy report disclosed, he could have moved for a mistrial and said the prosecution misled me. Did he move for a mistrial? Of course not. No, he was playing ball. In chambers, one of the prosecutors advised Grant Cooper, we can't authenticate the bullets. Cooper said, no problem. We'll stipulate to the introduction of the bullets. No problem with the difficulties with authenticating the gun. In other words, the prosecution was not put to its burden of establishing that Sirhan's so-called gun, which we don't think was the real gun, which I don't think was the real gun, was really involved with the crime. Cooper then went further. In addition to not moving for a mistrial, he failed to introduce any evidence that implicated the person who was in position to have shot Robert Kennedy. That was Thane Eugene Caesar. In such a case, it's obviously incumbent upon defense counsel to raise as many reasonable doubts as possible. It would be very compelling to introduce proof that somebody else was in position to have committed the murder and your client wasn't. He had no interest in doing this. There were reports, as Lisa points out, of paper flying all around the room when Sirhan was firing. That's suggestive of the use of blanks. Got news for you. If Sirhan was firing blanks, he's not guilty of any offense whatsoever. Did his attorney use that to raise a reasonable doubt? Of course not. He wasn't interested. Now, he went further. You probably know that the prosecution's theory that Sirhan was motivated by rage over Kennedy's support of the sale of 50 Phantom jets to Israel. And the prosecution theorized that Sirhan heard a broadcast on May 18th that this sale was being backed by Robert Kennedy. May 18th was pushed by the prosecution as the date of this broadcast because May 18th is the date in the notebooks associated with the writing in Sirhan's handwriting, supposedly, that says RFK must be assassinated, RFK must be assassinated. So May 18th is the key date. Cooper not only sponsors the Phantom jet motive, but gets Sirhan to admit falsely that he heard the broadcast on May 18th. The broadcast actually ran on May 20th, And there was no mention made in this broadcast that Robert Kennedy was pushing this or supporting the sale of Phantom jets to Israel. So here you have Cooper actively going out of his way to sponsor the prosecution's motive for a murder. And it's the prosecution's burden of proving guilt. It's the defense attorney's job to raise a reasonable doubt. Here you have Cooper functioning as an adjunct of the prosecutor's office. Before all of this even began, Cooper went to the DA's office and gave them information that Sirhan had been to the Corona Police Department firing range on Sunday, June 3rd, practice firing. Well, why would he do that? I mean, the police were obviously interested in proof that Sirhan was doing a dry run for his assassination. What was not disclosed even to Cooper was that the police were in possession of a report that the range master at the Corona Police Department gun range saw somebody else come in and sign Sirhan's name on the roster. That's proof that Sirhan had a handler, that he was being manipulated. Now, this information was withheld, but what is Cooper doing going to the DA's office with evidence that that Sirhan was at this firing range before the assassination and giving them additional information? Another strange thing that Cooper did is he gave prosecution psychiatrist Seymour Pollack unrestricted access to Sirhan. In other words, Pollack was invited into psychiatric consultations and interviews with the defense, but he was also given access to Sirhan alone. Pollack participated in hypnosis sessions with Sirhan before trial. The question is, could Pollack have manipulated Sirhan and caused his memory to become more prosecution-friendly? Well, we don't know, but what we do know is that this is a very strange thing for a defense attorney to do. It's unprecedented. I've never heard of it happening. It's another example of an actual conflict of interest adversely affecting the performance of counsel. Also, Cooper introduced evidence that a Rosicrucian publication in Sirhan's possession contained an article that advised people that they could give themselves the willpower to get things done by writing out the instructions repeatedly. Put it in writing was the name of the article. Sirhan, we were told by Cooper in front of the jury, wrote out the phrase, Robert F. Kennedy must be assassinated, or RFK must be assassinated, to give himself the willpower to do this. This is being put in evidence by the defense. What's the point of that kind of evidence being put before the jury by a defense attorney? What kind of defense attorney is that? No, he's actually serving as a prosecutor. He gets Sirhan to admit, oh yes, I did that in connection with the RFK assassination. Well, Sirhan really couldn't have believed that. He was just acting under instructions from his attorney. He couldn't have believed that because he testified also that he had no memory of having written this language in the notebooks. So he was being manipulated by his own lawyer to make damning statements in front of the jury after his own lawyer had made him accessible to the prosecution psychiatrist for secret interviews. Again, an incredible example of an actual conflict of interest leading to an adverse effect on performance. That's what I have to show to get relief, and that's all I should have to show to get relief. That relief means a new trial. Finally, to cap it off, just to make sure his client got convicted, Grant Cooper did two other things. He waves in front of the jury a passage in a book about history written by a man named Mussey. And the book contains a passage about the McKinley assassination. Next to the McKinley assassination description, there is a phrase written out. The words appear, "Many more will come." Now, well, that makes it look as though, if that's Sirhan's writing, Sirhan was predicting future political assassinations. Well, there was no evidence that this was Sirhan's writing. There's evidence that it wasn't. One of the defense investigators at that time, Michael McCowan, had done an inventory of notations in Sirhan's book. This inventory contained no reference to this phrase. All of a sudden, as the case nears its conclusion, Cooper jumps up with this notation supposedly appearing in the book. He says, "Ladies and gentlemen, I will avow to you that this is Sirhan's handwriting." He asks them to conclude that it's such. He does no handwriting example. And then he asks to psychiatrist Marcus the hypothetical question, what would it mean to you if during high school Sirhan wrote the phrase, "Many more will follow," next to a description of the McKinley assassination? Well, says Marcus, obligingly, it would mean that he was contemplating political assassinations back in high school. What a great thing for the prosecution to introduce, but what is a defense attorney doing this? He's acting as a prosecuting agent. And finally, to put a cap on this, he introduces testimony by Martin Shore that Sirhan had an Oedipus complex and the person he really wanted to kill was his father. Oh, that's a great defense, folks. He actually planned an assassination, but he got the wrong guy. Well, you can imagine what the jury thought of all this. Was their death verdict? Real quick. Afterward, Cooper was indicted. Guess who wasn't indicted for the transcripts? John Rosselli. But we know he was involved because the government's trial brief in that case says John Rosselli participated in the plot to distribute these transcripts. But of course, the trial brief doesn't disclose the fact that Rosselli was working for the CIA at the time. Cooper is then allowed to plead guilty after Matt Byrne writes him a glowing sentencing report saying, "This crime is so outrageous, I won't even recommend a sentence." Have I ever seen a sentencing report like that before? Nope. Cooper then is allowed to walk away with no jail time. He pays a $1,000 fine. He goes right on with the practice of law. Matt Byrne becomes a federal judge. The lead counsel for the prosecution, I'm trying to think of all the things that happened. No, that was something else. Lead counsel for the prosecution becomes an appellate court justice in Los Angeles. Another one of the prosecuting attorneys becomes a Superior Court judge. Grant Cooper goes on with the practice of law. Nothing happens with him. Sirhan is under sentence of death. And the ultimate effect of this is that the prosecution was able to accomplish this shell game through a process of blackmailing counsel, and nothing happens to the judge involved. Now, as I said, the judge involved in doing this, who was U.S. Attorney at the time, is now a federal judge in the courthouse where my petition is pending. I've made a motion to recuse that whole courthouse, denied. I've gone to the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals and asked that the Ninth Circuit issue an order transferring the case out of that courthouse, denied. I'm now before the U.S. Supreme Court on a petition asking the U.S. Supreme Court to transfer the case out of the U.S. courthouse because I don't think I can get a fair hearing when the person who's going to make a decision on my claims is a subordinate of the judge who's accused in my petition of blackmailing Sirhan's lawyer. We'll see what happens with the U.S. Supreme Court. If I lose there, I have something else in mind. But let me say that at this point, I have to ask for public support. I can't do this by myself. I think that there must be a campaign to demand that the Justice Department investigate this obstruction of justice by the U.S. Attorney's Office in Los Angeles. And I'm calling upon you to participate in that. Please send email letters to address reopenrfkcase@onebox.com. That's reopenrfkcase@onebox.com. reopenrfkcase@onebox.com. And address them to the Attorney General or the U.S. Department of Justice and call for an investigation of the Justice Department's role in blackmailing Sirhan's attorney and the FBI's participation in this because they were involved, and also for their ridiculous sponsorship of the absurd single assailant theory, despite the fact that the first FBI agent on the scene saw extra bullets in the doorframe and reported this to the FBI. Thank you.
If you'll get us a report and, maybe a suggested, like a sample letter, I will send it out to the COPA email list for you so we can get it.
One digit or O-N-E?
Is it O-N-E or the letter one, the number one? O-N-E. Okay, yeah, this reminded me of an old cartoon of two guys in pinstripe suits in a jail cell, and one says, "What'd you do?" and the other said, "I got an attorney." Sheesh, I mean, when the defense attorney stipulates to all the guilt, what do you need a prosecutor for? Might as well just go golfing. Okay, thanks. So we have a little time for questions, but we're right at the noon hour, so I can't take much, but if we have 2 or 3 questions, we can do them.
It seems to me that there's a lot more compelling evidence that you'll probably get a reopening of... It seems to me that there's a lot more compelling...
No, that records, it doesn't.
Okay, well, this is for you, though. A lot more compelling evidence that you'll probably get a reopening of the Bobby Kennedy trial and the Bobby Kennedy assassination than you will of the John Kennedy assassination. So would it be worth, I'm just interested in your thoughts, of making a push to get your hands on some of the people involved in the Bobby Kennedy case? We know Caesar's alive, for example, in the Philippines, and to get this retrial going, which is a very good tactic you're going to use too, because you can demonstrate that there was a conflict of interest, which will, I'm assuming, guarantee a reopening of the investigation. Is it worth doing that, and then the flow-on effect of that would be a further examination of the other Kennedy murder, which is, of course, President Kennedy?
You want to repeat the question, Larry, just so the audience can hear it?
It's basically saying, by pushing towards the Bobby Kennedy case and getting that reopened, would that be worth doing in order to get a flow-on effect to get the John Kennedy case?
Well, sure. I think these two cases are interrelated for the reason that I explained at the outset. These three petitions that I have pending, the one in district court challenges his conviction. These new claims, based on newly discovered documents confirming that there was a blackmailing of Cooper that went on, are presented in a subsequent petition before the California Supreme Court. That's still pending. There's also additional information in there, by the way, but I've given you just a little bit. The third petition is now before the U.S. Supreme Court. Yeah, I think this case has to be aggressively litigated, but I need public support, and the assassination community has to be there to support this. And we have to go to the press. We have to get press on this, because this is an outrageous accusation. Everybody who hears this is absolutely flabbergasted that the U.S. Attorney's Office is blackmailing Sirhan's lawyer. Nobody's ever heard this before. So this is a new aspect of the case that has to be exposed, and I'm counting on you to be of assistance. Yes.
Aren't there any either American... Go to the mic, please. We need you on mic so you can record the question. We're going to broadcast.
I'm sorry.
Because this is an issue specifically involving the conduct of trial lawyers, aren't there any bar groups, the American Bar Associations or some subgroup within the Bar Association that would file a friend of the court brief on your behalf and contact the press on your behalf? Because this is not about conspiracy to kill RFK. This is about a conspiracy against the integrity of our justice system. I mean, this is a lawyer issue.
That's what this is about, an obstruction of justice. Grant Cooper is deceased. He was investigated by the bar. They let him pass. As to the conduct of the U.S. Attorney and his office, that's what we're asking be investigated. That's why we need your support. But those are the issues that are pending in to some extent the federal petition, to a great extent in the currently pending state petition.
Just a question about the shooting, and I just want to ask, I was reading a book, several on RFK's murder, one of them called, I think this is where the information came from, RFK Must Die, and so the question is directed at any of the panelists. There was a very fascinating story about what happened to that book, and that they went after the publishers and tried to get the production runs stopped, and that I surmised that one of the pieces of information in the book that instigated that was an allegation that there was an individual photographed in the lobby of the hotel when RFK was making his speech, who was adjusting a camera. And the point is that the man used a specially designed camera with a projectile inside, a camera gun you might call it, and that he may have been the individual who was behind RFK and actually placed the gun up against his head or whatever. So if you have any reflections on that, I'd sure like to know.
I can shoot that down in 1 minute, because there is a video that is taken outside in the embassy room, outside the pantry, and that man is on camera during the shooting. So it is simply not possible. And it's very clear who the man is. There's a good picture. It's Morrow's book that you're referring to. He's got a gold sweater on, so they thought maybe he was the man in the gold sweater, but he's standing there, he's got his camera, he's out, like looking around on the stage while the shots are taking place. There is no chance that he could have been the gunman, just no chance.
And by the way, that case was very convenient for the other side because it resulted in a published opinion of the California Supreme Court in which they were able to lampoon, quote, conspiracy theories. The Chief Justice of the California Supreme Court, Ronald George, was counsel for the prosecution on appeal of the Sirhan's case.
I'll also just add, too, that was actually local LA footage, and it was like live shot footage. It wasn't something that, surfaced years later. I actually found it at the Museum of Television in Los Angeles. So.
I got two questions about the Friars Club transcript issue. The first one is that you mentioned that there were a pool of attorneys who were compromised in this fashion. Could you give us a little more information about how widespread this effort was to compromise them? And the second question is about your reference to A.L. Weirin and his pushing of Cooper as an attorney for Sirhan. I want to know if you're suggesting here that Weirin was involved in some way.
I can't exclude that possibility, let me put it that way. His sponsorship of Cooper went beyond the initial phase. When the issue, when this January 6th conference took place in the judge's chambers, and Cooper discloses the fact that he's on the ropes with Matt Byrne, but I don't think I'm going to be indicted, he says. Cooper gets support from A.L. Weirin, who pops up and with the prosecution's consent, or the court's consent, consults with Sirhan, after which Sirhan agrees to continue to be represented by Grant Cooper. Now, this is absolutely incredible that an ACLU attorney is going to advise anybody who's facing indictment by a prosecution-related agency to continue to be represented by that attorney. This is unbelievable. And to me, that speaks volumes about what Weirin was really up to. I must say that this is one of my strongest claims because the law is that if a conflict of interest is not the subject of a judicial warning to the defendant and advice that he has a right to not continue to be represented by the attorney with the conflict, the rule has generally been that the defendant is automatically entitled to a new trial. The judge, Sirhan was advised in this in-chambers discussion that there was a potential danger continuing to be represented by Cooper, but the danger flowed from publicity about the Friars Club case. At no time was anybody willing to give him advice that the danger was that Cooper could sell him out because he was under pressure from the feds. Now, the U.S. Supreme Court came down with an opinion, a very bad opinion written by Justice Scalia, not surprisingly, which modified the rule that I just expressed so that it probably reads as follows today. The conflict of interest must be disclosed on the record before the trial judge is under a duty to advise the defendant that he has a right to fire his lawyer and that there's a danger. In this case, I contend in my papers that there was enough evidence on the record to put the judge under a duty to advise Sirhan, hey, look, you've got a problem here. Do you want this guy or not? The evidence on the record was provided by Cooper himself. The judge certainly should have made an inquiry of the district attorney's office to the effect, hey, what do you guys have to do with Matt Byrne of the U.S. Attorney's Office in this? If he had made that inquiry, unless the DA's office had lied, what would have come out is that the U.S. Attorney's Office was part of the prosecution team, and the prosecution team had Cooper by the throat, at which point the judge would have been under a duty to advise Sirhan, you have a right to another lawyer if you choose, at which point Sirhan could have gotten rid of him. Instead of that happening, none of this happened, and ACLU attorney A.L. Weirin shows up to make sure it didn't. And Lisa has something else to add about
A.L. Weirin.
A.L. Weirin, please.
Yeah.
This is fascinating.
A.L. Weirin was in a debate with Mark Lane and over at UCLA or something before the RFK case, and I don't have the exact quote in front of me, but it was kind of stunning because, he was basically defending the Warren Commission, saying, I think they had the right verdict, and Mark Lane says, so wait a minute, what if Oswald was innocent? And Al Weirin was like, even if Oswald was in it, I would still say that Earl Warren did the right thing. Now, that's kind of stunning for an ACLU lawyer to say. The other thing I would do is recommend that you read Angus Mackenzie's book, Secrets, because he talks about collusion between the CIA and the ACLU. Angus Mackenzie.
Mackenzie, University of California Press, 1999, Secrets is the name of it.
I don't think we can assume that just because somebody is from a public interest organization, that means that they're not working for the government. These organizations are heavily infiltrated and influenced. The NAACP recently compromised its voting fraud case in Florida without getting any rectification of the illegal purging of black voters. I don't know what kind of representation they provided. The Nader campaign promised not to run in Florida as a closed case, and then they went ahead and did so. The Nation magazine has already been discussed here. I think we have to assume that the public interest organizations and the opposition forces in the United States are infiltrated. We know that from a number of lawsuits. I don't think it's simply a question of people on the so-called left not wanting to take on the establishment because they're afraid of being hooked in. I think these groups are just riddled with snitches and informers. And I think that the conduct of A.L. Weirin is so reprehensible that it raises a red flag as to whether Weirin was a government operative or not. That's one of many questions that could be investigated. Unfortunately, he's gone. I've gotten no cooperation from the ACLU about that, by the way.
I think this is for Lisa. Since the assassination of Bobby, have Thanes, Caesar, or any of these other individuals that you've identified left any tracks? Have they shown up in other government agencies? Have they popped up in other criminal investigations?
No, not to my knowledge. They haven't. I understand Thane Eugene Caesar left the country after his last talk with, who's that guy who wrote that awful book? Thank you, Dan Moldea. I just blocked that name from my mind. Dan Moldea is the Posner, so to speak, and the Max Holland of the RFK case. But no, I really haven't seen any evidence of that.
Well, we should probably break for lunch and come back at 1. Oh, I'm sorry.
One more.
I guess I have two questions, sort of one for each of you. Lisa, you wrote a series of articles, I guess it was in Probe?
In Probe.
Relating to the Iranian intelligence connection to all of this, which you linked with the girl in the polka dot dress. With this larger cast of characters that you've now identified, do you see any connections that
Right.
start to pull together there?
Right. What I think is interesting is that all the people that I mentioned in this talk don't really seem to have any relationship to each other. So to me, that indicates the pyramid goes up higher. And I think with the Roselli information about Cooper and with the information that John Meyer, a former employee of Howard Hughes, gave me, this man, John Meyer, had met with J. Edgar Hoover right after the assassination of Robert Kennedy. Meyer was one of the few people who'd actually seen Hughes face to face. He was that close. Mayhew, Robert Mayhew, ran the Hughes empire. At the same time, he was planning the Castro assassination plots and working with Johnny Roselli. Mayhew also had deep connections inside the LAPD. He had created a porno film starring a fake Sukarno and a fake Soviet agent, and tried to use that to discredit him, but that was done with full cooperation of the LAPD. I think that the chain of connections goes very high up. The Iranian person we're talking about is Khyber Khan, and he was about to be deported from the country. So again, if you want to talk about somebody who was compromised, he had a vast network of Iranian agents after the assassination when the LAPD went into Robert Kennedy headquarters and asked people, did you see anything suspicious? Was there anything that caught your attention? Many people mentioned this strange guy, Khyber Khan, who kind of swooped in the last few days before the case and had possibly been seen with Sirhan. Several people described him in the company of Sirhan. And the very night of the assassination, Khyber Khan drove Michael Wayne to the Ambassador Hotel, which is kind of interesting. So,
Okay. My other question you've actually touched on already, which is...
oh, I'm sorry. I want to finish what I was going to say about Mayhew, because I left out the punchline.
I'll let you go.
And that's that John Meyer had told, when he talked to Hoover, Hoover had told him, he said, look, we know the Robert Kennedy assassination was a Mayhew operation. He also said, we're powerless against the CIA. And my talk after lunch, I'll tell you why I think they were powerless against the CIA.
Okay.
So.
I was wondering what kind of speculations you have about where the top of the pyramid is and how they were able to compromise essentially the entire justice system in the city of Los Angeles, it sounds like.
Evel Younger, the DA, had been a former OSS operative. You know, it's
and,
facts.
And an ex-FBI agent. By the way, the FBI has gotten minimal adverse coverage about the RFK case. Here they are right at the thick of the process of monitoring Cooper's, quote, dilemma, unquote. They were involved in an obstruction of justice. I think that one of the questioners raised a very interesting point. The issue that I'm raising is not about conspiracy to commit a murder. It's about an obstruction of the judicial process. There's nothing more damning than the process of setting up a lawyer, blackmailing the lawyer, and controlling the lawyer so there's no lawyer, so that there's no trial. There was no adversary system in this case. It was a slow plea of guilty. That's how they could afford to have a trial. The trial that Lee Harvey Oswald missed, Sirhan got, but it wasn't a trial. That's why it took place, because it wasn't a trial. That was set up in advance.
Could Byrne be disbarred if your petition...
Please go to the mic.
Could Matthew Byrne be disbarred or prosecuted if he accepts your petition?
The statute of limitations has run on obstruction of justice by the U.S. Attorney's Office personnel. Could he be disbarred? Don't hold your breath. Number three, would the Senate impeach him? No. First of all, his conduct was not conduct of a judicial officer, it was conduct of a prosecutor. The only thing that could happen is a Justice Department inquiry for information purposes largely as to why the U.S. Attorney's Office in Los Angeles became so absolutely and brazenly corrupted in this process. By the way, I think questions have to be raised about the Assistant U.S. Attorney who purported to find this transcript on Cooper's desk. I can take these people's depositions if Byrne's subordinate, the magistrate, will give me permission. But the problem is the magistrate holds his position as at the pleasure of the judges. So that's why I have to get out of the courthouse, and I haven't been able to yet. And if I can't get out, then where am I? Well, I have other options. But that's the difficulty I face, and that's where you come into it. The other letter I'm asking you to write is a letter to the governor of California to order Sirhan's immediate release. He's innocent. He didn't do anything. He had no criminal intent. If Lisa's right, if he used blanks, there was no crime. It's not a crime to use blanks. There's no criminal offense. And furthermore, he's not the person who shot Robert Kennedy. Most compellingly, from the governor's standpoint, as long as Sirhan remains locked up in prison, this case is not going to get the kind of visibility it deserves. If he gets out, there will be a pandemonium, a furor, a frenzy of media interest, and that's when there will be a discussion of these facts, not until then. That's why the LAPD wants him denied parole time and again, because if he's locked up, the case is locked up. So that's why we're calling for his release, too. So there are two letters that I've got. You can sign them here. Please send emails. We've got to act on this. Thank you.
Ashcroft and who else?
Thanks, Peter.
Ashcroft and besides the governor.
By the way, I want to thank Lisa for her absolutely excellent research. And we need more of this. And Bill Turner and his book, too. Thank you.
Okay, well, we got to turn this around quick. We're going to have Tink Thompson and D.B. Thomas here at 1. So I'll let folks get out. The way you commit a perfect crime, my friend Carl Chesko always says, is that you control the investigation afterwards. So it's no surprise that we've got mobbed up and spooked justice departments and trials and lawyers and everything once they start down this path. Thanks. All right, I'm going to try and get started because we've got 8 people on this agenda. We're going to start with Tink Thompson, the author of 6 Seconds in Dallas. We also have D.B. Thomas here, who's done work on the acoustics question. Jerry Smith, who wants to talk about some anomalies in the Zapruder film. Lisa Pease, T. Carter, Bob Groden, Bill Kelly, and Dr. Aguilar, all presenting new JFK evidence in this panel. We're going to try to run to somewhere close around 3:30, and then we have a panel about the Garrison case and what's new that's come up that supports Garrison. Some brief housekeeping. Some people are new here and weren't in earlier. We'll go till 5 o'clock and we'll break for dinner, and then at 7 o'clock we'll be at the Hotel Lawrence, which is the next building over behind this building, like basically that way, at 302 South Houston at Houston and Jackson. Up on the second floor rear, starting at 7, we'll have some more discussions, presentations on J. Edgar Hoover, Martin Luther King, anti-Castro plots, and then some videos. So it's still a full day's agenda coming. And we also, I got a message to read from the tabloid committee that's been meeting. and they're working to produce a tabloid that's going to be put out to the public with basic, taking new evidence into account and a basic explanation of these things to make it popular. And they have an official meeting Sunday morning at 7 in the room across from the bookstore that Andy's running on the second floor of the Lawrence. And there's an unofficial meeting today at dinner break or after the videos tonight. If you look for either Bill Kelly or Julia, if you want to stand up, or people can see who that is. And Bill Kelly's standing over there ignoring me, but he's got the glasses up on his head and he's talking to everybody. Okay, so if you can see him or Julia about informal meetings tonight at the dinner break or after the videos. And then from 1 to 3 on Sunday, that tabloid discussion will happen as part of our future work panel. And I did mention earlier, if you take the little tickets we gave you over to the 6th floor museum, if you want, they'll give you a discount there for being for part of COPA. If you stay with COPA, they'll give you a discount on your ticket into the 6th floor museum. So glad everybody back. We'll start with Ting Thompson, and we'll go through it. It's quite an agenda, so we got a book, and then we'll have questions at the end. You want to put something over it? Can you just prop something in front of it? Yeah, just put a book or something, a piece of paper. I don't want to turn it off.
Really
I don't want to turn it off, Gary. Cover it with a book, a piece of paper, a notebook, a pad.
I mean, after all, when somebody's vertically challenged and can barely see over the top of this, that's better, okay.
That's all we need. All right, thanks.
Okay. Now, the computer has already used my 15 minutes, so it's very nice to have been with you. Thank you. Bye. You thought you'd get away without Tink for a few minutes? No, no, no. This is an odd situation because Don Thomas and I have to leave for our tag team match at Lancer shortly after 2. So this is going to be pretty brief. Last weekend, John Judge called me up and said, Tink, you should know that there's going to be a presentation on alteration of the Zapruder film, and I'd like you to reply to it. And I said, well, how do I reply to something that hasn't been said? And he said, well, I know you'll figure it out some way or another. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take a few minutes and reply to the whole question of Zapruder frame alteration. Everybody know what a urban myth is? Do you know what an urban myth is? Example being the little old lady whose poodle gets wet. She wants to dry out the poodle and puts the poodle in the microwave and the dog explodes. Right? Huh. That's an urban myth. There are others, including the alteration of the Zapruder film. Now, I'm not going to talk about the alteration of the Zapruder film as an urban myth. I'm going to talk about various suburban myths. So I'm going to talk about suburban myths about the Zapruder film. You don't like that? I thought that was very, very witty. Okay. The first suburban myth about the Zapruder film is that the FBI confiscated films of the assassination at the shooting site and then monitored photo stores and development facilities in the Dallas area. That's false. In my opinion, there is no valid corroboration for claims that films were confiscated on the site, and the FBI did not monitor photo stores and facilities. All they did was to send out a flyer. That's what they did. Okay. Secondly, the myth that Zapruder himself was missing for a long time on Friday night and later said, he was just driving around. Okay. Truth is that Zapruder spent the time from 4 to about 6 at Jameson getting the film copied. He then goes back to Kodak from about 6 to 8. Then he goes to his office at Jennifer Jr.'s from 8 to about 9:30. Then on to the Dallas Secret Service office from 9:30. We don't know when that ended, maybe 10, maybe 10:30. So he was driving around a total from about 10 to 10:30 till 11 when Dick Stolley calls him at his home, and he's home and refuses to see Stolley that night. So that's a myth. Zapruder was not driving around all Friday night or missing all Friday night. We know where he was. Another suburban myth is that the real original was developed in Rochester, New York, and worked on at NPIC, or the National Photo Interpretation Center in Washington, on the night of the 22nd, and that one of the technicians is sure that the film he saw, which was obviously the original, contained 6 to 8 shots. False. The other technician at NPEC, and I've forgotten his name, believed that the film he worked on had no intersprocket images. That means it was a copy, not the original. We know that a copy was sent off by Secret Service agent Max Phillips at 9:55 p.m. from Dallas to Washington. It's very likely that the film that NPEC worked on, and they did not work on it Friday night, they probably worked on it Saturday night or Sunday night, was the copy of the film that Phillips sent on from Dallas. 6 to 8 shots? Well, hardly. Because if you look at the actual enlargements and boards that NPIC made up, they are all the usual suspects. That is, the frames are the frames that we've always thought looked interesting. Number 4, suburban myth. Zapruder wasn't on the pedestal taking his movie. Well, not only false, but nonsense. Various films, Nix, Moorman, Bronson, etc., shows Zapruder and Sitzman standing on the pedestal. Altgen's photo shows Sitzman and Zapruder immediately afterwards, after they've just stepped down from the pedestal, and a bunch of witnesses saw him standing there. Well, if that doesn't work, how's about this final suburban myth? Zapruder was on the pedestal, but his camera wasn't. That is absolute nonsense. The resolution of the various photographs of Zapruder and Sitzman on the pedestal are not really sufficient to resolve a camera. It's been claimed that the famous Moorman shot does not show the camera. Well, nonsense. What it shows is Zapruder in the right body position for filming. You just can't see a camera, but you can't not see a camera. So it's all these films are mute as to that particular question. General arguments, I'll move on quickly. In my opinion, it would have been simply stupid to attempt to alter the Zapruder film. Why? Because the Zapruder film would be exposed as an altered version as soon as some other film somewhere showed up which did not match the Zapruder film's alterations. You could not control the number of photographers. You didn't even know the number of photographers who were taking photos in Dealey Plaza. One of those photographers, for example, could have gone back to Paris, France, or to Dubuque, Iowa, had his film developed, and right there would be proof that the Zapruder film has been altered. So it would be stupid even to try. Secondly, the Zapruder film in its single and only incarnation has offered the raw material for an attack on the lone nut theory for 39 years, namely the ability to see where Connolly was hit, not with a single bullet, and to see the headshot, which has been the most ever since Bob Groden back there showed it on national TV, has been one of the main contraindications of the lone nut theory. So if you're going to alter the film, gee, do it right. The simplest thing, of course, if you didn't like the Zapruder film, was simply to dump it. If you had control of it, simply dump it at the photo lab. Something happened. Too bad. It doesn't exist. The main reason, the main evidence for the non-alteration of the film is that the Zapruder film is part of a tapestry of photo evidence which is seamless in its interlocking nature. There are other films of the shooting, and the Zapruder film matches the Nix, Muchmore, Bronson, Alkins, Towner, Moorman, Betzner, and Willis. Now, how is this possible if the Zapruder film has been altered? Do you believe that all of these other films have been altered? 31 frames from the Zapruder film were being processed by Saturday night in Chicago to produce 5 million copies for the 11/29 issue of Life. At that point, the Muchmore film was still in the owner's camera. It remained in Muchmore's camera until Monday sometime. The FBI learned of the existence of the Muchmore film when it was shown on WNEW-TV on Tuesday. The Nix film remained in Nix's camera until the following week. Both of these films match, frame by frame, the Zapruder film. In other words, you can take any of these films and match the position of the limousine, the position taken by people in the limousine, the position by bystanders, etc. They all match. Now, the problem with this is that this has been going on for 6 years, I think, and using up enormous amounts of resources of time and energy and that could be well spent elsewhere. In my opinion, this whole question about Zapruder frame alteration is part of a general movement which is not unlike a kind of death spiral of this whole community of inquiry. I mean, we start eating our own. If we start claiming that evidence as validly established as the Zapruder film has been faked by powers unknown, various intelligence agencies, etc., and if we then accuse anyone who doesn't agree with that particular view of being an intelligence agent himself, namely moi, right, at that point we are eating our own. We are eating up the very evidence on which any attempt at a reconstruction of this event can be made. So I would hope then that the questions that I asked Jerry Smith in an email which I sent virtually a week ago would be the questions that you would have for him. Those questions are, what is the alteration proposed? What evidence is there for this, and when was it done? So I won't be able to be here to hear the answers, I'm sorry, Jerry, but I'll look forward to your discussion of that, which brings me to the man himself, Don Thomas, who is going to tell you some new things, not some old things. Bye. Thanks.
Want the house lights down?
Sure.
Don, just let me know when to roll with the next slide.
Okay. Thank you, Tink. Now, thank the organizers for, especially Gary Aguilar, for giving me this chance to speak to you. I was asked to give a sort of a primer, a summary of what the acoustic evidence is. I know of folks that have, folks ask me about it a lot, and the emphasis is very much on the evidence for a shot from the grassy knoll. But the acoustic evidence is much more than that. And there's three main things that you can get out of the acoustic evidence: the number of shots, the sequence of the gunfire, and finally the origin of those gunshots. And that's be the topic of my presentation. First slide. Next slide. Back at the time of the Warren Commission investigation, there was one of those urban myths afoot in Dallas to the effect that the assassins or conspirators had somehow jammed the police communications. And of course, like most rumors or urban myths, that's basically farm excrement. But also, like most rumors, there was a grain of truth. And this is an apt metaphor for doing research on the Kennedy assassination, because very often we find ourselves up to our elbows in the excrement trying to get that little grain of truth. And the grain of truth in this instance is that indeed the police communications were jammed. It was by accident. A motorcycle policeman, his radio, his microphone became jammed open for 5.5 minutes at the time of the assassination. Now all police communications were being recorded at the time, The primary channel was being recorded on an instrument that looked like this, a piggyback dictaphone machine. And for 5.5 minutes, you hear the hum of a motorcycle motor. If I have the next slide. At 12:33, the dispatcher, one of the dispatchers, put out this broadcast. He said, "There's a motorcycle officer up on Stemmons with his mic stuck open. Could you send someone up there and tell him to shut it off?" Well, the pertinent question we ask is, what made the dispatcher so certain that that motorcycle officer was up on Stemmons Freeway? Well, the clue that he probably used was that at about 1 minute earlier, the motorcycle's microphone captured the sound of sirens. And at that moment, the one emergency in Dallas was the President's motorcade headed down the Stemmons Freeway on its way to Parkland Hospital. I have the next slide. Now, because there were 18 motorcycles with the President's motorcade, this was probably the basis for the inference that the motorcycle with the stuck microphone was probably with the President's motorcade. And if so, if that inference is correct, then we have the motorcycle's microphone might have captured the sound of gunshots, and we would have direct evidence towards one of the great controversies of the assassination, that being the number of shots that were fired. So in 1978, the House Select Committee on Assassinations requested the Acoustic Society of America to provide them with a short list of acoustic experts. They selected Bolt, Baranek, and Newman of Cambridge, Massachusetts, who had worked on the Kent State shooting tape and had also worked on the Watergate tapes to do the analysis. And I'm going to try to explain what it is that they found. Next slide.
What was the name of the organization? Acoustics?
Bolt, Baranek, and Newman.
No, but what's
The Acoustical Society of America.
Acoustical Society.
Next slide. I think we have to go back one.
Yeah, you said it first.
Yeah, okay. Some folks might think that the loud noise that a gun makes is caused by the discharge of the powder, but actually the noise that a gun makes is caused by the bullet. When the bullet travels from the chamber to the muzzle, it causes that column of air that is in the barrel of the rifle to collide violently with the air that's in front of the muzzle, and that compresses that air. And that is what sound really is. Sound is air, change in air pressure. Next slide. That pressure wave moves out from a point source. You can think of a ripple on a pond, more correctly in this instance because it moves in 3 dimensions, a bubble. An important point is that as you get farther away from the sound decreases in intensity with the square of the distance, which means that a gunshot is a very loud noise if you happen to be standing somewhere near where the person's firing the rifle, but of course if you're a half a mile away, it's not such a loud noise. Conversely, if I clap my hand right next to your ear, that's a very loud percussive noise. So the question is, how can you tell the difference? What are the characteristics of a gunshot that an acoustic expert would look for? Because the basic characteristics are, number one, it's very loud, and number two, it's very brief, because the sound is only generated during that 5,000th of a second that it takes the bullet to go from the chamber to the muzzle. Typically, an acoustic expert will look at the frequency pattern of a sound. Most natural sounds are generated by objects which are moving and changing the air pressure. But in this case, we're only looking at a single impulse and not something that has a frequency. Next slide. Well, the key to locating, identifying a gunshot sound is that that will not echo off of a building 500 feet away and come back. But a gunshot will, and it will be a detectable echo. Now, an echo is a mirror image of the sound that produces it, and that's what this slide is presenting. And you know this from your own experience. If you've ever been in the canyon country and you've shouted, hello, 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 down the canyon, you can hear the very words that you said being repeated to you. In fact, you can tell one person's voice from another person's voice because the timbre and the frequencies are all being reflected back. So just as a gunshot sound is going to be a very large amplitude sound, the echo is going to be a large amplitude sound. Next slide. If I could take that wave and look at it in profile, flip it up on its side and look at it, we see the wave form. And it has in this case, a peak and a trough. And the two, this is the way an oscilloscope would present a sound wave. And the two characteristics that we're interested in are, of course, the loudness, which is the amplitude, and the duration, which is the duration of time that it's generated. So you're going to have a very short duration wave and a very tall wave. So it's going to define a spike. Next slide. And so when you look on the Dallas Police recordings and you play the sound through an oscillograph, through an oscilloscope, this is what you get. You get these trains of spikes, and that's what a gunshot should look like. You should see a train of spikes. And this is what they found when the acoustic experts analyzed the recording. In fact, they found 5 such impulse trains close together about 2 minutes into the motorcycle segment. And the question is, how do we know that's a gunshot just because we have now trains of impulses? And you don't. You have to assume that there are other things that might cause impulse trains. You could have for example, burst of static. It had rained that morning. There could have been a lightning storm in the distance, overhead wires. There could have been a short circuit in the motorcycle's wiring that every time you hit a pebble, you get a burst of static. So the House Select Committee decided to extend the studies, and they would go to Dealey Plaza and they would fire gunshots, and they would now compare those test shots to the impulse trains that were on the Dallas police tape. Next slide. Now, I published this picture. It was a picture, I just took it right out of the House Select Committee on Assassinations because the Journal wanted an illustration to go with the article. After the article came out, I was interviewed by the folks from ABC. They wanted to put me on their morning show, but before they did that, they had their science reporter talk to me, and the first thing she said to me was, she said, I look at these two pictures, they don't look anything alike. And I explained, well, why it doesn't look alike. The top picture above is the test shot. And it's a high fidelity recording. The picture down below is taken off the Dallas police tape. And the reason that you have such a difference in the amplitude is because the Dallas police radio system is designed to enhance voice communications. And one of the problems with voice communications is the strength of the signal will vary. Different people speak further away from the microphone than others. Some speak louder. And of course, it depends on where the motorcycle patrol unit is relative to the receiver. So built into the circuitry are things like automatic gain control and frequency modulation that will not allow a very loud noise. They will compress the amplitude, and conversely, it will amplify a weak signal. It's trying to put the noise level into the comfort zone of the listener. And so you have to ignore the amplitude. The only thing that is important in this comparison is the matching up of the position of the echoes relative to one another, because that's determined, that is called the echo delay time, which simply means that if my voice has to carry off of this wall, it'll come back sooner than my voice will carry to that wall and come back because it's a greater distance that way. And of course, they found that all 5 of the impulse patterns on the Dallas police tape matched up with test shots that were fired in Dealey Plaza. So again, we asked the question, okay, we got matched. We've tested the hypothesis. We've gotten a positive result. Does that mean we, in fact, have 5 gunshots? Well, the House Select Committee decided to get a second opinion. They went back to their short list. They hired sonar experts, folks at Queens College in New York who wrote programs for the military on analyzing sounds. Can I have the next slide? And what they're looking at is basically sonar is echolocation, same thing that a bat does, and adapted for use, like for example for a submarine. The bat will send out a signal, it'll bounce off his prey item and come back, and he can tell from the how soon that sound comes back. The echo delay time gives him information on how far away the object is, and from his 2 ears he can tell even direction. In fact, I'm sure that bat forms an image on his brain because I know you can take a little rubber beetle and throw it in the air in the same size, and he can tell a real beetle from a rubber beetle. They can even tell texture. Next slide. Echolocation is basically a form of triangulation. Principle of triangulation is that if I know 2 points, and if I have information on the direction and the distance to the third point, which is what my echo delay time is telling me, then I can identify the third place. The same thing, for example, a submarine will put out a ping, and then it will bounce off that enemy ship, and as the submarine comes along, now he gets that signal back, he knows how far, and he knows the direction to that enemy ship. Well, that's the technology that we're applying here. Next slide. The first forensic use of the echolocation was that in the Kent State shooting. Now, myself, I have a little trouble understanding why there was any doubt as to who was shooting at who, but nevertheless, some of the soldiers claimed that they had been fired at first. And so, since the whole incident had been recorded, in fact, the same acoustic experts, both Baranek and Newman, did the analysis, and they were able to show that the first 3 shots were all fired by the soldiers, and not just the soldiers, but by the individual soldiers. They were able to pinpoint by this echolocation, although in this point, the 2 points they were using, because they knew where the echo producing surfaces are, they knew where the buildings were, the reflectors, and they knew where the microphone was. So it was just using the same principle, triangulation, we're going to solve where that shot was. And in fact, they went back and used films and were able to identify the individual soldiers that fired those shots. And they all subsequently admitted yes, they had fired their weapons. Next slide. So what these sonar experts did is this basic principle that was shown here. If you have echo delay time, you can think of it as like a string. And if you know your origin of your shot and you know where the echo producing surface is, you can now just dangle that string out, and somewhere where that string ends, that's where the motorcycle was. So this is the third of all possible triangulations. This time, we know where the shooters were. We knew there was a shooter in the book depository. We knew there was a shooter somewhere on the knoll. And what they were looking for was the microphone, because that was the unknown in this case. They didn't know where the motorcycle was. But if you use your multiple buildings, you have your multiple echo delay times, you simply take your string, you string it out from the shooter over to the building, and where those, now you've got 2 strings where they intersect, that's your focus, and that's where your motorcycle was. And they did it 26 times because they had 26 different echoes and 26 different echo producing surfaces that they could identify. And so they could fine-tune it so well that they were able to show, even though their test shot was fired from up here on the north side of the corner of the fence, that your best focus was actually about 8 feet to the west of the corner. All right, next slide. The final results of their study and is shown in this table, and I know there's some confusion, and I wanted to point this out. These are those 3 points that I said. You can tell the number of shots that you had, the direction the shots came from, and the sequence of gunfire. And that's all, that information is in this table. If you will, the first column here has the position relative of the impulses relative to the start of the motorcycle segment. And if you'll count them down and look over to your right, you will find that there are 5 impulse patterns that match. You'll find 5 times of impulses that matched. And you'll find the origin of the shots. And the problem was that the House Select Committee subsequently reported only 4, and that's one of the controversies, one of the questions. Why did they only report 4? One of the problems is that the order the 3 shots, the 5 shots go, the first and second are 1.6 seconds apart. The next 2 are 1.1 second apart. The third and fourth are 4.8 seconds apart. And the fourth and fifth are 7/10 of a second apart. Okay, 1.6 seconds, 1.1 second, 4.8 seconds, and 0.7 seconds. And this table, go to the House Select Committee on Assassinations. I just copied this. This is a photograph right out of the House Select Committee's report. All that data, that information is right there. However, the question, you'll notice that one shot, one time, I don't have a pointer. See that 140.3 seconds is kind of stuck in the middle? So it's very easy to misread this table and think there's only 4 matching impulse patterns. There's 5. And if I can have the next slide, the question is, why did they discard one of those? And this, if you read through their report, this is the reason why they discarded one of the shots as a false alarm. Well, yeah, I think you can see that this basically says if Lee Harvey Oswald didn't fire it, it's not a gunshot. That's basically what that's saying. And I've talked to the folks that wrote this, and basically what they told me was, yes, we knew there was a 5th shot, but we didn't want to have to go to those congressmen. Excuse me. They said they knew that there was evidence for a 5th shot, but they didn't want to go to the congressmen and have to convince them that this was valid evidence without any strong supporting evidence other than the acoustic evidence for that 5th shot. There obviously being lots of other evidence for a grassy knoll shot and clearly evidence for 3 shots from the book depository. Can I have the next? All right. This is the sequence of gunfire, and this is another point of confusion I want to hope to clear up. The one that they discarded was that one. Okay. Because they got a slightly lower value on the correlation. The one obviously that you would discard on the basis that Oswald's rifle couldn't be fired in less than 2 1/4 seconds is that one. That's the rogue shot. If these are all, in fact, valid gunshots, if these are gunshots, that's the rogue shot. The identification, this one's from the book, matches to the book depository. In fact, all 3 of these match to the book depository. This one matches the grassy knoll, and that matches the book depository. So if you have 3 shots from the book depository, it's got to be this one, that one, and the last one. Next slide. So how do we know that these are gunshots? How do we know that there isn't some mixture of, that these aren't random noises that just happen to resemble gunshots? Because that's one of the counter arguments. The counter argument goes something like, if I've got 100 monkeys and 100 PCs, eventually one of them will print the Warren report. So why not just have? Could this just be pure chance that you have sunspots produced a pattern of impulses that happen to match Dealey Plaza gunshots? Well, this is the way you know it. If it's true that these are just random matches or spurious matches, there's 36 microphone locations, and the sounds would have an equal chance. If these are not gunshots, they have nothing to do with Dealey Plaza, then no microphone location has any advantage over any other, and the matches would occur in random pattern. But in fact, next slide. The pattern that they match is to microphones in exactly the correct order, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That is the order, the chronological order in sequence on the recording matches the topological order. They go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, just as if they're a motorcycle traveling through Dealey Plaza. There's 125 ways that you can match 5 numbers. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 2, 4, 5, 3, 1. Only one of which is exactly 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So there's only one chance in 125, if these were random order, that you would get that order. But it's not just the order. You'll notice the spacing. That other graph I showed you have 3 close together and then 2 5 seconds later. Similarly, you have 3 microphones in a row, then a space, and 2 more microphones capture the next 2 matches. And it's even the timing, because the separation between the first and the last microphone is 130 odd feet, and the chronological separation between the first and the fifth is 8.3 seconds. To go 130 feet in 8.3 seconds, you'd have to have a velocity of about 11 miles per hour. And if you remember the FBI report study of the Warren of the Zapruder film from back in 1963, the FBI estimated the motorcade was moving at about 11.5 miles per hour. So it matches in every way you can possibly match, which is a lot to ask of sunspots. Next slide. Now, if this is correct, then there should be a motorcycle in just the right place predicted by the acoustic evidence. And in fact, we have gone back to the films and we discover that there is a motorcycle rider. He should be, according to the acoustic evidence, he would be about 140 feet behind President Kennedy at the time of the headshot. And he has to be at those 5 spots that I showed you, at least in the vicinity of those 5 shots, during each one of those, to record those shots. This is an officer named McLean. He is entering Dealey Plaza, and you'll notice that he is behind these. This is the 8th, 9th, and 10th car of the motorcade. So he's right about maybe a little bit behind the 10th car in the motorcade when this picture was taken. The fellow who took this picture said that he remembered when he stopped filming, and he stopped filming a few frames after this one, that about 5 seconds after he stopped filming, he heard the first gunshot. And we did a little bit of an analysis because a lot of these cars you can see in the Zapruder film. If you look back over the reflecting wall, reflecting pool fence, you can see these cars. And I figure about 6 or 7 seconds before the first shot was fired is where this position is. Next slide. And then, of course, the Bond photo shows the aftermath of the shooting. And this, in Pictures of the Pain, they estimate this is about 20 seconds after the assassination. I think there's a better evidence it's closer to about 30 seconds after the shooting. This is the same officer up here. That's McLean. This is Officer Corson. This is Officer Harkness? Hargis. Approaching his motorcycle. Next slide. And keeping those two in mind, this is a picture taken by a newsreelman who was in the 10th car. Remember the 10th car? This is McLean, way down there. He's approaching that motorcycle. Now Hargis is over here. He's just left the curb. He's headed towards his motorcycle. So this picture is taken about 25 seconds or so after the shooting. There's Corson up there. This is Officer Haygood. And actually over there you can see in the edge of the picture is the motorcycle, Baker's motorcycle. He stopped and ran into the book depository. So you can see all the motorcycles that were in that part of the motorcade in this one picture. And you'll notice, where is the 10th car right now? The 10th car, the person who took this picture is in the 10th car, and he's right here at the intersection. He's in the process. If this is a better picture, you could actually see the hood of the car going like this, turning. And where is McLean? He's gone about 200 feet further. So in the space of time that this car went about 200 feet, McLean went about 400 feet. So he's traveling twice as fast as regardless of whatever speed you want to assign to these vehicles, he's traveling about twice as fast. Next slide. So you can plot a trajectory that looks like this, and you find, in fact, that it fits. We can't prove it, that he was exactly in the right places at the right time, based on where he was before the assassination and where he was after the assassination. He certainly could have been if he just made a continuous motion that would fit the sounds of the motorcycle motor, because you hear him humming along, and then just before the shots he starts to idle, and then he idles for about the next 30 seconds. And based on that, it puts him at just the right place at the right time. And of course, when the House Select Committee interviewed him and they asked him about his motorcycle radio, he said yes, he had a lot of problems with his microphone jamming open. So, next slide. I guess a happy ending is a matter of perspective, but it does appear that there's solid acoustic evidence for the gunshots that killed President Kennedy, and there's more than the 3 that the Warren Commission posited. Thank you.
Oh, okay. When you need that set on VCR, too.
I'll fix it.
We might as well keep the lights down because I don't need the lights and you don't need to look at me anyway, so. My name is Jerry Smith. I'm from Chicago, Illinois. I'm going to address one of the urban myths. One of the urban myths is that if the Zapruder film was altered, all the other films must have been altered. The Nix film must have been altered. The Much More film must have been altered. Look at the Nix film. Look at the Much More film. Those films do not, in fact, show the entire shooting sequence. Therefore, they would not have to have been edited to bring them into compliance with the Zapruder film if the Zapruder film was edited. The Bronson film does not show the assassination sequence. It would not have to have been edited to bring it into compliance with the Zapruder film had the Zapruder film been edited. I was going to start with a video, but since we've had a little trouble with the video, so I'll be sure we're should be set here. First of all, I want to show this. This is the MPI video, the authorized, digitized version of the video, which shows the inner sprocket area. And I want to show it just initially, not to make any firm points at first, but purely to make sure that we all understand what it is that I'm going to be talking about. So, motion. And it's not showing. Are we on video over here?
The system says auto.
Right.
Oh, yeah, try that, yeah. Source, yeah.
I got sound and no video. And it is running. Maybe you have to go video and then down to video source and then down one to, I don't know, down one more. I don't need the sound. I don't care about the sound, but. I'm dismayed. We had this problem earlier.
Do you have the video running?
Yes, the counter's running. It says we're running. Is the computer still plugged in? Is that the deal? Well, I'm dismayed, but I'm not going to waste anybody's time. We'll try to get to this. There's a subtle effect that I want to show in this video, but I'll launch right in. Why would anybody have wanted to alter the Zapruder film and then, I had this question asking me, why would anybody want to alter the Zapruder film and then hide the evidence? I think the answer is duh. But the correct answer, or probably a more polite answer, would be that the evidence was never really hidden in the first place. A lot of what goes on in the Zapruder film is simply never seen when the film is ordinarily projected. This is, I'm getting ahead of myself, so I'll start here with how fast was the film running? Abraham Zapruder testified before the Warren Commission. He expressed surprise at the fact that the FBI had determined the camera to be running at 18 frames per second. His camera had 3 film rates available to it. Single frame for animation, 16 frames per second, which was the run mode, and 48 frames per second, which was slow motion. Now, by some accounts, his camera actually operated at the new industry standard of 18 frames per second, and the literature and the camera that he purchased simply hadn't been brought up to date. I think that's a plausible explanation. I don't think it changes the argument at all. But you notice here that Zapruder says he was surprised at the fact that it was 18 frames per second, and he asked Liebler, if there was any indication that the assassination could have been performed by more than one man. And Liebler didn't, of course, answer that question. We know that Abraham Zapruder himself had indications that the assassination was performed by one man because we have Commission Document 87 from the Secret Service, wherein Zapruder told the Secret Service that he thought the position of the shooter was behind him. And I think almost all of us will agree here that there was more than one man involved. Now,
Video might work now.
all right, I'll try the video now. We have sound. This is magic. I have a second tape. I'll try that. It's the same tape. I have two of them queued up for...
But those images can be seen as part of a motion sequence. Zapruder frame numbers are also displayed for research purposes.
Obviously, they're not displayed here.
Obviously altered this one.
Sounds good, but... All right. We'll go back to here. For a minute. On the progeny of the Zapruder film, the provenance of the Zapruder film, Abraham Zapruder testified that he gave 2 copies to the government. He sold the original film and the 3rd copy to Life magazine, and Richard Stolley later said that he picked up the 3rd copy and the original film on the morning after the assassination. And here we see that Zapruder tells the Warren Commission, Liebler asks, now I understand that you yourself retained the original film. Liebler says, no, I don't have that at all. I don't have any at all. They were sold to Time and Life magazine. Now, the reason this has come up as an issue is because it has been claimed subsequently that Zapruder kept his 3rd copy, that he never actually gave it to Life magazine. And the reason this claim has been advanced is because supposedly then you can examine the original against the 3rd copy. The 3rd copy will then verify the original, see, and we will have established that there's been no alteration and no tampering with the film. So it must be maintained that there is some standard against which we can judge the presumed original film. So the argument has been advanced that Zapruder actually kept his 3rd copy. There is not a whit of evidence for this. Nothing. The claim arises from the fact that Zapruder said that Forrest Sorrells came to his office and saw the film several times. Nobody can tell us whether those trips to Zapruder's office occurred before Saturday morning or before the transfer of the film to Life magazine. But that one sentence up there, which is reproduced in or cited in Richard Trask's book on the film, on the films of the assassination, is the sole bit of evidence to suggest that Zapruder actually kept his 3rd copy. Now, there being no other evidence for that, he gave up his 3rd copy and his original to Life magazine. Now, here we have the Zapruder film. You all recognize this. This is a 1 page out of the Warren Commission volumes. This is how it was reproduced in the Warren Commission. 2 frames to a page with little frame numbers added. But of course, the camera didn't shoot the film that way. Those numbers were added later. I just took the Zapruder film out of the Warren Commission volumes and put 3 frames together, frames 310, 311, and 312. And this is how it would look, of course, as a real film. Okay? Now, you will notice here, in this section, and you'll notice it in the video if we can ever get it to run, there will be a section here too. This is distinctly lighter. All right? This is the double exposed area. And you can see there's something in here. All right? And we know what that was. That was Cheney's motorcycle on the right-hand side of the limousine, following right along. And you can follow that motorcycle through even the very poor reproductions provided by the Warren Commission. How did this, and you'll also notice, I want to make one more point because this will come up later. You see this woman here. This is what, Toni Foster? Is that the name? I think. She gradually moves progressively left in the frame as the film advances. Because she is progressively displaced to the left when the film is played, she creates the appearance of motion. This is an important thing to remember, because in a film, if an object or a person or anything else never changes its position in relation to the frame, it doesn't appear to move. All right, now why are these double exposures there? The reason is because as the film progressed through Zapruder's camera, it was masked by an aperture gate, piece of metal in front of the film, so that when the shutter is opened, when the shutter is open and the film is exposed, the part up above, which has previously been exposed, will not be exposed again. The part below, down here, which is about to be exposed, will not inadvertently be exposed. This space here, which is open and which permits the sprocket mechanism to advance the film through the camera, is exposed. This is a rough approximation of the exposure area surrounding each frame. This is clearly seen in the Warren Commission volumes. I just copied this right out myself. Anybody can duplicate this. Anthony March has reached the same conclusion about how the inner sprocket area double exposures were produced, as has Roland Zavada. There's really no mystery about this. Oh, he says we can try it again. All right. It's a gamble. Oh, there we go. Now you can see the double exposure area up there. You're going to see the motorcycle appear, right? Now, in this particular version, they run it again in slow motion. So
this is a replay with the images between the sprocket holes, this time in slow motion.
Now you can clearly see that there are things happening in the double exposed areas up here and up here. It's a little clearer when you get into the shooting sequence because you'll see the motorcycle appear in this space. Right in here. There he is. There's the front of the motorcycle. That's the inner sprocket area. Now, because this part of the film and the part of the film above were masked, no double exposures appear there. Obviously, when we looked at the motorcycle, we could see the motorcycle move within that space. But the space itself remains stationary because the space itself is fixed by the aperture gate. So double exposures are always associated with each sprocket hole, one above and one below. What does this tell us, or potentially tell us, about the assassination? First, let's look at this again here. we see Jean Hill, Mary Mormon, watching the assassination. Okay, and I've got a close-up of this for a better look. Where did my close-up go? It's hiding from me, but I can still use this. I don't care. The point will be the same. If we look here at Jean Hill, we see she's fairly well defined. Mary Mormon is fairly well defined. Officer Hargis is fairly well defined. We see the same thing in frame 310. 310, 311, 312. But if we look very closely at frame 311, we see that there's a double image of Jean Hill here, which does not appear here or there. This is not, if you look at a good reproduction of the Zapruder film, you will see that this is not motion blur, nor does it appear to be distortion due to a lens. It doesn't seem to be like a stretching effect. This appears to be an image of Jean Hill, which is slightly larger than the other image and has been displaced slightly to the left. If this effect was produced by a defect in the lens, then it would appear throughout the film, but it does not. And I have the Warren Commission's reproduction of the film here with me. You're welcome to examine it. There are a few frames, sometimes one frame at a time, sometimes three at a time, where you see this sort of doubled image, but it does not appear in the entire film. And the question is, why? Why do we have this intermittent, what I call a double strike, or it's the optical equivalent of a stutter? Now we saw the motorcycle in the video. Let's take a closer look at that motorcycle. Here is the transition between frames 311 and 312. All right? And you can see this transition period, this space right in here, throughout many frames in the Warren Commission's reproduction. If we look right up here, we see the left rear handhold of the limousine. That's what Secret Service agents would grab onto when they got onto the back of the car. If we look at the back of the seat here, we see it's almost vertical. We can see the president, we can see the top of the back seat. So we know that we are looking very nearly at the top edge of the right side of the car. Therefore, we would expect the right handhold to appear someplace in here. But it does not appear there. Instead, it appears right here. It is dramatically displaced with respect to the limousine. This is an effect which is easily identifiable in the Warren Commission volumes, and you can see it in the video as well. The question then is, why is the limousine, look how far away from the limousine the motorcycle is. Remember, this image and this image were produced simultaneously with the same exposure, and yet we have a dramatic gap there, which persists for approximately 20 frames. Why is that there? I would suggest the reason that is there is because the central part of the frame has been blown up progressively and slightly to zoom in on the car, and the effect on the double exposure was to displace the double exposure down and to the left. Why would anybody want to do that? Well, I think one reason they might want to do it is if the car came to a stop or near stop in the street, as numerous witnesses said, the people who are responsible for the assassination would not want to have it appear so likely that the president was set up to be shot in the street. Vince Palomara has produced a list of 59 witnesses
who directly or indirectly described a stop or near stop in the street. These witnesses include the motorcycle officers on either side of the limousine, men who were in a good position to know whether the car had stopped, and yet when we see the film, we don't see that car stop. We also know from other accounts, from Chester Brenneman, for example, who assisted in Dealey Plaza surveys with Robert West, that frames from the Zapruder film showed ejecta from the back of the president's head going back and to the left. But no one can see this in the film as we know it today. The reason is the film has been edited, I think. I think what happened was that the film was not shot at 18 frames per second, as the FBI said, and we have only the FBI's word for this. The film was shot at 48 frames per second, and then approximately 2 out of every 3 frames were removed. This would effectively make it an 18 frame per second film, and when shown at 18 frames per second, there would be no time loss. There would be no apparent change in time relationships. That is why the film as we know it today is not dramatically in conflict with the acoustic evidence. The film could have been edited and still be in compliance with the acoustic evidence. Now, when we talk about how or where or why this was done, I think we have to look at the fact that the American public did not get to see the film as a film per se. If you look at individual film frames, you don't get any sense of motion, and you get no sense of time. Why didn't we see this why didn't the American people see this on TV? Well, supposedly, Charles Douglas Jackson of Life magazine was so shocked and horrified by the possibility of the film's morbid and graphically bloody scenes being shown to the public that he decided we just couldn't show it. It was too terrible to show to the American people. Now, of course, he saw the film himself, which means if the film as we know it today is in fact genuine, he must have seen the head snap. He doesn't tell us, he never told us what he made of that, but I won't go into that. Charles Douglas Jackson was the son of a wealthy industrialist. He was one of the most influential covert strategists in the United States. During World War II, Jackson was among the country's top psychological warfare specialists. He served as deputy chief of the Office of War Information overseas, North Africa, and the Middle East. And then later, he was Deputy Chief of Psychological Warfare Division under Supreme Headquarters Allied Expeditionary Force under the command of Eisenhower. After the war, as a vice president of Time magazine, Jackson was an early participant in Alan Welsh Dulles' so-called Park Avenue Cowboys group, which was involved in propaganda operations here in the United States. He took part in an agency study on reorganization of intelligence services, becoming an outside director of the CIA for covert operations via the Truth Campaign and the National Committee for a Free Europe, of which he became president. He persuaded presidential candidate Eisenhower to hire a public relations firm. I think I'm correct in saying that Eisenhower was the first presidential candidate to hire a public relations firm. And after Eisenhower became president, Jackson was named special advisor to the president in psychological warfare. And then in 1963, out of the blue, he decides that the Zapruder film is simply too disturbing to show to the American people. Life magazine, as we know, damaged the film. They reported falsely on it in their publication. They neglected certain important questions completely. They first facilitated and then impeded Josiah Thompson in his study of the film, forcing him to use drawings rather than actual Zapruder frames. And they denied the public a full account of the film for literally years. The people who saw the film on the assassination weekend, Dan Rather, Abraham Zapruder's business partner, and Bill Jameson or others, these men are not mentioned in the Warren Report at all. The life deal is not explained in the Warren Report. Agent Forrest Sorrells, who supposedly helped, oh, well, he did help Abraham Zapruder in getting the film developed, is mentioned several times in the Warren Report, but he is never mentioned in connection with the Zapruder film. I think that the process of editing the film would have been fairly simple given the technology available. I do not think it was done on Friday night and rushed back to Dallas to be sold to Life magazine. I think it was edited after Life magazine acquired it. That was the reason Life magazine acquired it, as part of a general effort to gather up the films. It may not be the case that the FBI specifically went around and tried to gather up films, but we know that a lot of business concerns ultimately got them all together. On the question of whether or not they could risk altering a film without knowing whether there were other films available, to me the answer to that question is also duh. Whether or not they knew other films would become available, they were obliged to conceal evidence of a conspiracy, wherever they found it. And as I have pointed out before, the other films that had been previously mentioned in connection to this don't actually show the assassination sequence, and so they would not have presented a problem to putative alteration or persons altering the Zapruder film. I have other lines of evidence which would indicate alteration. I don't want to take up any more of your time than I have so far, but I do want to say a few things about the nature of the debate. It has been contended that if we show the Zapruder film was altered, that we have somehow lost it as evidence. We have not. We have enhanced it as evidence, and we are probably on the verge of showing corporate collusion in the alteration of the film and the suppression of the evidence, even more than we previously imagined. I have had it suggested to me that debate over the authenticity of the Zapruder film is somehow damaging to the research community. I would point out that there have been disputes about evidence in this case before, and the community has survived. I know it wasn't very long ago that there were a lot of people in the research community who doubted Jim Garrison's investigation. How many people are willing to trash Jim Garrison today? So I'm not concerned about how perception of this might play out. I've had it expressed to me that, well, lone assassin nuts, Gerald Posner or perhaps others will use the debate over Zapruder film authenticity to argue that there is a dispute in the research community and that we don't know what we're talking about. Ladies and gentlemen, Gerald Posner is going to lie about the assassination no matter what we do. So there's no point in stifling ourselves, there's no point in not engaging in debate in the ridiculous hope that Gerald Posner is somehow going to start fessing up to the truth. It's never going to happen. I think that the Zapruder film, if it has been altered, is even better evidence of a conspiracy than it was before we got into this debate. I have been told that, well, you know, Jerry, you're not a film expert, you can't possibly hope to understand these questions, but I don't think these issues are beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. I've been told that one person makes stuff up, that another person is rude and abusive. I've been told other people won't take questions. I don't buy any of that. I think that we have a good chance here of finding out more about the corporate and the intelligence nature of the cover-up by considering the possibility that the Zapruder film was altered. Thank you.
Could you introduce yourself?
Sure.
Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Lisa Pease, and I was a former co-publisher editor of Probe magazine, along with Jim DiEugenio, as part of our research with the Citizens for Truth about the Kennedy assassination. And something I didn't mention earlier is that Jim and I are now putting a book out that is actually the 4 assassinations of the 60s. We're including a section on Malcolm X as well. We had hoped our book would be out in time for this conference, but the first cut was a little long, like about 1,500 pages long, so we've had to work to really cut it back. The book as it is will come out at about 600 pages, but it is due out in March. It'll just be called The Assassinations. It's already listed on Amazon.com if you want to pre-order it. It's a lot of articles from Probe, plus some new pieces, plus some updated old pieces. All right, my talk today is going to be about Jim Angleton. There's some interesting new evidence I'm not sure you're aware of, so I want to bring that to the forefront if I may. It's my contention that no one shows up more consistently in the assassination record as we know it, at least in the files, as often as James Jesus Angleton. He was the longtime head of counterintelligence at CIA for 25 years. I believe the evidence shows that Angleton knew about Oswald before the assassination, that he and a few members of his staff were part of a conspiracy to assassinate President Kennedy. And I'm fully aware, of course, that extraordinary claims deserve extraordinary evidence, and I'm going to say right now, I can't get it all in 15 minutes. So I would refer you to the book for a lot more detail, but I'll try and call out some highlights in my talk here today. Now, before I get right to Angleton, I'm actually going to move from kind of generalities to specifics, so if I don't seem to back something up, hopefully I will by the end of the talk. But I just want to do a profile, first of all, what would a high-level conspirator look like? I mean, you know, aside from Angleton or CIA or FBI or whatever, what would be the key characteristics of a top-level conspirator? I'd say to start, we'd have to prove they had some connection to Oswald, because if they can't move Oswald around, they can't be running the plot. So they'd have to have access. They'd need to create some sort of a legend so that we would buy into the story of the lone nut. They'd have to be actively involved in that part. A conspirator would have to have confidence that his own role in the conspiracy would not be exposed. He'd have to have control over any investigations that follow, and especially have to have confidence in control of the media, because if the media got the truth, the presumption being they might have actually told it to us if they weren't controlled. He'd have to have access to assassins. I mean, how can you pull off an assassination without a few killers on the payroll? And most importantly, I think he'd have to make sure that the FBI, which was bound to do some investigating of this case, would not reveal the true facts of the case. So whoever was at the higher levels had to know they could control the FBI, and the easiest way to control the FBI would be to control J. Edgar Hoover himself. As we will see, Angleton met all this criteria. To be fair, if I wanted to double this talk in length, which I don't, I would say Angleton, with the help of his close associates, met this criteria. So I'm going to use the word Angleton, and actually I do mean Angleton and his close staff members. It's just going to be too long and too wordy if I keep saying that. So I may say Angleton this and Angleton did that, and it may be that one of Angleton's top lieutenants did that on his behalf. So with that disclaimer, let's proceed. Angleton appeared to be using Oswald in a counterintelligence operation and was actively involved in creating Oswald's legend as a defector to the Soviet Union. And I'll get to the specific evidence of that in a moment. I'm just kind of running through again the high-level points to show you why Angleton fits all those. As a member of the CIA, Angleton and any other CIA associates in the plot were shielded by the very nature of the organization. Victor Marchetti didn't call it the cult of intelligence for nothing. Secrecy within the organization is not only a rule, it's truly a way of life. It's practically a religion there. Secrecy is everything to these people. And in addition, of course, if they violate the secrecy, they lose employment, they lose their pension, and in some cases, they can lose their life. So there's a lot of motivation to keep the secrets if you're part of an intelligence operation. So Angleton, way back in 1963, the CIA was on a roll. You know, they deposed, the guy in Guatemala, they'd thrown out the Shah of Iran, or the guy who preceded that. They had had several successful operations in a role. Their role was pretty covert. They really had nothing to fear at that point. They were a little arrogant. They were riding high on the hog. Angleton also had good reasons to believe he and his co-conspirators could control any investigation that followed. I don't know if it's widely known, but Angleton had bugs all over Washington. He and Alan Dulles used to joke in the mornings about the take from the nights before. In fact, they'd disguise it as fishing talk and, what did you catch last night? And but, in other words, they had blackmail power over a lot of senior people in Washington. So he would have also had plenty of advance warning. If there was information coming out, he'd hear it first. He'd know about it the night before. In addition, at that time, Angleton's relationships with the establishment were firm and solid. He had a lot of credibility. He was not to maintain that credibility over his life, but at that time he did. He also had a deep and close relationship with members of the press, which I will again get to in specific, and had his own assets he ran out of his own private slush fund. His assets were highly placed and influential. Just for an example of one of them, one of his assets controlled the editorial page in the New York Times. Now, if you want to control opinion in this country, that's a great place to start. Angleton's team was also instrumental in shaping the Soviets may have been involved angle, which helped control the investigation. If evidence of conspiracy was found, the threat of another near-nuclear confrontation just a year after the Cuban Missile Crisis was enough to ensure that some of the establishment who might have suspected conspiracy would not go there. They would not pursue that for fear of where that might lead. And of course, Angleton had access to assassinations through a variety of channels, even had his own unit that engaged in assassination, which I'll come back to. Lastly, and perhaps most importantly, Angleton had blackmail power over Hoover and provably used this in regards to the Kennedy assassin case, at least on one case, to dissuade Hoover from acting against the agency. All right, I've just made a lot of claims in a row. Let's look at the record and see what backs each of these claims up. We'll start with the evidence that Angleton and his group were involved in a counterintelligence operation with Oswald. In 1959, two groups within CIA with which Angleton was extensively involved kept files on Oswald. One was the Office of Security. Angleton's lieutenants would deny to the HSCI that Oswald had an Office of Security file. But of course, when it was found, who cares what they denied? There it was, and if anyone's interested, it's Office of Security file number 351164. Angleton's counterintelligence unit provided clearance for anyone who worked in the Office of Security, and the two units worked closely together on mole hunts within the agency. When John Newman asked Robert Bannerman, who was at that time the head of the Office of Security, who had responded to Oswald's defection, he said, "Oh, Jim Angleton was in on this." Within his large counterintelligence empire, Angleton had a smaller unit known as CI-SIG. SIG stands for Special Investigations Unit, or Special Investigations Group. I'm thinking back to the RFK case. This was a handful of people who had earned the highest level of trust from Angleton. It was headed by Birch O'Neill, who, by the way, had been involved in the Guatemalan coup at that time, and other known members included Scotty Myler and Ann Edgeter. SIG had an early file on Oswald into which 1959 documents reporting Oswald's apparent defection were stashed. Now, in 1958, a Soviet agent that the CIA had recruited as a defector in place, Peter Popov, had reported that he had heard a drunken colonel report that the KGB had details of a highly secret plane the Americans were flying over the Soviet Union, i.e. the U-2. Oswald had been stationed at the base from which the U-2 operated. When Oswald arrived in the Soviet Union, he intimated quite unsubtly and loudly, presumably for the benefit of the Soviet microphones known to be installed in the walls of the American embassy, that he might know something of special interest. The only sensitive project that Oswald would have known something about was the U-2, and this would make sense. Angleton appears to have sent Oswald into the arms of the Soviets to see how eager they were to embrace Oswald. If they already knew about the U-2, they'd have no use for Oswald and his information. If they did not have much information, then they shouldn't have been able to pass up this supposed defector. One of the reasons I believe it was Angleton who sent Oswald to the Soviet Union was the fact that Angleton's people lied about Oswald to the State Department. Let me say that again. Angleton's unit lied about Oswald to the State Department in 1959. Now, this is like 4 years before the assassination. Why would they do that? I'll come back to the lie in a minute. But the only reason to lie, as far as I can see it, would be to protect an operation involving Oswald. On October 25, 1960, Hugh Cumming, the head of the Department of State's Intelligence and Research Bureau, wrote to Richard Bissell, who was then the Deputy Director of Plans at CIA, asking about Americans living in Soviet bloc countries who might be called defectors. Cumming supplied a list of 18 people. Number 8 on the list was Oswald. When Bissell received this query, he turned it over to the logical two places where this information would probably be deciphered, meaning the Office of Security and Counterintelligence. What's interesting about this, though, is that when the Office of Security got this request, they knew to hand it off to Counterintelligence. In fact, they handed it specifically to Paul Gaynor, Bruce Soley, and Morse Allen, who were the people who worked most closely with Angleton's group. This is Paul Gaynor, was the head of the security research staff where James McCord of future Watergate fame worked. Bannerman had asked Gaynor to put together information on the defectors at State's request, but Gaynor seemed clued in and told Marguerite Stevens to get information on defectors other than Vernon Mitchell and William Martin, which were 2 NSA employees who had defected to the Soviet Union, and 5 other defectors on which Otto Otepka, the head of State Security Section, had information. So one of the 5 other defectors was Oswald. In other words, he's asking his own staff, get information on these defectors, but don't touch Oswald. Don't touch Oswald and Webster and a couple of these other guys. In other words, and then Gaynor knew that Angleton's group would have that information. In other words, it was no secret among people in the know that Oswald was a product of the counterintelligence unit. This seemed to be known within the CIA. So I said that the counterintelligence lied to the State Department. When they responded to this request on whether he was a defector or not, they basically said, yes, Oswald defected to the Soviet Union. Now, anybody who knows this case knows that is just not true. Oswald went in and said he was going to defect, but in fact, he never turned over his papers, he never handed in his passport, he never actually defected, and the CIA knew all that, and they had it in their records, and you can even see the cover sheets of who signed off on that information. So again, you have the counterintelligence unit provably lying to the State Department about something they know cold. Why would they do that unless they're trying to cover up the fact that Oswald is working for them? All right, so enough about that particular operation. I'll move on to the closed-mouth associates of Angleton. Let's briefly name who those people were, and you can judge for yourself if these are people you could probably trust to keep your secrets. Number 1 on the list would be Allen Dulles. Allen Dulles had been an early patron of James Jesus Angleton. Technically, in the reporting structure, Angleton would normally have had to take issues to the DDP, who was his boss, and Dulles was then the DCI. But Angleton was not one to follow law or procedure, and he would just bump everything up to Allen Dulles and deal with him directly, which frustrated DDPs to no end. All right, of course, he didn't have to do that anymore when Richard Helms became DDP, because Richard Helms and Angleton were cut from the same mold. They were also lifetime friends. In fact, back in the 40s, Angleton actually wrote out a will and was bequeathing things to his good friends Allen Dulles and Richard Helms. These guys were thick as thieves. Thomas Karamasenis, the assistant DDP under Helms, had formerly been a counterintelligence officer, and Goodpasture, who had so much to do with Oswald's Mexico City episode, had worked for Angleton. Wynne Scott was close friends with Angleton. Surely, if there was any group you could trust to keep your secrets, Angleton was sitting in the middle of them. All right, regarding the ability to control investigations, Angleton moved quickly and early to guarantee that his group would have the liaison responsibility with the Warren Commission. Angleton kept in near daily contact with Allen Dulles, and Raymond G. Rocca, a.k.a. The Rock, who served with Angleton almost from the beginning of Angleton's intelligence career. He was also very involved in the Warren Commission investigation and worked directly with David Bellin. Rocca would reprise that role when he and Angleton were in later years ousted from the CIA for conducting illegal domestic activities. Rocca ended up serving on the very staff formed to investigate those activities. So talk about, the fox ruling the roost there. The Rockefeller Commission, and again, Rocca worked with David Bellin on that investigation. Angleton's good friends among the establishment included Eugene Rostow, Joseph Alsop, and Nicholas Katzenbach. Now, those names would be familiar to anybody who's read Don Gibson's article on the formation of the Warren Commission. Those were the 3 people lobbying LBJ to form a Warren Commission at a time when LBJ wanted to leave it in the hands of the Dallas police and the FBI and didn't want to have anything to do with it. Was Angleton the person who was driving that effort? I don't know. I just put that out there. As far as controlling the press coverage, Angleton had extensive dealings with the press. He ran his own group of journalist operatives whom he paid out of his own private slush fund with the CIA. That was revealed in Carl Bernstein's famous article in 1977 on the CIA and the media. Only a few of his operatives have been named, and I mentioned the one on the New York Times op-ed page. I don't know who the other ones were. He evidently had several informants within the New York Times. Don't know what they did there. And of course, there are many others within the CIA that held extensive sway over the press. We know all about Frank Wisner's list of assets called the Propaganda Assets Inventory, or Wisner's Wurlitzer. But Angleton's team was especially involved in this case, and especially involved during the Garrison investigation. In fact, members of Angleton's staff were actively proposing angles for the CIA to pass to those media associates as to how to discredit Garrison and beef up the case for Shaw's innocence. One of the more sinister things I found looking at this record was that Angleton's staff, and especially Rocca, while showing this interest in the Garrison case, they ran name checks on individuals who were being questioned. They looked into the backgrounds of the investigators. But most sinisterly of all, they actually ran background checks on the jurors that were sitting on the Clay Shaw trial. Now, you just got to think about that for a minute. Background checks on jurors. Now, what would possibly be the reason for doing that unless you were going to do some jury tampering? All right, if you wanted to, make somebody change their vote, you'd have to know how to get to them, what they believed, who they were, or possibly you may want to be discrediting them after the fact if they come out with the wrong verdict. I find that just absolutely sinister. Jury tampering is a federal offense. All right, and to me that shows also, and spying on American citizens for that matter was a federal offense. These are completely illegal actions, and the CIA knew these were illegal. This was not, something they were doing lightly. So to be risking illegal operations in this manner, really kind of speaks to the level of guilt, I believe, that was going on there. Regarding access to assassins, Angleton's staff worked very closely with Staff D. Staff D was run by Bill Harvey and was the unit that, among other things, housed the ZR Rifle Executive Action Program. Staff D was also the place from which the Castro assassination plots, the Indonesian coup attempt, the Lumumba plots, and the Guatemalan coup were planned. So it's kind of interesting that Angleton's group worked so closely with Staff D. Angleton's group, in fact, had to pass clearance on people going into Staff D. Because Staff D worked with the National Security Agency, which at that time was so secret, its name was classified. People didn't even know it existed. The people who got into Staff D had to be of the highest clearance level. And again, it's Angleton's group who got to decide who got into that unit and who didn't. So it's no surprise the Executive Action Program of assassination was tucked away there. And in fact, when Bill Harvey was building this program, he took down some notes, which the Church Committee uncovered later, which included things like, never mention the word assassination, no projects on paper, strictly person-to-person singleton ops, planning should include provisions for blaming the Sovs or the Czechs in case of blow, Corsicans recommended, but not Sicilians since they led to the mafia. QJ Wynn is under written contract as a principal agent with the primary task of spotting agent candidates. No chain of connections permitting blackmail. Should have phony 201 in RG, which was the central registry. To backstop this, all documents therein forged and backdated. Should look like a CE file, CE standing for counter-espionage. Executive action would require most professional, proven, operationally competent, ruthless, stable, CE experienced ops officers. Talk to Jim A. Very interesting. So, is there any evidence that Angleton was directly involved in assassination attempts with Staff D? Actually, there is. In the famous book Spycatcher, author Peter Wright, a former British intelligence officer, told of an unnerving visit he had from Harvey and Angleton in, of all years, 1963. Harvey started by asking Wright how the British would handle the Cuba situation, but Angleton cut to the chase. How would you handle Castro? Would you hit him? Harvey wanted to know. We're developing a new capability in the company to handle these kinds of problems, Harvey explained, and we're in the market for the requisite expertise. Harvey talked of the need for deniable personnel and improved delivery mechanisms. Wright offered the two several suggestions, but became unnerved that Angleton and Harvey seemed so convinced that assassination was their best option. Angleton has always denied under oath having anything to do with Cuban operations. Now that incident just right there proves otherwise, and there's other evidence that that's just not true. John Whitten, formerly John Scelso, before we knew who he was, in his HSCA deposition, said he heard Angleton was one of the people who was interested in using the mob in the Castro assassination plots. Whitten also expressed fear for his own life anytime he had to go up against James Angleton. He said in his deposition, I used to go in fingering my insurance policy, notifying my next of kin. This happened many times over the years. Angleton was a scary guy within the agency, and people did not want to cross his path. He'd been known to burn his own agents, meaning he would expose them if betrayed so that they would be killed by an opposing intelligence force. But Angleton apparently had agents killed directly as well. In the 1950s, Angleton operated an assassination unit to deal with people who were threats to counterintelligence operations. Boris Pash headed this up. E. Howard Hunt had told the media about this while he was incarcerated for Watergate. And reporter Joe Trento took it further and looked into it and said under oath that after his investigation, he found out that Pash's unit was assigned to Angleton. Now, Angleton and Hoover. Angleton had a photo that showed Hoover and his lifelong friend Clyde Tolson in a compromising position. Tony Summers revealed this in his book. He had two sources for this information. One was an OSS officer, the other was Gordon Novell. Gordon Novell's story of how he found out about this is quite interesting. Novell, as you know, had bugged Garrison's office for Walter Sheridan, who was, by the way, one of the top people in NSA counterintelligence, so he likely knew Angleton. When Novell sued Playboy after they published Garrison's comments that Novell was working for the CIA, Novell was worried because Hoover didn't want him pursuing that. And in fact, Novell ended up losing the case. He was his own worst witness. He had told the press he worked for the CIA in some cases. But Angleton had showed Novell the photo of Hoover and Tolson and told him to go tell Hoover he had seen the photo. So the cheeky Novell did just that, nearly causing Hoover to choke at the restaurant where he and Tolson were eating. So we have evidence that Angleton did use this photo against Hoover at least once in the context of the Kennedy assassination. So it's kind of an easy leap from there to think that Angleton might have used it more than once. And in fact, in later years, again, after the RFK assassination, as I mentioned earlier this morning, Hoover had said, look, we're powerless against the CIA. That would certainly fit if the CIA had blackmail power over Hoover. All right, so I've given you some brief evidence that Angleton was a likely candidate for a high-level plotter. Let me just add a couple of other incidents that you may not have read anywhere. In 1965, during a period of relative quiet about the case, after the Warren Report came out, but before Rush to Judgment was published, before Life magazine published the Zapruder film frames, a curious cable circulated through CI and CI-SIG about Eusebio Askew. He was the man who had been at the Cuban embassy at the time of Oswald's visit there. And he had told investigators that the man that Jack Ruby shot in Dallas did not look like the man who had visited the Cuban embassy and had claimed to be Lee Harvey Oswald. So CI didn't like this. So there they are in 1965, and they've got this little cable saying, Askew's, on his way to Mexico, and he's going to stop in this city where our assets are located. Suggest you involve him in a heavy drinking bout. And so after this cable kind of wanders through CI-SIG, there's a response cable from the director that's also CC'd to all of the CI-SIG people that says, gee, if suitable access developed per previous cable, meaning if you can get him drunk, get him to talk about Oswald and his application for a visa at the Cuban embassy. So there we have in 1965 the CIA saying, hey, this guy didn't tell a story that matches our story, get him drunk, get him on the record. Now that, again, given that the CIA was not under heavy scrutiny in 1965, that is really sinister, all right? They're behaving as if they're guilty when no one's even accused them yet. Very interesting, very much like they're trying to tie up loose ends. Here's another interesting tidbit from the records that shows you how they're trying to shape the story. All right, I mentioned that Angleton was very interested in leaving open the Soviet conspiracy angle, not closing that off entirely. So when Whitten prepared his report on Oswald's activities in Mexico City, all right, he wrote a version of this report. Angleton somehow seems to have gotten a hold of it and sent it to Ray Rocca, who wrote a slightly different version of the same report. I'm going to read you two paragraphs, one from Whitten's report and one from Rocca's report, and you'll see how they differ. All right, this is the Whitten version. All of the 5 consular officers in the Soviet embassy are known or suspected intelligence officers. Certainly, if Oswald had been a Soviet agent in training for an assassination assignment or even for sabotage work, the Soviets would have stopped him from making open visits and phone calls to the Soviet embassy in Mexico after he tried it a couple of times. Our experience in Mexico, studying the Soviet intelligence at close range, indicates they do make some mistakes and are sometimes insecure in their methods, but they do not persist in such glaring errors. All right, now the Rocca version that comes back is just a little different. It starts out the same. All of the 5 consular officers in the Soviet embassy are known or suspected intelligence officers. Although it is not unusual for a KGB agent on a sensitive mission to have such overt contact with the Soviet embassy, top-secret Soviet intelligence documents which set forth military intelligence doctrine state that very important agents can be met in official installations using as cover for their presence some sort of open business there. Thus, while it is unlikely that Oswald's contacts with the Soviet embassy had a more sinister purpose, it cannot be excluded. So clearly, Whitten's version makes the case that the Soviets would have no reason to deal with Oswald if he was one of theirs. But the Rocca version leaves the door open for Oswald to have been working with the Russians. This is the door Angleton had begged Dulles to leave open. It's also the door an unfortunate high-level defector would run smack into. When Yuri Nosenko defected, he was disbelieved by Angleton from the get-go. Why? Well, many have felt this was because Angleton was wedded to his own prize defector, Anatoly Golitsyn. And Golitsyn had said to Angleton, essentially, anyone who comes after me is a false defector looking to discredit me. And then, sure enough, a defector even higher level than Golitsyn did appear. So maybe that was Angleton's prime motivation. But I don't think so. The reason I don't buy this is Nosenko's second lie detector test. Before that test, he was subjected to cruel, torturous activities that apparently involved LSD and shall we say, gross violations of his personal being. I'll leave it at that. You can look at my article for more specific details. He was, shall we say, violated so that his reading would show him to be a liar no matter what he said. Well, that naturally made me very curious about what was on the second lie detector test. Why was it so important to paint him out to be a liar? Well, as the HSCA found, there were a large number of questions about Oswald on this second test, much larger than had been on Nosenko's first test. Someone, it seemed, was hell-bent on discrediting Nosenko's information. And what had Nosenko said that so needed to be discredited? Well, one of the things he said was that the reason the Soviets weren't interested in Oswald is they assumed he was a CIA agent. This basically blew the carefully constructed cover story to smithereens, so it does fit that Angleton would have a very serious reason for discrediting Nosenko. Angleton's fight against Nosenko's credibility ultimately caused the FBI to seize all liaison with the CIA, and it brought near civil war within the agency itself, as many of the senior Soviet case officers were dying to hear the information that Nosenko had to share and couldn't believe Angleton's obsessive insistence that Nosenko was lying. Even Richard Helms finally had to step in and tell Angleton back off Ray Nosenko. I believe the Nosenko incident tells us a lot about this case. But do I believe Angleton was a top-level plotter? I do not. In the last few months before the assassination, control of Oswald passed from CI to the Mexico City desk, at which point David Phillips and others became very involved in the Oswald story. And from what I know of Angleton, I find it inconceivable that he would hand the power away if this was his plot. So for this reason, I believe the conspiracy must go at least one level higher, if not several levels higher, but at least one. And I believe that person was likely Richard Helms. Alan Dulles would have been a strong candidate, but he'd been ousted from the CIA. He just didn't have the same level of access. Helms was sitting there as the DDP. He had access to everybody. And Dulles had turned to Helms in the past to plan assassinations, as has been revealed in Leonard Mosley's book on Dulles. Lastly, the reason I believe this is due to that curious memo about E. Howard Hunt being in Dallas, which became the subject of the lawsuit, which became the focus of Plausible Denial, that excellent book by Mark Lane. In short, the evidence is that Angleton himself leaked this memo, which was written from him to Richard Helms, saying we should have a cover story someday explaining why E. Howard Hunt was in Dallas when Kennedy was assassinated. Now, on the face of it, that would seem odd. Why would Angleton leak a memo that's discrediting himself? Well, you have to put that in the context of where Angleton was at that point in time. At that point in time, Angleton had been ousted from the CIA. He'd been completely discredited, ruined. You know, at that time, the HSCA was actively honing in on the evidence of his staff, especially Sig's involvement with Oswald. So it makes sense to me that Angleton was sending a message to the CIA saying, look, if you take me down, I'm taking down Helms, I'm taking down Hunt, I'm taking down the others with me. That's what I think that incident was about. Anyway, there's a lot more about Angleton I wish I had time to share with you, and I don't. But I do encourage you, get our book when it comes out next March. It's a long section on Angleton. I think you'll find it very interesting. Thank you.
One of my main mentors in all this was Mae Brussel, who did indefatigable work, and many don't recall that a lot of the very early researchers were women, Maggie Fields and Lillian Castellano and Sylvia Marr and others, and I'm always glad to have women on the case, and I think they always add a great deal in the work that they do. And we have another woman here who's worked hard on several of the cases and also on COPA, T. Carter, to present some new information that she's been working on in terms of the hard evidence. So that's our next speaker.
Hey, good afternoon, everybody. I'm T. Carter from Washington, D.C. I'm a researcher and historian on JFK, MLK, and I'm also on the lobbying team for Leonard Peltier, who's a Native American political prisoner. Free Peltier. My talk for this section on the new JFK evidence is about the weighing of the Minox camera. John Armstrong is currently writing a book on Oswald. It's called Harvey and Lee. He's on his final chapter. The book will be out before the 40th anniversary. If you know John Armstrong, you know that he is the expert on Oswald, certainly one of the experts on Oswald. His book will be over 900 pages in length, with over 4,000 footnotes. It's extremely precise, meticulously detailed, and of course, thoroughly researched. I've been doing several research projects for John this past year, and one of them was weighing the Minox camera. It was a very interesting assignment. The Minox camera is housed in the National Archives too, which is in College Park, Maryland. I have a couple of pictures of the Minox here. The Minox is about the size of a Bic lighter. I was very shocked when I saw it. It was tiny. It's a little spy camera the CIA uses. There's a whole detailed section in the Spy Museum on the Minox. You can look at these later too. I'll leave them out. The Minox itself is about the size of a Bic lighter. It's very, very small. I started out by making a request to see the Minox camera, rather, on June 6th of 2002. My request was denied twice, in which I had to make an appeal. I would just like to stress here that it is not as easy as you think to look at the physical evidence in this case. You have to really work at it, and that's why in the MLK case, when we're doing the release on the records, we are saying the life and assassination of MLK. We are including his life as well as the assassination, and we're also writing into the language the physical evidence because of the difficulties I experienced. Well, finally, they let me see the evidence. I made an appointment with them. A technician was there and also an archivist. I could not bring in my own scale. At first they said I could, and then they denied me the scale. But I was able to bring in items to weigh. When I arrived at the archives, the technician was waiting there. We had to put on white robes, a facial mask, and blue latex gloves. Out came the little Minox camera. Like I said, I was very shocked. It was the size of a lighter. We tested the scale for about 20 minutes to make sure it was weighing correctly with items I have brought and items the technician has brought. At this time, the technician told me, once we weigh this Minox camera, this is the last time this piece of physical evidence can be looked at because we have determined that everything about this camera after this date will be known. So once you determine this weight of this camera, it will be considered historical record. I weighed the camera 2 times. The date I finally got in the archives and weighed it was July 22nd. My first inquiry was on June 6th. Wasn't that long because I'm very proactive and aggressive when it comes to these things. And plus, John Armstrong was calling me every half an hour. No. Not John. The results on my camera are as follows. My first weighing, the Minox weighed 68.55 grams. The second one, it weighed exactly the same, 68.55 grams. Now I'd like to tell you why I bothered to go weigh this Minox, do 2 appeals. This was John and my plan in the beginning, and I will tell you how the plan has changed because of the simplicity of this camera that we just discovered after we went through all this work. The purpose John wanted me to weigh the Minox is because the Minox itself would not open. It was stuck. Several researchers tried to open it. It would not open. We wanted to see the initials inside the camera that Gus Rose, the Dallas Police Department, said that he etched into them. However, how could you see the initials etched in there if you couldn't open the back of the camera? So I asked the technician and the archivist if they would allow me to try to open the camera, and they said they would. I attempted several times, and the camera would not open. John Armstrong wanted to determine if the camera was sealed with glue to inhibit it from opening, or perhaps if it was sealed and filled with some substance, because this little Minox camera appeared to be 50% heavier than the average Minox that we examined, and we examined several hundred cameras. It has been determined this camera is 50% heavier by my weighings. John was going to use scientific evidence and techniques, and he was going to figure out what type of substance weighed that amount, what it was filled with, or perhaps what it was sealed with. We had the means to do this, and it may be done. However, we discovered that the Minox that the FBI had found at Michael Payne's residence was a Minox 3 camera. And the little Minox that I looked at the archives that was supposedly in Lee Harvey Oswald's possession was a Minox 2 camera. So we figured, is a comparison really necessary? I think two different cameras existed. So at the meantime, John Armstrong is currently conducting these tests. Whether we finish them or not, we'll see how economically feasible it is. I just want to let you know that John Armstrong will be detailing all this information further in his book, and like I said, it'll be published. It is called Harvey and Lee, 900 pages, 4,000 footnotes, the most detailed book published on Oswald yet, and it'll be coming out by the 40th anniversary. Thank you, everybody.
Okay. I was going to ask Bill Kelly to come up next. And then we'll have Bob Groden. And Dr. Aguilar.